Hello everybody and welcome back to LPL English, where we have for you today two more best of threes as we are really approaching our halfway point here of the regular season of split number 2. We are playing our last best of 3 in the first round robin of Group Ascend later today, with Billy Gaming taking on Waybo Gaming. But before that, another stop into Group Nirvana, everybody's favorite, where we have two of the top teams here in that group, one of them having an opportunity to potentially already lock themselves a spot in that play-in stage. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Blockster here for today, and we have our format here. Obviously, we get one matchup here in Group Nirvana, one matchup in Group Ascend to wrap up the day, Blockster. And the big thing is, because these two teams, LGD and EDG, that we'll be watching to start off the matchups, are already towards the top of the standings, there is no risk of them actually being eliminated for the rest of the year.
No, these teams have done what they needed to do to get themselves out of those bottom two spots in Group Nirvana, the two spots that nobody wanted to be in, that would put you with nothing left to play for the entire rest of the year. The idea that your entire year could end here in May, a terrifying proposition for any of these teams. So congratulations to both of them for getting themselves off of the bottom of Group Nirvana. But like you said, right, halfway through the season for Group Ascend, for Group Nirvana, they've pretty much played all of their games. Most of these teams only have 1 or 2 games left to play at this point. It's been a brutal run for them, a lot of days between their matches, and not a lot of matches to be able to prove that they deserve to be here in split number 3.
Well, here is one of them between LGD and Edward Gaming, as we said. Let's take a look at those standings in both the Ascend and the Nirvana groups, as we got a little nice overlay to show you guys. I actually misspoke just a tad here. It is EDG potentially having the opportunity to be eliminated still, as they actually have a 2-1 record here right now. But both LNG and LGD have confirmed themselves to continue to be playing for the rest of 2025, where the remaining 4 teams still potentially at risk. So EDG have the chance to lock themselves a spot at least in split 3, where LGD, who are currently sitting at a 3-0 record, could lock themselves a spot in that play-in stage if they take care of business against Edward Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, as much as there is still a threat for EDG, you know, from the way we've been looking at it, right, RNG, OMG, they haven't been looking so hot. Those two teams are most likely going to be the two that end up falling out of the bottom of Group Nirvana. Right now, it's very much about who manages to get themselves out of this group and actually gets to play more League, gets to go up against those Group Ascend teams. And for EDG, they beat LNG early on in this split, so they have that head-to-head. They've got themselves into a pretty good spot. If they can win right here up against LGD, that pretty much locks LNG into at least not being eliminated for split number 3, but not being able to make it any further. So this is an incredibly important matchup for EDG to be able to win.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of things happening in the LPL. There's games happening every single day for the past few weeks, and obviously things with the less Nirvana games, it becomes a little bit hard to keep track of that. So we have ourselves our favorite segment, Last Time in Group Nirvana, where we're going to show you what happened. Now, luckily, it was actually yesterday between these two teams, where LNG, the team that had lost like 14 games in a row or something like that, going into their 3rd match of Group Nirvana, all of a sudden are on a absolute heater. They're on that hot streak, and they come off of a 2-0 win over RNG. We have some clips to show you exactly what happened there in that series, Blockster, but a very big difference between what we were expecting between LNG and RNG and what we actually ended up getting.
Absolutely. For LNG, off of split number 1 into split 2 placements, this team looked terrible. But they make a change halfway through Group Nirvana. They bring in Xiaofeng, and all of a sudden, this team looks way different. And it's not just they're playing better through the jungle, which they are, but it feels like the entire rest of this roster has been able to step up, get themselves a lot more comfortable. And the main thing is that they have fixed their problems with just sitting there, watching League of Legends happen in front of them, but not actually participating. This is now an active team. This is a roster that seems to know what they want and how to get it at this point. If they are able to get themselves out of this Group Nirvana and actually go play in these play-ins, it will be an incredible turnaround. But even if that doesn't happen, Xiaofeng has put in a hell of a performance and really has been impressive.
Yeah, Xiaofeng, definitely the big reason why LNG have been able to look a little bit more proactive here. This game on the Vi specifically was particularly impressive to me. Diving in here, and he had another couple of instances where he would dive into just the entire backline and still somehow manage to survive. And it's kind of sad to see RNG kind of falter this way. They now, I think, have pretty much guaranteed themselves to not have a chance to at least advance into the play-in stage, and that's something I thought could have been an expectation for this roster, who had players like Milky Way and Jachi, who were looking very good like early on in the season and earlier on in their careers, but they just never really saw it fully come together.
No, we were looking at the unfortunate movement for Milky Way, where, you know, he was doing great, Ricky the Split, all of these things last year, and it's just been an unfortunate slow decline for him. Not even that he's necessarily looking that bad, but RNG just looked like a broken roster at this point. We saw it yesterday, right? As much as LNG look revitalized, they're still not one of the best teams, and they got completely dismantled. They had one good moment where they get a kill bot lane at level 1, and from that moment on, it felt like they were never really a part of either of those games. It doesn't feel like they've really been able to put up a fight, particularly in any of their matchups. And because of the way that these standings are shaking out right now, like you said, they are almost definitely going to be eliminated, and their next matchup is up against OMG, the other 0-3 team, so beating them doesn't even really get you any further up in the standings.
Yeah, what's going to have to happen is now RNG are going to have to win out the remainder of their games, and EDG or Ultra Prime are going to have to lose out on the remainder of their games. So EDG have a chance to make sure that doesn't happen here with a win today, as LNG have kind of created some stakes for them as well on the upper side of the bracket. So let's start things off now by taking a look at our rosters, starting off with EDG, of course, the team with maybe a little bit more to play for, with still having their season potentially being at risk. This team went through a small roster change going into split number 2, with Asum going over to FPX on filling in the spot in the bottom lane. And, you know, this team has looked kind of just average, I feel like is the best way to say it, Blockster.
Yeah, I think that's a relatively good way of putting it, right? It doesn't necessarily feel like any of these lanes are getting completely pushed around, at least not here in Group Nirvana. But neither are they getting massively far ahead. The way that EDG have been finding themselves victories is very much through their team play. They've been having some very good team fights. You can see it right here. Angel's still finding those moments. He's still looking good in quite a lot of these big team fight moments for them. And that's absolutely fine. That's what we see a lot of these teams falter at in here in Group Nirvana, where they're not good team fighters. They don't know how to set themselves up around an objective. They don't know how to protect their carries. That hasn't really been the case so far for EDG, and that's been the main thing carrying them through.
Yeah, and that's when we really see this team come online. And in the contrast for that, when this team is in the early game, sometimes they seem to make a little bit of some mistakes. I'm very curious to see what they look like against LGD, who I feel like have you know, some players that have really kind of risen up to the occasion to become mechanically, you know, gifted in their own rights. But once we get to the 5v5s, things are definitely going to get interesting, as I think, you know, specifically Angel has really stood out as being a big part of this squad. We see all gotta be very excited about EDG there at the end of things. But let's take a look at who they're going to be playing up against today, and that is LGD. Also making a slight roster change at the start of split number 2. That was Nayo, their new jungler, entering the position, replacing Climber, which we thought was going to be maybe not the best decision for them, but it actually has paid off really well, as both Nayo and XQW have really stepped up in this Nirvana stage.
Absolutely, I feel like the current meta really suits the playstyle that Nayo has. Really has been looking impressive on things like the Xin Zhao and the Neferi. Both of those champions very aggressive during the early to mid game, and exactly when it seems like he wants to be playing. Has been finding some massive advantages for his team, has been very aggressive with a lot of his playstyle as well. And like you said, XQW as well, also just feeling very comfortable at the moment. As much as for EDG, they're not necessarily winning out in the laning phase, they're winning through team play. No, LGD, they could beat you in that laning phase, they can out-rotate you for the early skirmishes, and then take that gold lead and turn it into a victory pretty much every time.
There are definitely some moments around the space where I feel like we've watched XQW and I'm like, oh man, this guy is going like a little too crazy sometimes, or he's just not looking too good. But recently it's been stepping up, and so I love to see how specifically adding of a jungler like Nayo here has actually helped them out a fair amount, as they seem to really be coordinated on a lot of the plays that they end up going for.
And the mid-jungle duo being strong, having good synergy is so important, especially in the current meta with these aggressive junglers. You really need to be able to roam around alongside both your support and your mid laner to make these early skirmishes around Grubs and Drakes worthwhile, to make invades work well. And so far, so good for LGD. Obviously, they're not necessarily playing up against the highest level of competition here in Group Nirvana, but it will be really exciting to see them moving on once they do get into these play-ins and see if they can fully convert this into victories up against some of these bottom Group Ascend teams, because I don't know, I think they've been looking good enough to potentially compete.
They definitely look like it even in the placement stages until, of course, they got to seemingly one bad weekend where they lost to FPX and WE like kind of back to back. That was not the best situation for them, obviously, but now here in Group Nirvana, they seem to have cleaned things up a little bit. I think adding Nio in has helped them out as just a 5-man squad. And here's the interesting thing about this here, Bloxer, is that LGD, they've played OMG, LNG, and RNG, so their next remaining matchups are against EDG here, and then Ultra Prime, who's also sitting at 2-1. So it seems like they're pretty safe right now, but they could be playing up against like the two other teams that could be considered to be on par with them or better, and that's when things get very interesting. So if LGD win one of these next two series, they will guarantee themselves top 2 in Group Nirvana, and they will be able to advance to play up against one of the 5th or the 6th seeds in Group Ascend in a best of 5 to try to qualify into playoffs. However, if they do not end up winning this series against EDG, suddenly the pressure's on, and that series against Ultra Prime could mean a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. It isn't like they're having all of their easiest games towards the end of the schedule. They've got some pretty tough opponents coming up, and Ultra Prime also very much going to be in that hunt for those top 2 spots here out of Group Nirvana. So it's very important for LGD to take care of business right now. It takes a lot of pressure off of their next matchup to be able to say, yeah, we're locked top 2, we definitely can't go down already, but now we're definitely going to be going up. Yeah, we can play Ultra Prime as hard as possible. We want to be facing off against the 6th seed out of Group Ascent rather than the 5th seed, but it's a lot less pressure to just be thinking about seeding rather than trying to scrap for it. And hey, being able to go into those best of 5s, play some more League of Legends, not have your split end at this point, very much what this team is going to be looking for.
I mean, that's the big thing, is like, can they step up and play against some of those Group Ascend teams? Because if what we know about the format for Split 3 actually ends up being correct, finishing top 2 and, you know, qualifying into those playoffs actually means a lot, because that would actually send you into the new Group Ascend going into split number 3. At least that's kind of how we are perceiving this situation right now, where that means you get more competition against the top level teams and also guarantee yourself a spot to potentially play for a world championship spot as well. So the small steps that a roster full of rookies, obviously Xiaoya, the only player that's not a rookie on this LGD team. It starts here. You know, you got to finish at the top of Group Nirvana and then work your way continuously towards the top. But when we get to talk about what this matchup could look like, I think my eyes immediately turn towards the mid jungle, more specifically the mid lane, because I feel like XQW versus Angel is going to be a very fascinating matchup to watch, where you have XQW, who's kind of on a lot more of the like facilitating champions, can roam around a little bit, be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, things like the Tristana, the Ryze, the Sylas, whereas for Angel, it's pure control mage play, it's pure team fighting, like that is exactly what he wants to do. So that clash in play style to see if LGD can kind of break open Angel is going to be a big difference maker in terms of how this series is going to go.
Yeah, the way that Angel has been playing, he is 100% all in on just helping out the rest of the squad. It's very much that teamfight orientated style where, hey, you would need me to just go neutral in lane and then drop a massive arcane storm on somebody's head with the Victor, or you need me to weave my way through a teamfight on the Azir or the Hui. Yeah, that's fine, all good. He doesn't necessarily want to get fully stuck in. The Ahri is the only champion that's been a little bit more aggressive for him, but that kind of comes off of the back of some of these slightly more pick-orientated compositions that they've been playing occasionally. For the most part, it's just these all-in teamfight sort of comps, and he's been playing that role incredibly well, but it does potentially leave him exploitable to something a little bit more aggressive.
And that's going to be the question, right? Is if Angel, you know, is put far behind in the early game, that's when LGD, you know, they're in a good spot. But if he starts to get ahead, and if, you know, the rest of the team can kind of step up as well, you know, On and Wink have kind of been on and off in terms of how well they've been able to perform, but specifically, like, you know, in the early game, turning that into team fighting prowess, like that is where EDG, of course, do thrive. And so for LGD, it's about maybe playing a little bit more chaotic across the map, trying to make some plays early on as we are getting ready for our player walkouts and our eventual 1v1 forward side select. And if you like consonants, you're going to love this 1v1 because we got ZDZ going up against XQW here to start things off.
It should be a very hype 1v1, or at least, you know, we hope so. We've seen a couple of slightly less interesting mirror matchups. I think yesterday we got the Corki v Corki and then the Gwen v Gwen. That was pretty fun, to be honest. Well, the Gwen v Gwen was very fun. The Corki v Corki was not necessarily the most interesting thing I've ever watched.
Got the ZDZ, or the ZDD, I guess you could say over there for EDG. Just so you know, this is an all-time emote. I think we have it enabled in chat if you wanna spam it out. As we get LGD to walk out next. Again, LGD, they have a very clear-cut formula for what this series means for them. If they win this series, they will go up to 4-0 in Group Nirvana. They will lock themselves a spot in that play-in stage for the LPL playoffs. That means that they get one singular best of 5 to potentially earn themselves a spot in both the bracket stage to try to qualify for MSI, as well as the Ascension group for the start of split number 3. So a lot on the line here, specifically for LGD. For EDG, they still need a couple more things to go their way, most notably a win against RNG to wrap up their season would certainly help them out. But for LGD, it's very simple. It's win or you're in.
Yeah, exactly. They need to pick up this win just for peace of mind. They've done enough at least to not be punted out of the next split, but still, being able to win this is incredibly important. It doesn't guarantee you anything other than one best of 5. If the split were to end today, LGD were to come out on top, they would be facing off against Waybo Gaming, which, to be honest, doesn't look like the best matchup for them, but it's not like Waybo have been looking so good. If they came out as the 2nd seed, if things finished pretty similar to today but EDG won, then they'd be facing up against BLG, who would be the 5th seed right now out of Group Ascend. So they're tough matchups to be going into, but with the way that Group Ascend has been looking right now, there have been a lot of teams faltering in that mid-pack, a lot of these mid-pack teams losing to some of the bottom tier teams. I'm not even sure sometimes. The Circle of Sock has been incredibly strong recently.
And funnily enough, that's going to be our next series on LPL English. We got BLG against Waybo up next, so make sure you stick around. The battle between, right now, the 5th and the 6th seeds, which is very surprising to say, if the season did end today, of course, as they're both locked at a 50-50 record at 4-4. One of them's going to end above 500. One of them's going to end below 500. And I know both of them had higher expectations than even that.
Yeah.
But we got to focus on this matchup here. Obviously, Blockster EDG up against LGD for the chance to play against potentially one of those teams in the play-in stage. As our 1v1 side select, champ select has gotten underway. Once again, ZDZ up against XQW here. The winner getting side select for game number 1 of this best of 3. Obviously very important given what the meta does entail, particularly for blue side here in the LPL, as we get a lot of mid lane bans for ZDZ and a lot of top lane bans for XQW. Not surprising at all.
Yeah, this worries me. Nobody banned the Orianna, nobody banned the Varus, and usually when those sorts of things are up, we get either a mirror matchup of either of them, or just both are going to be picked. We might be in for a bit of a long one right here. A lot of poke going to be coming through. There's a reason that these have been incredibly high priority picks. You can sit pretty far back, you can poke out your opponents. This being the matchup up against each other is going to be a little bit more interesting. We need to see some fancy footwork out of both of them if they want to be able to dodge away from these skill shots and keep themselves healthy. Because despite the fact you kind of think of the Orianna and the Varus as needing to scale a little bit, in these 1v1 specifically, they can do a ton of damage early on.
Specifically the Varus. I really like this champion actually in the 1v1s. The way you can cycle through your spells with the blight stacks, how your empowered Q when you press your W before, launching out that piercing arrow can do a ton of damage, especially to like a lower health target. A lot of really fun mechanics that you can play with this Varus, and the options of builds also very interesting. Where the Orianna also, can pack a punch a little bit with those empowered auto attacks early on in the game. I don't know how hard they want to itemize into that. We've also seen the towers become a threat. I remember Cream on the Orianna actually just destroyed a tower to win.
Just tower takes.
To win the game.
It happens sometimes. If you take a bad recall timer, these towers are made of paper mache and dreams, right? They are incredibly squishy. And so if you ever get chunked out, have to take a recall, you can lose your tower so quickly that it's something both of these players are going to have to be very mindful of here.
We're on to the Abyss, or the 1v1 stage, as we start things off between ZDZ and XQW. You see they have 2 Doran's items each in their inventory. To me, that signals that they want to continue to fight, get as much combat stats early as possible. You can see the damage that this Varus can do early with that press the attack enabled. And those Blight stacks starting to do a lot. Already chunking down XQW to half HP, and he's really controlling this lane so far.
Now, this is technically a side select battle, but what this really is the battle for blue side. Every single person who has won has taken blue side every single time, because it is so much stronger in the current meta. There are so many brilliant first picks to be able to grab for yourself. One of them is in this matchup right now. The Varus has been B1 at an incredibly high percentage of the time, because it's so flexible, it gives you so much in the current meta, and there's so much that you have to ban away from your opponents if you're on the red side.
Especially in that true fearless format. Getting blue side first means that you have all the access to all the champions, or as many as you possibly will throughout the duration of a series. And so that is why it becomes very important, especially in these new rules that we find ourselves under in 2025. You see ZDZ actually taking a lot of damage, but controlling the wave state right now, which I think is the most important thing, forcing XQW to burn out a lot of his mana, which means that he's really never at a risk to potentially go down.
Can just constantly push on forwards. The second of which the mana's pretty much gone, you should be alright, although being able to pick up that relic gets a little bit more mana back. There's XQW and so much damage coming down, but now without the flash it's going to be a little bit harder to get close enough right here to one-tap ZDZ. Has the flash, has the barrier still available for him.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to try to fight against, as we see XQW has gone for the cleanse. I imagine that is simply to get away from the Chain of Corruption, because if you're at this level of HP blocks there and you get hit by that Varus ulti, you can count your days, because you are going to die. Speaking of, about to hit level 6, actually XQW hits it first. And ZDZ, with a very timely level up, is actually able to heal up enough to make sure that's not much of a concern. And now he has his ultimate of his own. Really try to go for that, but I mean, it's really hard for him to try to go for a Chain of Corruption at this point, because he knows that XQW has the cleanse and can just get out of it.
It's not so bad to just tank it. You're gonna hurt too badly at this point, although you can dodge it away. Fancy Feet would be great. You can see right now the PTA right here for ZDZ is great if you ever get close enough to actually stack it. Really haven't been seeing that, whereas the Comet so far for XQW has been doing work right now.
Actually forcing ZDZ to take that first back. However, the wave is in a better place for the Varus right now. It's going to push, I believe, slightly and slowly towards him, but not really at a position where his tower or his plates will be in any significant danger. You see ZDZ back, picks up a Vamp Scepter and a Null Magic Mantle to try and keep himself as healthy and as resistant as possible, whereas XQW going for a Lost Chapter, signify a little bit more sustained DPS that he can throw out with his spells, making sure he doesn't run out of mana anytime soon. Come back to things here. Not a ton of kill threat right now between either of these players. Both summoner spells still available for ZDC. Cleanse still available for XQW. Makes it very hard for this Varus to go for that all in, as we've continued to mention. And now with the wave pushing towards ZDZ, XQW now has a chance to play a little bit forward with a little bit more aggression.
She gets chased out a little bit. I mean, this one, there's a ton of damage available, but at the same time very much feels like we might just be waiting for that Ring of Fire to come and set in, force these two to actually fight each other. Until that point, a lot of farming, a lot of CSing going through. It was interesting when XQW went back to base, was thinking about picking up those tier 2 boots for a second, a little bit of extra ability to dodge away, be able to chase down, reposition, to be able to get those command attacks down onto ZDZ. But instead, yeah, like you said, extra mana, a little bit of more damage through the Lost Chapter as well. I think that makes sense overall, but the bootstrap would have been interesting.
Now we gotta start poking, I feel like, if we're ZDZ, because in a full-on, all-out 1v1 with the Ring of Fire closing in, who knows, really, what can happen here. When you are the Varus, you have the opportunity to throw out some of these piercing arrows, try to poke. Right now, XQW is actually winning that battle, which, you know, is easy to do on the Orianna, especially when you have all this extra mana with the Lost Chapter and the tier, plus the double Dorons. And so actually, he's getting the better hand of things right now. ZDZ chunked down to half HP.
Very much. The problem XQW was running into, the reason he was constantly getting pushed back before, was just being out of mana, not being in a good enough spot mana-wise to be able to keep doing damage. Now, although he is taking some piercing arrows, he's pretty comfortable to continue stepping up. Grab a couple plates as well, something that on the last push EDG was not able to do. This is exactly what you need, right? Extra gold as quickly as possible. You're never really going to hit those usual traditional item break points here that we think about, you know, the 2-3 item points that a lot of these champions like. They're very much reliant on that first item spike, and then the Ring of Fire sets in. What can you do from there?
You see ZDZ playing very defensive in terms of his build path right now. Hex Drinker picked up, taking too much poke, so just wants to make sure when we get to that all-in fight, we'll be as safe as possible. On the other side, XQW going for Seraph's first item. I feel like we have not seen that too much. The Archangel Staff is what's currently in inventory. Now the question is, will he be able to, fully stack it up before the Ring of Fire closes in? I actually don't know how close we are to that happening.
I think he might just about. Ooh, but it is 30 seconds now until we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an accelerated, stacking here as Chain of Corruption comes out, forces the cleanse out early, but now I don't think that ultimate's going to be back up and available for ZDZ. So we burn the cleanse, but at what cost? It comes at that Chain of Corruption being down. So now the question is, can XQW stack up this tier? I know it's accelerated on the Howling Abyss. I just don't know how accelerated it really is.
He's going to have to desperately try to stack that one up fully. Otherwise, this buy really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. He also got himself those tier 1 boots, but we've got the tier 2 for ZDZ, who's going for a very on-hit, aggressive kind of build as well, just to keep himself a little bit safer potentially. Ring of Fire has now started, so that means that it's just 1 kill to win this one out. And right now, still, just some more farming, which is always funny, right? There's not really any point to it here. Not going to get yourself any more items right now.
It's a nice poke. XQW did a really nice job with the dissonance here, and now ZDZ in some trouble. He's gonna flash forward.
Oh, he's going tower!
Tower! Oh my goodness, it just burned down before our eyes. We were waiting for the fight. XQW said, we're not gonna fight. We're just gonna, go open the gates, and that's what he did. LGD gonna have side select here for game number 1.
I think ZDZ was also gearing up for the fight. He was like, right, let's go. No? Okay, just immediately jumps in, picking up the tower. Hey. It works, it works. That's the other way that you can pick yourself up a win. But, yeah, one of the true legendary 1v1s of all time, where you wait for the Ring of Fire to set in and take the tower anyway. Oh.
Yeah, hey, that's now the second fight and nickel every time. And Oriana in the LPL 1v1 took down a tower instead of going for the fight. I'd have at least 2 nickels. I don't know if it happened more than once, but not too many times, but seems to be a viable strategy, or maybe something that these teams got to look into now, as LGD, as you correctly alluded to, Blockster, will be selecting blue side for game number 1. So many powerful pickups, things like the Varus, the Gwen, the Nefiri, the Ambessa, always on the table. And now it'll be LGD to get first pick of all of those OPs.
It would be very funny, and I think very appropriate, if the decision for that LGD wins is linked to the LGG choose blue side. That's just choose blue side sits in there every time. Nobody's going to be picking red side. It's just, there's no point right here. There are so many things that you've just got to be getting rid of. Things right here like the Gwen, the Rumble, those have pretty much been banned by the red side every single time. If you let those through, they're almost always going to be first picked. If you let both through, the Rumble almost always turns into that B1. It's in such a strong position at the moment. And blue side, you can actually start target banning away what your opponents like to play, rather than just having to take out the strongest things in the meta.
And that's where things, like the Wei, the Victor, the Azir that Angel specifically has played a lot of, could potentially come into play. Those champions can be targeted just a little bit. On the other side, for other OPs that are other champions, other pocket picks that could be available, the Xin Zhao for Zhao Hao has been very prevalent, so that could potentially be a factor there. A lot of different things that could potentially be targeted here for LGD. They're now on the blue side, and let's start things off here. Game number 1 of what could be a top 2 clinching series here for LGD.
Interesting. Immediate bans right here for EDG onto the Vi and onto the Neferi, which is not the standard set of first bans. The fact that LGD also get rid of the virus for themselves is a little bit surprising. That's usually something that gets left until the B1. So this is a draft that is already shaping up to be a little bit different at the moment. So the final set of bans are going to be the Victor taken away right here. We've been talking about it, right? Angel looking so good on that one recently. It makes sense to just take that one off the board. Now, you've left open either the Rumble or the Gwen. Gwen is going to be taken off the board. I would be genuinely shocked if it's not just going to be the Rumble first pick here for Sassy.
Because we've seen some answers to it, you know, things like the Galio, but I think overall you really prefer having the team fighting ability, the just high amount of damage that a Rumble can provide in a late game team fight. But maybe the question is, or the focus for LGD could be targeting Angel's champion pool, but no, I think just going for the OP makes a lot of sense. ZDZ could have some potential answers into it. We've seen him play Cho'Gath as like a very strong pick that can negate a lot of magic damage early on. Or they could maybe just go for something like this Jace that is just very powerful altogether.
Yeah, I mean, there's some options that can neutralize it in the laning phase. The Scion would be one of them. But the thing is, right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you sort of neutralize the Rumble. You have to actively shut him down, otherwise the Equalizer is going to rip through your backline, stop any immobile ADCs or mid laners from being able to sit and do the damage that they need to. There's a reason that this champion has been so strong recently, and it also works great into a wombo combo style of composition. I really like this pairing alongside the Skarner. If you can impale multiple people at the same point at which that Equalizer comes down, and there's so much lockdown, and right now, just an overall wombo combo kind of composition out of LGD is the focus they seem to be going towards.
I can already picture all the ultimates kind of stacking up on top of each other. The Emperor's Divide into the Impale with the Equalizer over the top. I mean, that's just a recipe for success if executed properly. We'll see what EDG want to wrap up their composition with. Again, the Xiao Hao Xin Sao has been something that has been very popular for him specifically. It's going to be Angel piloting the Talia. Now, obviously not the full team fighting hard damage AD carry, or sorry, mid laner that somebody like Angel we've kind of anticipated him playing, but this is something that he is very, very popular, that he really, really enjoys. A 15-6 record overall in his career on this pick. So he is very, very good on it, was obviously very prevalent on it when he was back on teams like Suning, which he did pretty well on back in the day.
You can see a little bit of focus down towards the bottom sides now, specifically the bot laners, right? We haven't seen either of these bot lanes be picked through. And the Kalista, very strong at the moment, wins out in lanes, and I think that's what LGD would like for themselves, right? Azir usually goes pretty neutral into lanes, especially into that Talia. Same sort of thing with the Rumble, where into the Scion, again, your lanes be neutralized out. If you want somewhere to go ganks, want somewhere to go and be aggressive in, you kind of need your bot lane to be strong at the moment. Things that have been dominating in the bot lane have been the Kalista, the Draven, and the Kai'Sa. Not sure that this is a full Kai'Sa angle here for LGD, but it is certainly possible.
You already have enough like long range, just like deep, like DPS. You could go for maybe a little bit of an assassination threat with Xiaoya on the Kai'Sa, but still a lot of different options on the table for LGD, as they still need to pick a bot lane, as do EDG. We'll say On has kind of opted more towards more utility-oriented champions. Things like the Jhin have been really popular for him specifically. Could be a difference in playstyle if the Lucian does get locked in, and it will. So
is it the Lucian Nami Slam?
We'll see. I mean, that's become very, very popular in competitive play, specifically the LCK. Even in the LPL, we've seen, I think, Jackie Love play the Lucian Nami, and we're kind of
more and more recently. I think specifically NIP, Leave has been popping off on it. He had one performance where he ended up with 14 kills in about 12 minutes early on. It works well as a combo, and to be honest, with this composition, you've got enough in front of you to be able to try play it through. Caitlyn, that's a little bit different right here. I was wondering with this sort of beginnings of a wombo composition, if they wanted to go towards something like the MF, instead wanting a little bit more range, you can sit further back alongside the Azir and very much allow your Skarner to step up, and it is just going to be the heavy poke bot lane. This is the thing, right? The Lucian Nami, very strong in that individual lane. I wonder now if you want to pivot instead to something like the Lucian Braum. You could use a little bit more tankiness potentially, but you do then lose out on a little bit of that extra oomph from the Lucian.
We've seen Milio also be a pairing alongside the Lucian as something that can maybe be a little bit more powerful in the mid to late game. The Nami very much phase in particular as it gets locked in here for Wink, so that's going to be the name of the game. You know, Bloxer, time ends up just being a flat circle. You know, we have our engaged supports, you know, for all of this year, and now we're just back to 2023, where it was just picking Lucian Nami into Caitlyn Karma into just like the standard bot lanes over and over again.
Yeah. And this is very different, right? In that the bot lanes are incredibly aggressive, but back and forth. You usually look at both of these bot lanes and go, oh yeah, that's a lane bully. You win out in the laning phase with this bot lane. Well, into each other, you're in a bit of an interesting spot. LGD should be able to get the poke established. You are in a much better matchup because of the range, but if you ever step a little bit too far forwards and get hit by a bubble, you can get instantly jumped by the Lucian and pretty much popped in this situation. Even those early lever Karma shields still aren't necessarily going to be enough, so you really need to be careful to play at your range here as LGD and not get too close.
And a lot of what EDG's composition is right now has to be around that Lucian Nami. If they can get ahead, if On and Winx can find themselves a lead, that will transition into a very good mid game where they can dominate these mid waves, play around to this, you know, Xin Zhao in the jungle for Xiao Hao, and that's where EDG I think are going to want to try to play this game, where as we get later on into things, and once that Lucian damage maybe starts to fall off a little bit, that's when LGD's composition really starts to shine, where you have that Wombo combo, you have all of these big team fighting ultimates that can come together and really take over a late game team fight. So I feel like that's what we're looking at here for EDG, making sure the bot lane gets a little bit ahead, and then trying to dominate that mid game with this Taliyah, with these semi-globals. And again, the stakes of this matchup here in Group Nirvana higher than ever. While both of these teams most likely will not have the risk of having their season end, EDG still technically needs at least one more to make sure they avoid that fate, whereas LGD, with a win here, can lock themselves a spot in the top 2 in the LPL play-in stage. Try to get into that top 8 for the playoffs. We're on to the race for game number 1 of our series between LGD and EDG.
We've already potentially got a little bit of shenanigans right here. Wink very much going to spot this one out. Nobody's going to die. There's a little early look right here for LGD. And I think it's very interesting, right, that the composition out of LGD is far more focused around these team fights, around being able to land this top jungle mid lane combo. Hang on, don't do that. Okay, he just chucks a ward and isn't going to get killed. I was so worried he was about to step straight up. No, all good, all good. Because LGD, we've been talking about how they very much like to beat you in the laning phase. Nayu has been great on the ganks early on, and to be honest with the Skarner, he can make that work too. They're also going to have to be careful. This is a lot of early posturing out of both of these teams. Not really sure that it's going to turn into anything too much. It'll just be interesting to see if Xiao is going to stick around and steal away the entirety of these bottom lane camps. I like this decision here out of EDG.
What is this? We're not in split 1 anymore. We got a Scion leashing around the jungle? Okay, I guess so. It's gonna create probably a vertical jungle situation.
Yes, exactly.
But now the thing is here, Bloxer, we're still in that mid-season patch. No matter how hard you try, those lane swaps aren't coming back necessarily, so you're gonna potentially have that debuff if ZDC gets too close to the bot lane here. So not really a threat of a dive, I believe. Really just an opportunity to try to take away some camps here for Xiao Hao and set up a vertical side of the map that On and Wink can really play off of. And as I say that, ZDZ taking a bit of a beating here from Xiaoya and YCX. The problem is, though, is that they're not actually getting any of this CS. And now Xiao Hao, who's level 3, already forcing YCX to half HP. They're gonna go for the dive. They say lane swaps be damned. They're going for it anyway. ZDZ just gonna int here for first blood to go over to LGD, but they're gonna be able to trade it right back. A 1-for-1, plus they burn Sasa's teleport as he goes down here. I say that's very worth it for EDG.
Yeah, I think if Sasa is actually able to just stay top lane, hold his nerve, not join this play down in the bottom side, it's absolutely fine. You might even be able to pick yourself up that initial plate. And Xiaoya was going to be dead anyway. Instead, you get that teleport out, you lose out onto a couple of flashes, you lose out onto some people's lives as well. Genuinely crazy, and I really like this out of EDG, because which other lane were you even going to be looking at? Which other lane were you potentially even going to be trying to play around? You very much want to be getting this Lucian Nami ahead. It falling behind would be devastating for your chances of a victory. And so yeah, give yourself that vertical jungling, give yourself that extra priority around the bottom side, and make the lives of this Caitlyn and Karma hell.
And now that Sasa had to already teleport down to the bottom lane, they can't, you know, go back to the even laning phases. They have to now keep Sauce down there and really just take a beating to this Lucian Nami in a 1v2 situation. The Aqua Prison already lands down onto him. He's going to try to fight back a little bit here with the Empowered Flame Spitter, but is taking a lot of damage down here in the 2v1. And so On and Wink are going to be able to get away from this Caitlyn Karma lane, which has so much poke, and now potentially look for another dive here onto Sauce. They're going to try to do some damage here. On almost has enough as Wink takes another tower shot, but now here's Xiaohao once again. This Rumble's not having a good time whatsoever. The Audacious Charge comes through, and EDG go 2 for 1, and Xiaohao will survive.
That's really impressive early game right here from EDG. They know which lane they have to get ahead. The fact that the kills are going down onto Xiaohao, not necessarily ideal, but getting ahead Yo Jinjiao, not the end of the world. This bot lane just going to be looking better and better. And the thing is, right, yeah, you've now managed to pick yourself up a kill onto Xiaoya. But the Caitlyn Karma wants to be pushing in lane, wants to be playing with that range and bullying out this Lucian army. That's why you pick it into the Lucian the second that you see it. Bullying around a Scion? The Scion doesn't care. The Scion literally couldn't care less that you are pushing him about, whereas the Rumble wants an even laning phase, wants to be in a decent spot coming out of the laning phase, because otherwise all of that damage that this champion can lay down just won't be available.
Very, very fun situation here that has been set up in this game. You know, sometimes in Group Nirvana, you know, as our broadcast kind of unfolds, we get these, you know, assignments, and we're like, oh man, we got a Group Nirvana game. But this has been awesome so far. And now Sauce is going to have to try to find some sort of trade, not in that 2v1 situation. He goes for a play onto Angel, forcing him to get a flash out. And now, that with Angel not here, it's a little bit of a win back for LGD, but I think overall EDG very happy with where this game state is. The problem is that ZDZ is not getting a lot of farm, but he's soaking up XP. He's doing all right, and most importantly, Xiaoya and YCX haven't really picked up any plates just yet. We'll see if that ends up becoming a difference here as they finally get a big wave under the tower.
Plate's gonna go over. It's at least something right here, but this game already gone a little bit on its head for LGD. Luckily for them, they are very much going to be focused on playing out these team fights, trying to get those synergies between the Impale, Adanayu, and all of the other ultis available on the map. It's not the end of the world, and they're going to get that first push over towards these Grubs. Honestly, getting Grubs onto a composition that has a Caitlyn always going to be nice too. So it's not the end of the world, right? LGD haven't fallen massively far behind. I think the gold... Wow, just one tap. Okay, never mind. I didn't think the ZDZ was just going to go down there, but, you know, clearly wrong. And this is the thing. Yes, the Scion doesn't really care about being put behind, but you are still putting extra power into a Caitlyn.
Yeah, so now Xiaoya is in a pretty good position, and, you know, ZDZ really hasn't been able to do too much this game, and that's you know, what EDG have opted into wanting to do, but, you know, you feel a little bit bad for the Scion right here. Now, we are getting a bit of a tower race here that EDG should be able to win. Sasa has joined his team around here. Remember, now that we've reached this point in the game, the 7-minute mark, there is no more potential threat of, you know, that lane swap bug from coming through. But now, with Nayo actually joining, this? I think LGD might be able to get this first tower. So. The problem is the wave is about to go down here, but it's not going to matter. So first tower will go over to LGD. They actually win out on things by having more people on that top side of the map.
People, and the Caitlyn already does a little bit of tower damage, despite the fact that it's very early on into the game. And EDG, they initiate this swap, and they've made it work for themselves in that they get a couple of kills right here onto Xiaohao, but they haven't really been able to push that any further forwards. Now you've got these towers down, you can swap your bot lanes back around, hopefully get these bot lanes to maul the next set of towers. I gotta be honest though, I'm kind of preferring this right here for LGD. One of the things that Caitlyn runs into is you really need to get her accelerated into the game for her to really start to be able to dome people, to be able to deal that damage. Feeding her 10 full turret plates, if they're able to play this one out effectively and she can get the top lane and bot lane tower, is a great way to set up a Caitlyn.
Especially when the whole point of that lane swap was to try and make the Caitlyn a little bit weaker down there in the bottom lane, get On and Wink a bit ahead. Fortunately, has not fully worked out for them, as you can see. On actually down a little bit just in terms of gold to Xiaoya, who's able to pick up, you know, obviously that first turret, as well as getting a lot of farm. Just those 2 kills, most importantly. And so for LGD, they feel pretty comfortable about where things are at. Remember, they have that Wombo combo team comp with the Rumble, the Skarner, and the Azir. If you add that high damage Caitlyn that is getting ahead as we speak, that's a pretty good recipe for success for LGD.
Absolutely, especially the Caitlyn alongside the Karma with that extra poke around these objectives, the ability to wall people off with those traps as well. See a little bit of aggression right here onto this blue buff. Now you attempting to steal this one away, but Zhao is here and also very strong at the moment. Doesn't manage to get the smite away though, and that's going to be a pretty big steal here for LGD. They are using their priority that they've got in these lanes incredibly effectively so far. Going to swap people about again. We're going to see the mid laners head down to the bottom side. We've got a minute until the next set of grub spawn, a minute and 30 until the next dragon is up and available. Right now you're indexing very much just into the middle of the map for these bot lanes. It keeps you in a good spot to be able to head for either of these objectives, whichever one you feel is going to be more important. And I gotta be honest, getting all 6 grubs here for LGD would be huge.
And there's a consequence of the map being split towards the top side in favor of LGD if they were able to get 3 of those grubs. And having 6 grubs on a Caitlyn is going to definitely feel good. So I feel like LGD want to maybe focus their attention towards the top side of the map, especially if it means you can get a kill here onto ZDZ. He has to use the Unstoppable Onslaught, but it gets blocked up. They don't even have to use the Impale. They can just pick up the Feats of Warfare and take ZDZ down for the 3rd time. It's a bad time to be the Rumble here in this game.
I mean, really unfortunate for ZDZ. Yes, the Scion won't care eventually, but the current Scion sat on 30 CS at 10 minutes, who at that point had some boots and a ruby crystal. You're incredibly squishy, especially in the face of a Skarner who at that point had the majority of components towards that first item already in the back pocket. And something else that's not ideal, right? You're having to go towards that Spectre's cowl. Hang on.
Taking a lot of damage. Actually, you get the ace in the hole blocked by Wink, and so a little bit of aggressive play here for On and Wink to try to get some mid lane priority. Won't result in too much happening, but now Zhao jumps over the wall into the grub pit. Not going to be able to pick that first one up, so it is at least the advantage going over to LGD. Zhao should at least be able to get 1 to make sure not all 6 grubs go over to LGD, but now full fight could potentially begin. YCX has to flash away here from the Unraveled Earth. Now everybody kind of on the retreat. Zhao still has his smite to potentially take this grub away, and will make it a 2-for-1 on this set of things, but overall LGD controlling that area 4-2.
Yeah, the fact that you managed to get 4 of them really nice in this situation. We said it's great with the Caitlyn, but it's also... Okay, a little bit of aggression potentially. Tidal Wave having to come out of Wink right there to dissuade anymore. Arm taking so much damage. Taking away the 3-4 grubs from a Scion too, who can be so effective in a side lane. Same thing with the Talia. Both of those champions can roam about to these fights so quickly. It means they can sit in the side lane, use grubs. Just well played overall from LGD. Now they're going to turn this one around into a Drake. Nothing that you can do here as EDG to stop this one. So throughout the early game, despite the fact that EDG initiate the shenanigans, it's still going to be LGD coming out on top. Small gold lead and more of the objectives to them.
And you know what, I respect it, right? You're EDG, you know that even if we lose this game, we still have another chance against RNG to try to get ourselves a spot in that top 2, and maybe they think LGD is just this pure unstoppable team. They're 3-0, they have not dropped a series so far in the Nirvana stage, and so why not go for something a little bit more creative that could potentially get your Lucianami further ahead, that could get Zhao in a good position. So I respect what they have been able to do in terms of attempting to go for these plays, but it looks like LGD had the right response for it, and that is a very good sign for a team like this, to even when they're thrown unique situations at them, they're able to adjust, they're able to accommodate, and now they're up about 500 gold, and they have the advantages in the grub department and are even on the dragon. So overall, I'm feeling very good about where this game is at.
Absolutely, and with first item now completed pretty much across the board right here for LGD, they're in a good spot to be able to initiate fights if they want them. Wink gonna get caught here.
He's so far forward here, has to flash away from the Impale of Nayo. So nicely done there by the Skarner, who punishes Wink for trying to clear away some of that vision in the bottom side of river. So another Summoner Spell burn. Not much to fight for over the map just yet for the next couple of minutes, but that cooldown always can be a little bit good for trying to find opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, looks like EDG might have found one here on to Sasa. Already used the equalizer, but it's not going to be enough to try and take down either of Zhao or ZDZ in a 1v2. So the Jin Zhao picks up his 3rd kill of the game, and is clearly the most fed person here on EDG.
Absolutely. It's a very strong look so far for Xiaohao, but the rest of the team kind of falling behind, right? He's up 1,000 gold, everybody else is down by around about 500. It's meaning there's a small gold lead here for LGD. It's been expanding slowly. It's very much going to be here on Xiaohao to be able to pull the rest of his team through. Right now, grabbing a ton of turret plates here in this top lane is going to be effective. They might be able to actually burst this tower fully down. There is a push going on in the bottom lane. There's a small push going on in the mid lane. So it might be traded back right here for LGD, but still, EDG at least showing they're still fighting in this one, finding ways to get involved. And to be honest, having a Fed Xin Zhao not the end of the world, it just worries me in a game where you've got a Lucian army, because this is a bot lane that is designed to win in its lane, get really far ahead during the early 10 minutes of the game, and then just exert your will on the rest of the team.
I'm curious to see what that can potentially look like, especially now that, you know, On and Wink haven't really gotten off to that big lead that they were maybe hoping to, with all the gold going to Xiaohao so far in the early parts of this one. Can they still dominate the mid lane? Can they still control waves with the culling? Against Xiaoya and YCX, only time will tell, obviously, but you know, I like the creativity still from EDG. They're still looking for opportunities to be creative, to try to win in these unorthodox ways, and it's a little bit different than what we've seen in some of our other, you know, Nirvana games. You know, remember the start of the season when we saw LNG against EDG? That was the most boring series of all time. Now EDG's the one being creative here. They're the ones pushing the initiative.
Yeah, unfortunately, every single time that LNG EDG have played, it has turned into an absolute snooze fest. This one, much more exciting. Flash is going to have to come out from YCX. Oh boy. He was so close to getting caught right there, even with the flash, and that would have been one dead Karma. Instead, you're just going to lose out onto that summon spell. Not exactly the worst summon spell to lose right here for LGD. Would have been much worse if Xiaoya had have also had to flash.
We love these proactive plays here for EDG. The problem is, slowly but surely, they're not really turning into kills. You got a summoner spell here, summoner spell there, maybe one kill onto the Rumble here or there too, but the leads haven't really fully been generated just yet. And now LGD stacking 5 members here in the mid lane to try to burst some damage onto this tier 1 tower. Already the culling has been used from On. And everybody on LGD is still full HP. The redemption from YCX doing a ton to keep everyone nice and healthy and can make sure they can go for another play on this mid lane right before the Dragon spawns in 45.
Dragon in 45, we've got the Herald spawning right now as well, so lots of objectives to go fight for. Isn't it ideal to have lost out onto the culling? At least you do get that redemption out, but like you said, everybody right here from LGG, nice and healthy. Push does get dominated here by EDG. They are now going to get the fast track up into the river towards this Rift Herald. 20 seconds now until the Drake is going to be spawning, and with all 5 members of EDG sat here in this topside river, I'd be very surprised if LGD decide to push their way into this one. Instead, it makes a lot more sense for them to be able to re-establish mid lane control and then move down towards the bottom lane.
They take On down pretty low. Equalizer on top.
Wow.
So much long-range damage on Lucian, who again does not have that ultimate. Only has the flash available. Here comes the Tidal Wave and the Weaver's Wall. And EDG going for the full engage. Decimating Smash lands onto 2. Sauce at full HP. Xiaoya relatively low, but he's far enough away from the rest of the team to make sure that there's no additional follow-up damage that can come through from EDG. So no blood is shed, but the tower in the mid lane does not fall for LGD. And now the Rift Herald is spawned in the mid lane. Now going into that bot lane tower. Not going to be enough to take it fully down just yet. And will LGD want to go back for another play? Looks like they will. Nio dashing in, forcing the flash away from ZDZ. And it just will be the tower going down in the mid lane for Edward Gaming.
Oh, really unfortunate that LGD's tower just about falls for them. They're desperately trying to defend it right there. Nio, though, just stepping up, forces the flashes away. The Impale right there would have been massive. This is the thing, right? LGD's composition, it's got a really nice blend of non-committal damage and hard engage that they can go and play around. It's forcing EDG to be very respectful, step quite far back, but then again, the full engage out of EDG's composition works very well too. The Weaver's Wall alongside that Unstoppable Onslaught is always going to be a terrifying combo. Right now, LGD, they've got themselves that priority around the river, the Mountain Drake very much within their sights, but EDG keep forcing through the mid lane, and it's keeping LGD honest.
A lot of little cheeky dash forward. He's playing a little bit on the margins here for EDG, as LGD know that they can't really control mid right now. They don't have a lot of those ultimates available. The Equalizer soon to come off of cooldown, but not there just yet. Still no kills in this extended exchange in the mid lane. And by the way, the Dragon also still available. Will be the second for either team, as it is a Mountain Soul across the Rift. EDG now in the pit first. Culling comes out immediately onto YCX. Not going to do a ton of damage to put anybody at any lethal threat. The battle lines have been drawn here around the Mountain Drake. Xiaohao in the area to start things off. He has the first priority around the pit. Nayo already using the X-Styles impact. Not able to get into the pit just yet. Now he starts to approach. Weaver's wall comes out. It's going to separate the bot lane from the rest of the team. And Io immediately goes down, but Sasa in the back line will take down On. Shut the Lucian down. He will go down in a trade, and it's a 4v3 across the map. Xiao has the smite advantage. Will be able to take away this dragon, and that will be secured here by EDG. But already ZDZ has fallen down, and Xiao still at full HP. Using the 90 caliber net to try to escape. The Whippy comes lightning comes through from Xiao. They're going to finally try to take the Caitlyn down. 3 talent strike. Plus another W is there, but Angel starts to come online. But Angel, with a huge seismic shove, gets himself a double kill and wins the fight for Edward Gaming.
Angel and Xiaohao right there were playing out of their dang minds. The Weaver's Wall to kick things off completely splits the fight and leaves Nio dead right at the very beginning. The second that Nio goes in, you can see just on the top of your screen, Angel has walked up to just throw this Weaver's Wall straight through the middle, and it completely catches the Skarner out. The second that he's dead, this fight is already on the downhill, and it's only through Xiaoya playing as well as he possibly could here on the Caitlyn that things are even slightly playable. Still, you lose the dragon, and it's going to be an ace right here for EDG. This is what we were talking about, right? Yeah, their laning phase hasn't exactly been the most impressive, but by God, can this team play a fight.
And that's the team fighting that we know EDG can really execute well, as just a amazing fight from Angel on this Taliyah. This is one of his most played, most popular, most successful champions of this player's career. Again, this is a guy that, even though he's on a team right now that is in the group Nirvana, Angel has been to the World's Finals at some point as well back in the day. So definitely a successful player on some of these team fighting mages. And on this Taliyah pick, he knows exactly what he's doing and sets EDG up perfectly for that 5-man ace and the second dragon of the game.
This is the problem, right, for LGD. If you don't get your combos off, if you don't manage to get that Impale into Equalizer combo, if you don't get that Shuffle into Impale into Equalizer combo, any of those working out for you, then that's so much of your overall team damage just gone. That was a good Equalizer from Sasa during the middle of that team fight. Went across multiple members, but at the exact same moment, Dio is getting eliminated. Great seismic shove that just pulls him into the team, gets one tapped, and from that moment on, the team fight is as good as one. 5-0-3 right now for Xiaohao, 2-0-3 for Angel. Already got that Seraphs completed, so also got some extra survivability, some good damage as well. Overall, just going to be hitting like a truck at this point. Very rare to have a composition that includes a Lucian army where they're not the stars of the show, but so far it's very much just been Wink with these ultis, the main contributing factor for the success of EDG.
Well, now that On was able to get a couple of kills, or at least, you know, pick up some assists in this game. This is where EDG's composition truly shines at this point. Rapid fire cannon picked up for On. Working towards that next third crit item. That'll be another big spike for him. But even right now, controlling that mid lane is going to be very easy for EDG. When you play with this Lucian Nami, that's exactly the name of the game. When you have Angel on the side lane with a semi-global ultimate on the Taliyah, becomes even easier to try and accomplish this here. So LGD, at this point, need to kind of stack up as 5 and try to force down one side of the map if they want to try to have something happen and go in their way. The Otacon might be the focus. A bit of a death rush, though, here.
Death rush? Oh, Link just used the bubble.
He's on the face check. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? Looks like he will get taken down very easily by XQW. So, well executed play by LGD. They know that they cannot fight right now in a full 5v5, so they find a pick, and now we'll go over to the Otacon.
This is the other thing you can do with this composition. Picks are going to be relatively easy. Didn't even really need to use any of the big ultis in that one. More than enough to just have your Scion walk straight into the brush. It obviously would have been worse right here for EDG if any of their main carries had have stepped up, but still, losing out the Atachan right here, all of those petals going over. The trade is going to be a mid lane tier 2 tower. That's something back for them. It means that the gold right now is still going to be a 3k advantage for EDG, but LGD, they're very much not rolling over and letting this game happen to them. They're still making proactive plays, and actually we've spent so long looking around this fight after the first Drake goes down to the next one spawning here in just 30 seconds time.
Yeah, it's been a very busy game. Even though blocks of the kills don't really look very, you know, explosive or anything, it's been a very back and forth, each team kind of playing this chessboard across the map. One team makes a play here in the bot lane, then EDG respond in the mid lane, and you know, we keep going back and forth with these moves. All of a sudden, another major objective back on the map, as you say. And we'll see what both of these teams want to do here in this situation. Again, for LGD, they're still down a little bit in gold, but they have now started to get a couple of these big major items. All of the top side at 2 full items or more. And Xiaoya working towards that third as well. The Infinity Edge not there just yet, but it will still be very powerful as this dragon gets started up.
Yeah, On does have those 3 items completed, so is going to be hitting so hard. But once again, where is the Weaver's Wall going to be? Can you split the team fight up? So far, Angel, he's looking for it, you can see, but he's taking quite a lot of damage for his positioning.
They're still looking potentially to just try to finish off the dragon. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Nio tries to push Xiaoho away, using the impale to try to get the Xin Zhao out of the fight.
Oh, again!
But Nio taking too much damage,
Wait.
and Xiaoho's in!
Oh!
But the smite is secured by LGD. They pick up their second dragon of the game, and now EDG are on the run. Everybody at half HP or lower. And XQW try to chase them down with the Sand Soldiers, but will not find a single kill. So LGD able to get the second Drake, but not any kills in response.
This is fine though. They're going to be able to extend this game for at least another 5 minutes now. 2 dragons apiece for these teams. Exactly what LGD want to do. They want to get themselves into the later stages of this game. Once this Caitlyn can be one-shotting people. Once XQW can be just annihilating people with this Azir. I really thought that we were going to see the exact same thing. Once again, Nio had gone in too far, was just going to get killed, but a clutch redemption and shields coming through from YCX keeps his team in it, makes sure that the jungler is able to be alive, get that smite away, and they're going to live to fight another day because the Baron is now up and available.
It's still very close. Even though that dragon was picked up here by LGD, even though they're still down about 3,000 gold, you can see this team fight just itching to try and really break out. If anybody, you know, wins that big 5v5, has really been broken open. Even that ace that EDG got was a 5v3. That can really be the difference maker here. As Sasa once again getting caught out potentially. Xiao Hao landing that 3-talent strike. And so that is going to be a pick here for EDG on the bottom side of the map. 4v5 across the map. Not going to be able to get anything in response to it. The Baron is just too far away.
Yeah, the fact that you see your opponent's jungler down on the bottom side, but aren't able to turn it into a tower, into a Baron, into a push in the top lane or anything. It's pretty much a free pick right there for EDG. And this could well be a turn towards the Baron for EDG. If they want to threaten onto this one, 20 seconds until Sasa's going to be back available. He does have the TP, and things are just going to calm down. Just going to be a pick, nothing too much more coming through onto that one. Not exactly the ideal. I think part of the issue that EDG currently are running into is that they've got 4 very strong members, but their tanky frontline Scion really isn't actually that strong. You can see the Unending, the Hollow, very strong if you're specifically worried about Sassy and XQW, but Shio can just sort of one-tap him at the moment, can get through the health bar of the Scion incredibly quickly, and that's meaning the ZDZ isn't able to play like Scions often do, where they can just step up, not worry about the damage being put down, and play very aggressively, buy a lot of space for everyone else.
Yeah, we saw that even around, you know, around that bottom side when ZDZ got picked off, and now a lot of long-range poke comes down, and oh, no. We got a pause, ladies and gentlemen. Right as the equalizer comes down, right as XQW dashes in.
That's the.
I don't know. I don't know what's about to happen here. We're gonna have some explaining to be done by our staff as we.
Somebody just pressed an ability and it did not happen. Surely, right? You go impale and it didn't happen, and you're like, hey, bug, right? Surely. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, it's just a little bit of player error, and this is going to be very quick. Or somebody's headset has disconnected. Keyboard has decided to stop working. You can see a couple of the refs currently crowding around the EDG side of things. Obviously, we don't know what has happened here.
Bloxer, I was so excited to get to start to call another team fight. LGD looked like that was really going to be their opportunity.
A great fight for them. It's the sort of situation right there where you have to body block for your Lucian. You cannot afford to allow your Lucian to get hit by that damage. But at the same time, you've very much, in this situation, just left Wink out to dry, right? He's about to take that Caitlyn ulti to the dome. He is currently being chased by Nio on this Skarner, very close to being killed, and pause. Now we don't know what happens.
I always love the pauses like right before a team fight unfolds. Well, I don't love it, but I think it's very funny when it happens, and we just saw it happen right here. EDG in a little bit of trouble, I'm not gonna lie, and I think a lot of it comes down to On maybe being a little bit too aggressive with where he wants to place some of these cullings. And now it results in taking a bunch of poke, and that's the strength of this LGD team composition here, Blocks. We didn't talk about it a ton in the draft, but finishing their composition off with this Caitlyn Karma lane, it added this level of poke, and it could be built upon a little bit by both the Azir for XQW, as well as that Rumble Equalizer, which we saw used to tremendous effect right there. And now it's a situation where we're in this pause, where EDG are all like half HP running away, everybody in LGD is chasing them in, and it just is that, it's that meme where it's the to be continued, because that's what we're waiting on right now. To see what happens, to see the grand conclusion.
This is a going to an advert break, right as the big ultimate's about to come down, right as that big fight is about to start. Or, you know, massive cliffhanger. See you next season. Next season's in 3 years' time. Hopefully it's not going to be a 3-year pause right here, but all of that hype does get cut right off. Hopefully we are just going to be able to jump back into this one relatively soon. We're not going to have to pause for too long. Still, it's a very interesting point in the game to pause. The big fight about to happen notwithstanding, the fact that you've got 2-2 on the Drakes, the fact that there's a Baron up and available to be played around, the fact that in the early game EDG look good, then mid game LGD come back, EDG, they know how to team fight, but their composition not particularly easy to execute, and we're seeing it here. It's very reliant on those big Weaver's Walls coming through from Angel. He finds a great one in the first team fight, doesn't find a great one in the second team fight, and it is tricky on the Taliyah, right? Because you want to be around at the beginning of these fights to lay down all of the poke that Taliyah has available to you, but if you're right there in the team fight, your Weaver's Wall isn't going to be anywhere near as effective.
Man, it is such a awkward situation to be in right now for both of these teams. I'm sure they're all really tensed up. Again, we still don't really fully know what the pause is. I've been trying to look at all the player cams to see if anyone's talking with the referee. I don't think I noticed one quite yet, although we were having our conversation about the game as well. Looks like LGD seems pretty locked in, so I wonder if this is something on EDG's side that they are trying to fix up and work through.
We can work it out by who they don't show. They usually don't show the player who's got the ref stood around them. Yeah, so it's process of elimination that we're going to have to play right here. And just looking in the side of the cams they do show who's got quite a lot of refs currently crowded around them. And these pauses always kind of suck, right? Because I'm not sure right here for the LPL what the ruling is, but I know at least on the LEC a few years ago, you're not allowed to talk during pauses, so you're just sat there. A team fight's just about to happen, and you're not allowed to talk to your teammates, you're just sat there with your thoughts. Really tough on the mental.
Very, very stressful situation, especially at a breaking point in this game. And also, again, in Group Nirvana, where the stakes are just a little bit higher. Unlike Group Ascend, which we'll be getting to on our next series, BLG versus Waybo, you want to make sure you stick around for that one after this one. But those guys get 18 best of 3s in the regular season of this split.
Yeah.
These guys get 5. It's a very different amount of games, and so the fact that this is one of the few stage games that they have left before their potential fate has been decided, whether their split just ends, do they go into the play-in stage, does their entire year end if you're EDG and you don't close things out the right way here in this group stage, a lot of things could potentially still go wrong for some of these squads. Even LGD, their spot up in that top 2 of Nirvana, not fully clinched out yet, and so the high stakes levels of the situation combined with the fact that this game is very close and game number 1, obviously a very important part of this series.
I mean, the schedule. Whoever came up with the schedule for the LPL, genuinely nuts, because you can look at different teams and try to think about how they have played out their entire year, right? You could look at a team here like an EDG, or even, I think, more emblematic, an OMG, who during Split 1, they play 3 best of 5s, win one of them versus Ultra Prime, lose the other two. Then their first split is over. They go sit for a month or so. Then they come back in, they play 6 best of 1s, lose all of them, play 5 best of 3s, potentially lose all of them, and then you are literally done for the entire rest of the year until end of January, start of February. That is insane. That is a truly insane way to play. Or you can look at somebody else, like a Top Esports, who plays 5 best of 3s during the regular split, then plays 3 best of 5s during the regular split, another 5 best of 5s during the playoffs, goes to an international tournament, comes back 10 minutes later, plays 6 best of 1s, then plays 18 best of 3s, then gets a short break, hopefully, where they don't have to play in the play-ins and can just go straight to the playoffs, then plays as many best of 5s as they're able to do, and if you're Top Esports, you're hoping you then go straight to MSI, straight back to the next group, Nirvana. The amount of games you can play is so wildly variant, and the amount of different styles and formats you're playing, best of 5s, best of 1s, best of 3s, it's all over the shop for these teams.
And it's great for the fans, right? You get to see so many games of your favorite teams because, you know, the most popular teams normally the ones that do a little bit better. But again, when you look at the other side of the coin, is these teams down here in Group Nirvana, they were not successful in the placement stages of split number 2. I think both of these teams ended up in, you know, situations where they were towards the bottom of their groups. Obviously, lost out on some pretty bad best of 3s if you're LGD, to now be in a situation where you get a lot less playing time and a lot less stage time, and now have your season potentially at risk at any moment's notice. And so that is obviously going to be a little bit of a higher stress situation. Now that you do get that opportunity on the stage. Now we have received word, as you can see on the bottom of your screen on the Huya feed. I think the issue is something with Wink's champion that they are currently investigating to see if any possible Chronobreak or anything has to be put into place. As soon as we find out more information, we obviously will let you know.
Not ideal. We were very much hoping that it was a keyboard go bork. That would have been a nice, easy fix. Unfortunately, it's going to be a champion issue, so hopefully we'll be able to get that one resolved as quickly as possible. Still, though, you know, it could be worse. It could be a massive team fight where a complete bug happens and then they're investigating whether or not the bug went down for the next 20 minutes. I feel like this one, champion, was a little bit weird. I'm not surprised that Wink paused in that situation because it did look a little bit odd when he was running away and kind of just got immediately left behind, didn't pop an ulti, didn't really use a bubble or anything. I'm not sure what the problem was, of course, but he was very much in danger, right? If they unpause and don't change anything, if we don't get a chrono break, Wink is pretty much dead right as a Baron is up and available.
And right when those dragons are... The dragon on the bottom side is about to spawn as well. There'll be soul point for whoever can pick that one up. A lot of things that can go right for whoever has the advantage over the map. And right now it looks like it's LGD in that situation. Again, just to refresh you guys if you have stepped away for a little bit, what ended up happening was that EDG were pushing very far forward down the mid lane. And then the counter punch started to happen for LGD. They got a really nice equalizer out up on the top side from Sasa on the Rumble. And then all of a sudden, things paused, and it looks like Wink is the reason why. So we're still waiting to see why exactly that has become the issue. We're still potentially waiting if a chrono break is going to come through or not. We don't know. We are simply speculating as we only have the Huya feed at our disposal. Again, a community broadcast here on LPL English, and so we kind of know just as much as you guys at this point.
Yeah. Anybody better at more languages than we are has slightly more information, as we unfortunately cannot read that text down at the bottom of the screen. It's such an interesting time to pause. Obviously, it always happens. A pause happens midway through a team fight or just after them, because that's when things are going to go wrong that people will notice. But it's always funny, right? Just as the build-up starts, you are just getting ready to ramp up to start talking about this team fight, and immediately gets cut off. Nope, not allowed to.
It was about to really break open potentially. If EDG were able to escape from that initial play, that's a lot of cooldowns that were used by LGD. It probably means at least they get a dragon, but probably not much more after that. All we can say, though, is that even though EDG had themselves a pretty big gold lead after winning that initial fight around the second dragon, all of a sudden LGD look better and better over these last couple of engages, and maybe that scaling is starting to come into play a little bit here. Remember, we talked about the Azir, the Skarner, the Rumble being this big wombo combo competition. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, and again, we're still waiting to see what exactly is going to happen, but we'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually, right, Bloxer? So, yeah, time will tell.
So how was your week?
It was all right. Well, the week just started, so we're chilling.
True. Hasn't gone wrong already. That's good.
The fact that we're here on LPL English, obviously I'm on the East Coast of North America, whereas you are like able to wake up in the morning, have yourself a little breakfast, get ready. I've been up since like noon the previous day, so
ouch.
We're gonna close 24 hours, I think, by the time we wrap up this show. But we do it for the love of the game.
Especially with the tech pause.
Yeah, the tech pause isn't helping. Hey, Mazel and Cubby, they've been getting a lot of these pauses together.
Yes.
So I'm glad to know that it's not just them that are in this current situation, right? So now that we are suffering, we're suffering from the pause as well. Which I'm sure Cubby, actually, Cubby was supposed to be on the show.
Cubby was
going in.
That was what I was just about to say. This is supposed to be Cubby. I was accidentally awake too late last night to see the message from Cubby that said, anybody about? I am indeed about, here I am, but clearly this is a Cubby curse, right? It's not myself, it's not his fault. This is what happens to Cubby. He gets given group Nirvana games that have tech pauses midway through. Free Cubby.
Yeah, Cubby's here in spirit. His spirit is watching down on us, like issuing a pause in a group Nirvana game to make sure his presence is still known here today. As
it has been genuine joy of mine watching the group Nirvana games that Cubby covers and watching him slowly lose his mind as worse and worse League of Legends happens on his screen.
Yeah, the best one was the LNG EDG game.
Yeah, LNG
at the start
EDG.
of the year. That was our first Nirvana game of the entire season, and we were like, still kind of not really sure what the format was going to look like, and then we saw that game, and I remember we were watching this one together, Bloxer, as we were waiting for our shift, and we were like, oh lord.
Oh boy.
Like, oh man. Hey, to be fair, these teams I feel like have started to look a little bit better.
Yes.
Obviously, LGD has looked good, EDG continuing to step up, and then obviously LNG, like with Xiaofeng coming in, like
that was
even
the
though
previous
it's less
look
best
of
of threes,
LNG.
less stage experience, like these guys are getting a little bit better throughout the split.
It's genuinely going to be very interesting once we watch these teams go meet up. I'm slightly sad that the format is so quick in these play-ins. I think it would have been very interesting to have seen a bracket with double elim or just a bracket where you get fed into the tournament at different points, because I would have loved to have seen an LGD up against a Thunder Talk, up against a Ninjas in Pajamas right here to see if the bottom end of Group Ascend and top end of Group Nirvana really are as close as you would otherwise think. The fact that you then come out of this Group Nirvana and immediately get fed into the potential BLG or Waybo machine, I don't know that feels particularly fair. I get why they're doing it, right? They want to get through these play-ins as quickly as possible, get to the playoffs. MSI is rapidly approaching for us as well once we get to the end of the split. It makes sense. But still, it would have been really fun to have seen one of those brackets where we get to see the bottom teams play up against each other and, the BLG sat waiting for you at the end of the play-ins bracket.
Yeah, it's such a brutal format too,
So brutal.
you play this entire super long regular season, especially if you're in Group Ascend. And if you don't finish in the top 4, one singular best of 5 can just end your whole split.
Yeah.
Like, immediately. There's no double elim. It's completely single elimination. One single play in best of 5 for you guys down there. So it's brutal. What really can unfold. The LPL split overall, I think we can, in one word, kind of say brutal. Because
yes. It's brutal for everyone as well. There's no good end of the bargain here. Playing 18 best of 3s is amazing for viewership. I love the fact that we've got this group Nirvana where it feels like there's constantly a hype matchup. Every single day there's a really important one versus some of the top teams. We're not seeing a lot of just complete smackdowns between top and bottom teams. There's a bit of stratification happening. NIP, Thunder Talk, they haven't been looking so hot, and the NIP have been on quite a slide. But it's been really interesting, right? With the FPX and Waybo, they've been on the rise. Seeing BLG looking a little bit worse, beginning to drop down. That's genuinely been very interesting. But even then, you're still playing 18 best of 3s, brutal for the players, or you're playing 5 best of 3s, which just kind of sucks in that there's really not a lot of games for you to improve, for you to be able to get things together. If you're down in Group Nirvana, you obviously had team play issues, and not getting to play as many games up against other opponents really, really sucks for your just overall development as a squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. Is you either get like too many best of 5 or 10 best of 3s, or maybe not enough. There's
quite
not really a
enough.
middle ground there. But
After you've just played 3 best of 5s for your previous split, which was also brutal, but in a completely opposite kind of way. Genuinely, the LPL formats are whack. I have absolutely no clue who decided it. I'm enjoying it immensely. I think it's a very interesting way to look at it as a viewer, but as a player, I do not know how much I would be enjoying it.
yeah, we did see the lower third disappear. And so part of me is maybe thinking that that's a good sign or a really bad sign that we're like going to the break. I'm not entirely sure just yet. We gotta like stay on our toes a little bit because, of course, still waiting for the pause. But eventually, as soon as we get back in the game, it's gonna get chaotic. So like, we just
the
gotta,
minute they chuck us back into it, and you're mid-sentence about how your weekend was, and now you're casting the team fight.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a little worried about that. Weekend was good though. Got to do some more esports work over North American Collegiate League, which actually has a lot of similarities to the LPL in that teams are beating teams that they probably shouldn't, and there's just like a lot of chaos and a lot of unorthodox gameplay that's going on. Very similar to this series, so
that does not surprise me. The UKL is very similar for nations at the moment. We've got no undefeated teams, which is so good. In our previous split, we had one team win literally every single game. They didn't drop a single game, not in the groups, not in the best of series, and then won the whole tournament. Awesome for them. Not awesome for the overall team play of the league, so it's much more interesting this split with just, it seems like anybody can beat anybody.
Just like here in Group Ascend. Hey, what a beautiful transition that we just came up with there, right? You know, only top esports are kind of alone at the top, but even they have dropped a series to JDG earlier on in the year, so everybody kind of does seem beatable in their own way, and specifically for teams like FPX, who didn't really have too many expectations for them going into Group Ascend, now winning 3-4 series in this first round robin. It's going to get really wild, and part of me is like happy about that because it means there's a lot of competition, but also part of me is like, does that mean that just everybody in the LPL is kind of bad? Is First Stand just kind of a bit of a prequel of what's to come internationally? I don't know. I don't know yet. So
it's always the issue for these leagues, right? Where obviously what they would love is to have 10 teams who are all the best in the entire world and completely beating people. That's obviously never going to be the case. And so maybe it's better for your region internationally if you've got, I don't know, like in the LEC, a G2 who just wins everything, is easily the best team, nobody's competing with them domestically, but once they get to the international, you know, there's a chance they're going to make it to a quarterfinals, maybe if they really push it, a semi-finals or something. Or is it better to just, within your domestic region, have all of your teams be competing up against each other really well? Seems like there's a lot of movement, but at the same time, it's because everybody's kind of on par and that par's not great. You go to internationals and kind of get smacked around. The fact that we had top esports win last split, go to international, get smacked around, come back, and are continuing to kind of dominate here in the LPL, it doesn't fill me with the most confidence going forward.
That's the thing. You know, in the LTA, we had Team Liquid win the split, then look pretty bad at First Stand, I will say. Like, I'm an NA homer all the way, but they didn't look great in the best of 3 series that they did play. And now they've come back and actually have struggled a little bit as well. So that's kind of a sign that maybe some of that is carrying over, and maybe some other teams have been able to kind of step into their shoes a little bit more. But here in the LPL, that's not the case. Top Esports had themselves, I would say, a disappointment in terms of how their run in First Stand went, but then immediately have come back and still look like one of the better teams here in the league. Is that a good thing that they bounced back really quickly, or is that just a sign that maybe the rest of the league hasn't been able to keep up? You know, only time will tell as we get towards our next international. Obviously going to be good that we have 2 teams representing the LPL this time, I believe.
Second
and also
hope.
for me, I won't have to wake up at 3 a.m. to watch all the First Stand games. I could actually, it's in our time zone. It's in our region.
It's about as bad as possible for people in Europe a lot of the time, these NA tournaments. Do I want to wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning to watch League of Legends? I mean, to be fair, I've been waking up at 1 o'clock in the morning to watch lots of North American sports recently, so it's not the end of the world to watch some extra league, and I'm very excited for MSI. I really like the change that MSI had, moving towards having multiple teams from all of the regions, having just the top team from every region during MSI, and now during First Stand. It's fun, you know, it's an interesting way of running the tournament, but it doesn't feel like you get any of these crazy upsets. There's a lot less storylines you can really run. You can't have those within region matchups, which I know a lot of people dislike, but I find quite interesting because the teams that make it to Worlds, to these MSIs, usually within their regions had a lot of series against each other, have a lot of history. It's the sort of matchup you've seen before, and getting to see that on the international stage, bring those top tier matchups from your own region to the international viewership, I find very interesting.
And maybe if one of your teams doesn't have it, the other team will, right? And so that's like the other part of it too. If one team's struggling, it's not your whole region being doomed. You got another representative to maybe come to bat for you. Again, we're still waiting for what this pause is going to entail. Now, obviously, the path for either of these teams to an international this season, not super likely.
Possible.
Is possible. It would involve them beating probably the 5th place team in the LPL, and then, of course, you know, finishing top 2 at the playoffs. So they'd have to go on a crazy run, but...
Yes, it would be the situation where you win your matchup today, if you're EDG, win your matchup the next week as well. So win a couple more matchups here in Group Nirvana, win a best of 5 versus the 5th or 6th best team out of Group Ascend, which right now would be Waybo Gaming or BLG. Then you make it into the playoffs and win 5 best of series, best of 5s, and then maybe you make it to MSI. It's a genuinely crazy road. If one of these teams were to do it, it would have been one of the best storylines, I think, possibly ever. And it means that the team would be incredibly battle-tested if they were to make it. So, you know, it would be interesting. Do I think it's likely? No. Do I think it's even technically possible? Not sure. But it would be cool.
Yeah, it's technically possible, you know, to answer that part of your question.
Yeah,
but
statistically...
Are we believing it? I don't know just yet. I like what LGD kind of have put together.
Yeah.
I like the fact that they're like basically a full rookie roster coming into things, but maybe a little bit more time, a little bit more development. Will it come in this game? Will it come in this series? We'll potentially see. I'm bracing myself a little bit, Blockster. I see XQW has gone back to the mouse and keyboard position. He's looking a little locked in.
Sitting down is good. I like the view of him sat at his computer. It's never a good sign for League of Legends resuming when one of your players isn't sat at the desk. Be a bit mean to him to really immediately throw it back in. He's just not there.
That is true. Yeah, that would not be a good position here. It looks like we're getting some stuff down here. I see
the word bug. I can read bug and LPL.
I also see the word rules set, or sorry, a set of numbers here, which looks like a rule set kind of change here. We have our producer Kai. He's on it. I think he speaks a little bit of Chinese, so he'll try to figure out what exactly this says. We see the word bug, obviously. We might be getting a Chronobreak is what I'm kind of assuming at this point, which would be crazy at this point of a chaotic game.
Yeah.
I don't know what exactly that will entail, but again, we will continue to update you as we continue to get more information.
Yeah, I mean, the point at which you pull up a rule set usually is where you're saying, hey, something went wrong with a piece of equipment before the team fight happened. Now we're going to have to pull back. It would be fun to see Chronobreak. I actually don't remember the last time that I've seen a Chronobreak in a series I've particularly been watching. Don't know if you've seen one recently either, too.
No, I don't think so. Okay. Well, it looks like maybe that is what happened here. I don't know if the stream could hear what Kai was saying to us, but basically... Okay, we were receiving word from production. If you just were wondering why we just decided to sit still there for a second. Basically, Chronobreak has happened here. And we're back onto the Rift here for this game. Blockster, we finally made it.
There it
Basically what happened is there was some sort of bug that Wink decided... and EDG decided that they wanted to try and Chronobreak from, and so, as you see here, no equalizer utilized, no potential bad situation here for EDG, as they're feeling very good about where things are currently at.
significant tech issue. EDG were given the option of a Chronobreak, have taken the Chronobreak, and now we move on from a couple of seconds prior. Like you said, all of that initial explosive play that could potentially have happened does not. As you saw, there was nobody talking during that tech pause, so it is clearly still enforced that you're not allowed to talk during that tech pause. That's 20 minutes where you've just been sat there with your own thoughts, being able to think about what your next set of moves are. At the point at which you've been sat there for 15 minutes, you're definitely thinking a Chronobreak is going to be coming on. So these teams are going to be considering what the next set of moves are, and we'll see what the outcome of that is going to be.
And now these guys, they got to lock back in. So do we, Blockster. We were talking about all these different stuff, and now we got a team fight all of a sudden. ZDZ coming forward, going to be immediately matched by a 3-man impale from Nio, but he's taking a whole lot of damage, and he'll get taken down by Xiaohao. So it's EDG forcing the initiatives, is EDG going in with the unstoppable onslaught, and now a numbers advantage, most notably the jungler for LGD out of the fight for the next 35 seconds.
Can you now turn that into getting this Baron? Wow, that's a lot of damage. On just gets nearly one-tapped right there. Redemption is going to come through. Plenty of healing available through Wink, but that is going to put a little bit of a dent in the plans towards the Baron. Mid lane was not fully secured, so this is going to be a possible LGD walk-in. They have to get through ZDZ to get there, and with no jungler, do you even want to take this fight?
Ooh, on taking a lot of damage. He might quickly run into XQW, and Sasa still alive. Pops the culling. Now XQW's in a lot of trouble. And On will take him down. Knockup lands onto Xiaoya. A 5v3 across the map, but the health bar still on LGD's side. Just a little bit, and Nio has respawned. So no Baron for the taking for EDG, and they will back away with just picking up 2 members.
And that's not the end of the world right there for LGD. The fact that you're able to stop that Baron from going down, yes, a couple of kills do end up happening, and you lose the flash out of XQW, that could be impactful. Still, people are going to be back up and available, at least your jungler back up and available, as this next Drake is going to spawn. Mountain Drake is now on the map. We've got 18 seconds until we're going to be seeing the mid lane available for EDG. Giving over this Drake, not the end of the world though. Yeah, it gives your opponent soul point, but I think you're going to be happy with that as LGD. Not losing the Baron is the critical part here.
Most definitely, and that could have got a lot worse for LGD. Man, that must be so demoralizing. You were in such a good position around that play, then you got Chronobreaked on, you lost your jungler, lost your mid laner, and now you give up Mountain Soul points with Angel potentially looking for a play onto Nio, but now he's getting caught out just a little bit. Another silently comes through, but Xiaoya will immediately flash away from it. The target though is XQW, and now Xiaohao will try to finish him off. On picks the kill on the YCX. And it's a numbers advantage once again here for EDG. They find yet another pick off of just ZDZ pressing the go button, ulting down mid.
And now you've got this mid lane priority right here for EDG. They're going to be able to melt through this tower if they can actually get on top of it. Recall's having to come back through out of the LGD members to pull them back. So they are going to lose this inhibitor tower. The inhibitor may well also follow. That's going to be a massive pressure point right here for EDG. This is 2 fights in a row where, like you said, just have to press the engage out of ZDZ. Angel could come flying in as well with the Weaver's Wall, just getting caught out. It was only the support on that second fight that ends up falling. The LGD still cannot make these fights work without all of their members up and available.
They haven't had that for very often here. Ever since that pause ended up coming through Blockster, it continued to be 1 player picked off here, 1 player picked off there for LGD. And now EDG have themselves a 5,000 gold lead once again. A lot of it towards both the bottom side here of the map for On, and then in the jungle for Xiaohao, who's having himself a very good game on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, Xiaohao's had genuinely an incredibly impressive performance right here on the Xin. Is just constantly jumping onto either Xiaoya or XQW, making it incredibly uncomfortable for them to just be able to use the range advantage that you really want to be exploiting as a Caitlyn or an Azir. It's getting pushed around so much. So here for LGD, they're going to have to find themselves that big wombo engage. The combo very, very important between Nio and Sasa. So far, we haven't actually got to see it fully come out. We've also not been able to see a big Shurima shuffle out of XQW. Without these key teamfight ultis landing, these fights are going to be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for LGD to be able to win.
And even though the Caitlyn's supposed to have gotten a little bit ahead in the early game for Xiaoya and YCX, On and Wink really have come to play in that mid game. And now look at On's items, 4.5 in his inventory. Even though the Lucian is a little bit know, more vulnerable at this stage in the game. As we start to get later on, he can still pack a punch, especially against some of these squishy targets. So LG have to be very careful walking into this river right now. Doing a good job face checking just the slightest bit to force EDG back towards that mid lane. And we again await a big play around a neutral objective or not. Now we've seen On dash forward very aggressively with these relentless pursuits, and sometimes that's come back to bite them a little bit. I think EDG has to be a little bit careful to make sure that doesn't happen. As I say that, Angel just weavers walls right in the middle of everybody, but it splits up Nio at the perfect opportunity. Gets knocked up by 2 spells at the same time. The tidal wave, the last one there. And On picks up the kill on Nio again. The EDG jungler is able to find the LGD counterpart.
The fact that you just get one tapped through right there once again as the jungler. This is an untenable position right here as LGD. They're going to have to put on another Baron defense. And ZDZ currently in the mid lane, stopping any potential trade play where you push through the mid. It's going to make things that much harder to try play out. You do get to get a little bit close right here. Still got yourself a couple of key ultis available. This is tough though.
ZDC's teleporting in because he was getting cut off by the rest of LGD. It's still a 5v4 across the map. Nio respawning in 5 seconds, so no chance of a steal unless some miracle happens for LGD. The smite is secured by Xiaohao. 2 flashes are utilized, and EDG gonna get out scot-free with a 6,000 gold lead and the Baron buff in their hands.
So rough right here for LGD. Everything that was going right for them, all of a sudden going wrong after this tech pause. And now with the Baron buff up and available, this composition is going to be able to maul through these towers. We'll see what the setup is going to be, or if you feel like you now need to go and fight around this Drake. Mountain Drake would help so much. It would stop a lot of what we just saw right here. Xiaoya just picking out On, using the ulti, taking a chunk of health out of him. Well, if you're basically just having to get through a 3 Mountain Dragon Mountain Soul, that's way less effective. Nio.
On
oh, he
going
misses!
A little bit far forward. He does not find the Impale, though, and he's completely singled out. However, Xiaohao also was trying to fight a 1v4, but On's able to pick up the kill on the jungler first. EDG dashing forward. XQW forced to flash away. EDG trying to chase down the remainder of LGD, but it's Nio dying for the 3rd time in a row, Bloxer, and that means that the soul point is on the table now for EDG.
Now, this is going to be picked up here. You can't imagine that there's going to be an LGD fight back onto this one. And yes, Xiaohao also ends up taking a lot of damage, but because he's got the Crescent Guard up and available, it's just Sassy who's dealing damage to him. And the main thing right now is that it's these key teamfight ultimates just not missing. Nio completely whiffs right there on the Impale. He's also run so far away from the rest of his team that I don't know the follow-up could have even come through. But more than that, this is now the 3rd teamfight in a row where XQW has not used the ulti. You have to use this. You currently are a 3-item and Oblivion Orb Azir. Not using this ulti is going to be a key contributing factor as to why LGD can't get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping to see the Wombo combo come through, right? The Equalizer on top of the Impale, with the Emperor's Divide coming on top of that one. We just have not seen that come into fruition. Obviously, when that has not been the case, EDG are able to win out on the fights, and it's a lot of ZDZ pressing the go button forward. Angel has had some really nice Weaver's Walls. Xiaohao buying so much space by just being an incredibly tanky Xin Zhao. But LGD, with this team fighting composition, have not really gotten there, even though this should be their point of the game. And now it's going to become even much harder than it originally was because you have the Mountain Soul to deal with too, which EDG were to pick up off that last play.
One of the saving graces right now is that a couple of the members are barely going to get any stronger in this game. If you can keep holding out, right, On has already got himself up to that 5-item point. Yes, that's bad in that he's going to hit like a truck right now, but there's not really anywhere else for this Lucian build to go. If you can stall out long enough, maybe there's a chance that you get all of your item breakpoints on your Azir and on your Caitlyn, and then maybe they press their ultis too, and things look much better. That being said, the Sion's just going to be getting tankier and tankier. This is only a 2-item Sion so far, and yet ZDZ still has a ton of HP. Is able to just buy so much space, and just keeps pressing the go button, initiating these fights here for EDG. EDG on the other end of this pause looks so good. Weaver's Wall coming in.
And now Shaya is completely singled out at the flash over the Weaver's wall. Culling comes out, not too much damage just yet. The seismic shove only finds Nio, but he uses it to try to close the gap on a Xiaohao. The Zinzao could be in trouble. X2W tries to knock back two with the Shurima shuffle, and the first kill goes on to Xiaohao. LGD trying to find this fight, but Angel is still alive. Wing still full HP on the back line, and it's a 2-for-2 overall on the map. EDG almost found the fight they were looking for, but Angel's the one to try to save the day.
Yeah, I mean, LGD so close to turning that one around. They managed to pick up some key kills right here. Big shutdown onto Xiaohao, big shutdown onto On, but the teleport coming straight back through right here from ZDZ, and they're going to continue this push. The mid lane inhibitor has respawned. They can take down this top lane. It's going to make it so hard to step out of the base. Now you've got to go in here.
Killing, though. Yeah, Angel could be in trouble right now, but the decimating smash is huge. It lands on a 2. YCX the first to fall. Angel finally will drop as Sasa will burn him down. And now ZDZ and Wink are on the run. And so LGD defend their base. No inhibitor going down here as we have eclipsed the 38-minute mark of game number 1.
Oh boy, this game going quite long and incredibly back and forth. The Weaver's Wall is good. Xiaohao gets completely caught out right here. Just about manages to avoid fully getting knocked up and murdered by ZDZ. And then on the re-engage, Nio actually picks off a relatively important target. The thing is, it's the Xin Zhao, so a lot of this initial damage isn't able to come through because he's got that Crescent Guard up and available. Once it falls, once everybody's in and amongst it, then you're able to turn this fight around. But ZDZ, again, buying so much space, so much time for Angel and Wink to be able to do what they need to in this fight. It's better. It's a better look for LGD, but it feels a little bit like a last stand, like a last desperate gasp. They're only 4,000 gold behind in this game, right? They're not out of this one, and none of their inhibitors did fall, so they are going to be in a slightly better position to step out of the base, but we've got 40 seconds until the Baron is up, and I think more critically, 2 minutes until we're going to have an Elder Drake on the map.
But oh man, you can see just the glimpses of what this LGD composition can do if they can avoid these hard engages once again. Nio once more singled out here by LGD, by EDG, and it's gonna go down instantly here in the fight. The seismic shove lands on YCX. He'll then be the next to drop. It's a 3-0 already. Xiaohao getting singled out here by the Xin Zhao, and that's just gonna be a clean ace for EDG. Once again, Nio the one to get caught out here for LGD, and EDG are the ones to pick up this first game of the series.
Never mind. EDG, they do not need a Baron. They do not need an Elder. They're just going to close this game out right here. A 40-minute banger back and forth with a tech pause right in the middle. But taking game number 1 here in a critical series for EDG. Winning this one gets them that much closer to making it out of Group Nirvana.
And Edward Gaming, they broke the time of the game. They chrono broke us a little bit. And as soon as he came back from that pause, it was all them the rest of the way. And a big credit of that has to go to ZDZ on the Scion, pressing those unstoppable onslaughts right down the mid lane. Somehow LGD falling for it every single time. They were not able to set themselves up in the right situations. They never got the wombo combos that we were looking for. And it means that they are down 0-1 in a series here in Group Nirvana, at risk of losing their first one of this group.
It was a really odd game to watch because it felt very much like it was a game played in 3 parts, where in the initial plays it's looking pretty good overall for LGD. They play the early game very well. EDG then show us that they are great at the team fights during the mid game. LGD begin to come back a little bit, and then after that pause, EDG all the way through. And I think part of the reason that game ended up being quite so dominant in the end was that the engages just weren't there. There were multiple fights in a row where XQW doesn't get an ulti off. And then also, Nio leaps forwards, tries to impale, but he's died. He's lost most of his HP by the point at which he even starts the impale. Just isn't able to find any picks. It's the point at which EDG start grouping as 5 members where the picks just stop happening and LGD just fall out of this game.
And that's a bit of a surprising fall off here for LGD. And shout out to EDG for being able to find these creative strategies that ended up working for them, finding them success, and eventually ending up in them taking this first game. It took a little bit longer than maybe they might have expected, might have anticipated, both because of the Chronobreak pause, the long delay between actually ending this game, and also the fact that it took 40 minutes in totality. But
Yeah.
I think the big thing, Vloxer, is we never really got a full-on 5v5 team fight, or at least the way that LG would have wanted to set it up. It always started with Nio being a little bit too far away from the rest of his team, getting eaten up here by a Sion ulti, taken down before anybody can really dish out any follow-up damage on his team. And that's what LGD are going to have to turn back towards. I feel like overall Nio have done better on champions that do a little bit more damage, have a little bit more agency than something like the Skarner.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see from them in our next game.
Something like the Vi, I would really like to see the Nio Vi pop up at some point. I would have liked the Nio Jinzhao as well, but obviously that one now going to be off the board because of Fearless. It was always a little bit of an odd draft where you had those beginnings of a Wombo combo that kind of doesn't fully get completed because you go for the Caitlyn Karma, and it works during the early game. There was a point where it looked like Xiao was going to be able to deal all of the damage in that game. And Arn, he wasn't able to get ahead particularly. Yeah, there were a couple kills in his lane, but he didn't get them. But all of a sudden, once we get into these big team fights, was able to just start wrecking through people with the culling and just through the damage you can lay down as a Lucian alongside a Nami and hit that 5-item mark very, very early on into this game. You can see it right here. The mid game, it begins to look pretty good for LGD, but they're never able to fully pull it back, and from there, it's just a slow decline down towards EDG. Arn does a ton of damage in that game. Honestly, the rest of his squad don't really do that much. There's a lot more damage that actually gets done overall by LGD, but they're not quite able to finish off any of those kills, and hey, that's the way you win games.
Yeah, I mean, the damage only matters if the enemy health bar hits 0. And that's what happened more on EDG's side. And it came down to a lot of these big picks. Obviously, the poke damage from Xiaoya and XQW ended up being massive, but it just was not enough to burst down the front line of ZDZ and Xiaohao. And if I had to give an MVP, it would probably be one of those two. I know that Angel played pretty well. It had some really great team fights. And I know that ZDZ didn't have the best early game, obviously, as you see here to start off these highlights. But the way that he was able to just use these unstoppable onslaughts, I think, honestly, more effective than almost any other competitive Sion that I've seen in a really long time.
Yeah, I feel like it's between ZDZ and Xiaohao here. Both of them had very good games. I think the scoreline's a little bit more flashy for Xiaohao, but if you watch all of these big team fights that we ended up seeing, ZDZ is a massive part of why EDG was coming out on top, because he's just buying so much space right here. Yeah, he dies, but Xiao has to flash away. It leaves him in a much more vulnerable position. He actually still manages to chase down Xiaoya in this one, and in a lot of the remaining fights, he doesn't die. He eventually gets to the point where he's so tanky that that's a big part of why there's a ton of damage numbers available to LGD. Yeah, you did 30,000 damage, but if 25,000 of that was pumped into a Sion who never died, who had 6,000 health 25 minutes into this game and never looked back, yeah, like you said, if it doesn't hit 0, it doesn't really matter. I'd be perfectly happy with either of them picking it up. I think a wild card as well would be Wink. I think Wink played a very solid game overall as well. Was a big part of setting up the early game success that we got to see out of this Jinzhao.
It's the name of the game. It's using those Siren ultis, as I believe this is the final fight. Or maybe one of them here. There was a lot of them in the mid lane that ended up happening, I will say.
It turned into an ARAM very quickly, and luckily for EDG, they had the slightly better ARAM composition. I mean, just watch the waves throughout these team fights, right? Constantly landing multi-man waves, buffing up this Lucian, allowing him to be doing a ton of damage, keeping everybody alive as well. After not getting caught out, I'd be perfectly happy with a Wink MVP as well. This is a great show of a Shurima Shuffle that landed onto one person and barely won a team fight-ish for your squad.
Ish. They went even, basically.
Yeah.
Which was about as good as it got for LGD after we, of course, got that pause. This was the final team fight. And again, Nio just getting caught out multiple times. Not what is going to be able to get yourself a victory in a competitive professional series here in the LPL. This is the guy that came in as a spark plug for this young roster full of rookies and was able to do a lot, especially in the first couple of series, but did not have himself the best game here today.
Right, we will see the MVP pretty soon. Honestly, I don't know who they're going to vote for. Recently, the voters have very much been liking the supports. I wouldn't be super surprised if we do actually see Wink be able to pick this one up. Top, jungle, support, I think it's usually a good sign for your game when your tank top laner, your engaged jungle, and your enchanter support are the ones who perform the best, because it just allows your main damage carriers in mid and bot lane to not think about the game so much, to be able to just play it so much easier, so much more effectively when they're not having to put the team on their back and weave their way through team fights and, you know, worry so much about the opposition being able to get to them.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what LGD do to try to respond here, because it seemed like they got kind of what they wanted in the draft. They got this Wombo combo topside, they got the bot lane that they wanted. EDG threw them a bunch of wrinkles in the early game, and they seemed to be able to respond to it nicely. It's just the team fights did not end up working their way. Xiaohao being named the MVP, not surprising at all. 5,000 gold ahead of Nayo at the end of that game. Very well deserved for the jungler here of EDG.
Yeah, he was a massive part of why the team was able to find success early on in the game, ganking very effectively, setting up the Lucian army for success, and then throughout the rest of the game was just constantly very aggressive, getting involved in a lot of these big team fights as well, and absorbing so much damage with the Crescent Guard too. It just stopped a lot of what LGD were looking to put down.
Yeah, and we'll see if Xiaohao can keep it up here and get EDG a spot, of course, towards that top 2. Again, a win in this series would at least guarantee that their team would continue to play on into the Split 3 of 2025. They're going to try to do that here with another win against LGD. We're going to get to that after this short break, but before we get there, we want to give a big thank you to all of you watching here at home, and an extreme thank you to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. You can subscribe to our Coffee, which is currently linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews and see your name on screen once a week, as you see here. So thank you very much to all of our Coffee VIPs. We will come back with Game 2 of this first Nirvana series between EDG and LGD right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have game number 2 in our Nirvana group stage, a matchup between Edward Gaming and LGD Gaming about to begin. EDG in what was a very extended situation here. As you can see, almost 2 hours into the broadcast here on the show, only one game completed. There was a bit of a pause in between, a 40-minute game, a 1v1. A lot of stuff happened. Regardless, it results in EDG taking control and putting LGD at risk of dropping their first series overall in Group Nirvana.
Which would be a massive surprise. EDG, they've been looking better, most certainly, but LGD, they've been looking like they didn't even deserve to be here in Group Nirvana. They've been dismantling other teams, and all of a sudden, they're at risk, right? Of course, it was a bit of a weird game. Maybe the mental just wasn't quite able to keep going, and we'll see a much better look from LGD during this game number 2, but really great look from EDG to be able to pick that one up, and now really have LGD on the ropes.
And we remain on the same sides because LGD did win the 1v1 for side select. They opted for blue side in game 1. That didn't work out for them, so now they pick blue side again in game number 2. We'll see if there's any differentiations here in the pick ban or in this first ban phase specifically. Obviously, being in that true fearless format, none of the champions that were played in game number 1 can be played again. And that could mean that different priorities do arise in terms of what champions want to be picked here early on. Most notably that Gwen left available here for Sasa to potentially take. But it looks like maybe they want to get Nayo on some more comfort. He did not look great on that Skarner in game number 1. The Lilia would be something that he had a pentakill on earlier on in the season. So definitely knows what he's doing on that champion.
Absolutely. The Vi, the Lilia, I think those have been his best looking champions so far, and they are just going to take the Lilia. Lilia also works into a lot of compositions. She doesn't really pigeonhole you into one specific style of play. So we will see what the response is out of EDG. In terms of good things that are still up and available, you've got stuff, like the Jace. You also could potentially pick yourself up. Oh, I don't know, actually. In terms of things that EG really like to take early on, they've very much been liking to pick their main lanes, the bot lane and the mid lane, a lot later on into the game. They will just take the Jace right here.
So Xiaohao, that's in Zhao, he won the MVP on it, and for good reason. That's been one of his best champions all split long. After that, you're looking at maybe the Viego, the Skarner, which is not available, the Vi, which is not available, so his champion pool might get pinched a little bit. I would expect a jungler here on 3, but it looks like the soul laners early on selected here for EDG. It'll be Angel on the rise, ZDZ presumably on that Jace. Of course, picking that without the Scion being available means you already dodge yourself away from one of the big notable counters here for ZDZ.
And Angel has looked really good on this rise. It's been one of his best looking champions so far. Really good proactive uses of the Realm Warp is what we are looking for out of these rises. Have to see what the matchup is going to be. Could well be the Corki. Corki obviously can move down into the bot lane as well. And actually going to get the Wukong locked in. So this is a Wukong counter right here. Sasu going to take it into ZDZ. You can go toe-to-toe with the Jace early on, but it's a pretty skill-based matchup.
That's fascinating here for Sasa. I mean, he's been able to play some of his own pocket picks throughout the split. Things like the Udyr top lane, obviously, have risen up in priority specifically for LGD. But this Wukong pick, we have not seen much of it since, what was it, like season 10 or 11. Now, getting picked up as that traditional counter into the Jace, as you said, can close that gap really easily, can win on those early duels, but definitely put your team at a little bit of risk in terms of damage in the late game. So having that backup in terms of the Corki and the Lilia going to be big. The response here to round out the composition for EDG's first rotation will be the Viego going towards Xiaohao.
The Viego is something that we're seeing as usually a pick during game number 3, where you've got quite a lot of these pickups no longer available to you. It's pretty aggressive in that you can gank effectively early on, but at the same time scales really well, and alongside something like a Jace and a Ryze, this is good setup for you to be able to get that first kill. Always the most important thing when you're playing the Viego. Get that first kill, turn the rest of the team fight on from there. I think it also always opens up something like a Jinx, where you are very much just looking to burst out that first initial person, get excited, get the body available for Xiaohao, and then play the rest of the team fight out from there. Again, we are waiting to have our bottom laners picked at the end of these rounds. Very rare. We usually see bot laners and supports picked up a little bit earlier on. Northplus taken off the board, as is the Kalista. The lack of Kalista or Nico available really makes that bot lane a lot less explosive overall, but we do still have strong pickups available. Things like the Misfortune and the Ashe still here.
And those picks have been very important specifically towards On, I would say. Like, those are the utility focused champions that he's been a little bit better at. Obviously, we saw him on the Lucian have a very high presence, so looks like they might leave him for the last pick here on EDG's side.
Yeah,
Go down the support tier list pretty
Alistair,
heavily.
so it's better. It's a much better pickup here without that counter of the Alistair available to you. With the Rel grabbed there, I do wonder if EDG are potentially looking towards that Misfortune. It's one of the best pairings. That being said, though, you've got a Wukong already. That could jump into the backline and disrupt onto that bullet time. Always a bit of a risk to take it without the full tanky frontline setup that you would otherwise want.
Now, what does XQW want to play? We're looking for a bot laner, most likely, as well. Okay, so that's going to actually flex the Corki into the mid lane here for XQW. I feel like we've seen it more and more towards the bottom lane, but still can be played mid, especially into the Rides. A relatively safe matchup here for the Corki.
Yeah, should be neutralizing that one out. You're not particularly looking at that as an explosive lane. And it is going to be the Leona right here. This is some great long-range engage right here that you can try to play around. It's some non-committal as well. And then you can go jumping in with your Wukong. This dive pairing into the backline going to make it pretty uncomfortable to play any of these less mobile carries for EDG. I think they're going to have to look to something that can have a bit of survivability in and of itself. The Kai'Sa is a little bit risky here. We usually see the Kai'Sa in these full into the backline dive-based compositions. Not exactly what this is, but can pair up well with the Rel and the Viego to go make the backline uncomfortable.
A very interesting draft that we have had here in game number 2. Looking more like a game 3 draft with some of the
very much
unorthodox champions that we have up here. We got a Wukong top lane, we have Corki in the mid lane, we have a Viego picked up relatively early. I'm not really sure what we're expecting to see here from either of these teams. I feel like maybe picks are the name of the game for LGD, given that they have a Wukong that can maybe dive into a mid lane, have the Jhin and Leona from long range, but
yeah,
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way these team fights are going to have to work out for LGD is you land one bit of longer range engage, whether that be a Swell Seed or just going to be that Solar Flare out of YCX, and then you can just go all in. You can dive in with the Leon, you can dive in with the Wukong and the Lilia, get a big multi-man sleep off, and then you've got the long-range artillery between a Jhin and a Corki to be able to deal that backline damage. They've got lots of AD damage available to them. They really need Nayu to pop off on this AP Lilia to really round out the composition, but there isn't exactly a ton of tanky champions on EDG that you have to worry about burning through. EDG, though, they are very much going to be about using that ZDZ poke at the beginning of these fights, and then I think they kind of want to turn these fights into a bit of a mess, not necessarily a straight up front to back. You just want to be all around to be able to get on an Angel and Xiaohao close enough to actually deal their damage.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, EDG's composition looks a little messy. They're going to have to really scrap around, which is what they were able to do in game number 1, by the way, to get themselves that first game victory over LGD, our only undefeated team left here in Group Nirvana. But now they're facing match point up against EDG. With a win here, EDG will guarantee themselves a spot in the Split 3 of 2025 at the very least, and create themselves a very nice path to playing into that play-in stage. On to the way for game number 2.
Absolutely. EDG. Potentially gonna get jumped here. Okay. Wonder if we were potentially gonna see a flash Zenith Blade right there out of YCX. Doesn't decide to go for it. Everybody just going to take resets. We're most likely just going to see some standard lanes. Although, of course, in the previous game, we did see a lot of movement around. That was mainly because these bot lanes were looking to get very far ahead early on. Specifically, the bot lane of EDG with that Lucian Nami. And you had a Scion on your team, so you weren't so worried about putting him in a worse spot. In this game, where you've got a slightly more standard bot lane, and you've also got a Jace in the top lane, you really don't want to put your Jace behind. He can't fight back in the same way a Scion can.
Yeah, your Jace already potentially at risk of losing out on this 1v1 pretty hard against this Wukong if things don't go your way. So it looks like EDG are going to have to cede away their top side Raptor camps. As Nio on the Lilia, very good at taking these camps away, obviously with the Blooming Blows. And so now a situation arises where Xiaohao going to have to immediately path towards the bottom side instead of a vertical jungling situation for EDG.
Once again, the vertical jungling being initiated. This time, LGD, much happier to go and play this one out. Now, the Viego, he doesn't clear slowly, but Lilia just blasts through the jungle. One of the best things about this champion very much. We'll see what decisions he makes, where he decides to go. Is just going to head straight on down, potentially even into the mid lane here. Interesting.
Getting caught out. taking a lot of damage from Angel, actually. He tried to take a
wanted-
very aggressive path, try to save himself that red buff. It's not even going to happen.
No, what he wanted right there was chicken to chicken. But in order to do chicken to chicken, you have to ensure that your enemy jungler hasn't started on the second chickens, and then that you're able to just take one set of chickens straight to the other rather than chicken into red buff. That's a little bit of an odd bit of pathing right here. It still has the same overall effect, but Xiaohao now looking for a gank mid.
Yeah, XQW gonna get flashed up upon. Valkyrie already utilized. XQW knows that he's dead, not gonna burn that flash. And so Xiaohao will pick up first blood. EDG's jungler on a heater here this series.
And now Xiaohao can push in and potentially try to take away Nio. Does he have the smite? Yes, he has the smite. Is going to be able to pick that one up. If he wasn't able to grab that buff, that would have been completely terrible. Still, though, you can just skirmish here. Blow the flash at least out of Nio.
But Sasa's going to be here first. Going to use that flash over the wall. Xiaohao going to be in trouble, and it's a response picked up here for LGD. But now ZDZ flashes forward. He's going to go to the skies on Nio, who flashes over the wall. And now this Jace is in so much trouble, Blockstar. And LGD get 2 right back for free.
Yikes, over-aggression right there out of EDG. They thought they could push their advantage. Maybe if you're able to smite steal away that blue buff, this one is playable. But as it stands, it's just way too much aggression on members. And this is exactly the start you would have wanted out of LGD. You've got the kind of composition that you're looking to get much more into the later game. You don't really need to be fighting early. But hey, if the kills walk to you, who are you to disagree?
What a strange early game here. I don't know why Xiaohao decided to play so hyphy there in that situation, knowing that Sasa had the first move. But then, results in him going down. Gets Nio very much back into this game as well. And the top side for LGD in a very good position right now.
Themselves in a great spot, and being able to be ahead in this counter matchup right here, brilliant for LGD. Exactly what Sasa would have wanted for himself, and he's going to be a key part of these team fights right here for LGD. You have to be that frontline engage alongside the Leona in order to buy space for the Corki and Jhin. These champions want to be sitting at range, and if they're getting jumped by things like a Viego or a Kai'Sa, they just won't be able to sit and do the multiple rotations of damage that they need to really be effective as champions.
It's creating a very interesting situation across the map right now. As again, we have not seen this Wukong top lane in a very long time. I feel like normally we get the graphics of the last time this champion was picked up in the top lane. Maybe it means that it was relatively recent as a bit of a pocket pick, and I'm just not doing my homework the right way. But looks like right now the grasp Wukong doing pretty good. He's maxing the Q to just get as much bonk power as possible, basically.
An odd gank right here. The counter very much could have come through. Xiaohao not quite going to be able to get involved in that one, but still, his XQW incredibly low. Tayu, careful here.
Angel's taking a lot of damage from the Gatling gun as well, so not going to really be able to follow too far much. You know, important to note as well, XQW did not use his flash on that original gank in the mid lane, so he does have that available, while Angel and Xiaohao do not. That could mean something here as the grubs are spawning in 15 seconds. Xiaohao likely to get spotted here on this ward unless he's going to be able to invis right through it into the bush.
I'm not sure if he was
quite
spotted. Yeah, right now Sasa pushed back underneath his tower enough that it's not really going to be too much of an issue. We are going to have both junglers in the area though, and the supports roaming up into the mid lane.
Sasa going initially forward here on the ZDZ. Already popped the Cyclone. Use that second iteration of it as well. ZDZ knocks Sasa away. And actually it's the Wukong winning out on that trade. The bot lane also generating priority in the mid lane here for LGD, so they're going to be able to get all 3 of those grubs for free.
Indeed, going to be pushing their way forwards onto this one. Nice to be able to pick up that first set, and there's no trade onto the Drake either, so you can potentially go and fight around those as well. Usually surprising to see this be the early pickup for a composition against a Viego. Viego skirmishes so well during the early game. The Lily are much more focused on getting that power farming through, hitting that level 6, and then potentially trying to fight. Even then, you need a couple items under the belt of the Lilia to really be doing that damage. So we'll see who's going to be able to get control around this Dragon Pit. So far, the push has been dominant for EDG in both the mid and the bottom lane. But things are going to move around a little bit. We're going to see these bot lanes move up towards the mid lane currently. Junglers not really booking it towards this Drake for the minute, and perfectly happy right now to just farm their way up and play this early game a little bit slower now.
definitely has been slower. It's been a much more standard part of this game too. Remember in game number 1, even though the kills might have been relatively similar, it felt a lot more fast-paced because there was one move that was being matched by the other. After that first vertical jungle and the initial play, things have been relatively standard. The only difference is that Xiaoyu and YCX are now in the mid lane, with just trying to avoid on Wink, I suppose, and generate as much mid lane prio as they possibly can. Dragon still available on the bottom side. Nobody's claimed that just yet. It's been a full topside focus for LGD at the start of this game.
Very much so. Having the mid lanes, bot lanes swapping around as well just keeps people in the area for any potential fights. You want your supports around, specifically both the Rel and the Leona. Incredibly good skirmishing fighters, especially the Leona right here for YCX. He's going to need a really big performance if he wants to help LGD right here get themselves this victory, send us to a game 3, and keep their undefeated split alive so far in Group Nirvana here.
And taking a quick look at the standings as well, in terms of what this could mean for EDG if they lose. Loss here in this series would bring them down to 2-2. They would then need to 3-2-0 their last matchup against RNG to pull themselves into a tie with LNG in terms of game score at 3-2. And that's not even to mention what Ultra Prime can do at the bottom half of this group as well in the back half of this regular season. So taking care of business here would certainly make yourself a much better target for getting into that play-in stage, particularly. As we're going to see another all-in popped here. Both Cyclones issued by Sasa. But is EDG doing a good job trading back, actually? Looks like he's not going to be in much trouble, as EDG will be able to secure themselves the first draft.
Drake gonna go over nice and easy, so the trade of the 3 grubs to the Drake is gonna come through. Very, very delayed though. We've now only got a minute 20 until the next set of grubs is gonna be up and available. And right now, a lot of members stood around this bottom side. You can see respect right here from XQW. He's gonna attempt to head back to base, but I think he's too late on this one. Is indeed gonna have it cancelled. He does have friends on the way. If you want to dive EDG, you have to do it right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to get the wave in time. So XQW should be able to keep his life, and EDG know that they do not want to go for that dive at this point, as with that swirl sweep coming out, basically guaranteed that there's multiple members in the bottom lane here. XQW going to use his teleport to get it to the top side, clear out that wave, and even out the map once again.
Really needed to back away from that one in the bottom side, especially because you've now got those grubs spawning. 40 seconds time on that one, and picking up all 6 for LGD would be huge for them. You can split pretty effectively on the Wukong in this situation. You can also send the Corki to a side lane, a relatively safe champion to be in a side lane by himself. Having all 6 grubs would really facilitate that. EDG, you don't want to give that one over. You want to go fight for them, especially with the heavy skirmishing power you have with a Viego and with a Rise for yourselves. You can go join up with these fights in the Realm World very, very easily.
See if they want to try to contest that. Obviously, giving away 6 grubs to any team, not going to be good, specifically for LGD, who do have themselves a decent side laning here on this Wukong. You see already the Demolish procs doing some damage, getting to the plates. Over to the Monkey King, who now has a 500 gold lead or so above ZDZ. And Angel doing some good work against XQW here in the mid lane in response. You see he's built a really nice farm lead for himself. And that means that Xiao Hao is able to start these grubs up first, but Nio close on the way. Gonna use that smite also. The E forces him very, very low. Will he use the Lilting Lullaby? Not just yet. So Xiao Hao forced down to 300 HP and none of the grubs going down. So it looks like LGD going to control all 6 of them here in this second game.
Yeah, that really, really sucks right here for EDG. They would have loved to have been able to at least grab 1 or 2 of them, stop the 6 from going over. These Void Mites are going to overrun the towers if you're ever given the chance to step up to them here as LGD. But Xiao Hao just stands a little bit too far forwards and gets caught out. Really unfortunate for him after what was an incredibly impressive game number 1 on the Xin Zhao.
And Nio maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable. Again, this newer player coming into LGD after, you know, not playing much in the LPL before. For specifically Split 2. They gave him the champions he was comfortable on at the start of this Nirvana stage. It worked out well. Then on that Skarner last game, did not look as good. So now he's right back to the champion that he got a pentakill on in the LPL. And doing himself a couple of favors with that. Maybe looking for a dive here on Asasa, but a little bit too risky here with that ultimate back up off of cooldown.
Absolutely. Have to put pressure on these lanes as well. What they can do to really push this game a little bit further forwards, right? LGD, they're happy for this game to be a little bit slower overall. It's not like they completely outscale EDG, but it does feel very much like EDG, they want to be putting their pressure on a little bit earlier on, using the fact they've got a jungler that likes ganking, likes getting involved a little bit more earlier on. But so far, Xiaohao hasn't been able to find those angles, does now have the Trinity Force, so it's going to do a lot of damage right here on the Viego. Let's see whether he's able to actually find the angles in.
That's going to be big. The resets for EDG going to be crucial for having their composition succeed. Maybe just, again, chaos kind of unfolding here. It kind of adds on top of that, right, Blocks? You don't want necessarily the full-on front-to-back 5v5. It feels like LGD are going to have a better job of doing that. So just looking for little picks across the map, finding engages, finding on, going in with the right angles here. Doesn't look like it's going to be right here at this position, though, as bot lane turret getting taken relatively low in this situation. The Dragon up in less than a minute. Angel taking a beating to both XQW and Xiaoya. Now a teleport comes in, so here comes that chaos. It's going to be ZDZ trying to join the fight, trying to cut off XQW, and he's been left out to dry by the rest of his team. Stunned up and taken down with ease.
Really nice teleport there. Found the angle. Going to be able to pick that kill up nice and easily. Now 30 seconds until the Drake is available. Can't quite turn around and pick that one up immediately. But EDG will buy themselves a little bit more space to push in, clear out a lot of the vision that LGD were able to grab down in this bottom side of the map and fight around this Infernal Drake. A big Drake to be able to grab. And it looked like that was a good fight for LGD originally. Like you said, Angel took a ton of damage. Had a 4th shot to the face. A deadly flourish as well. But it baited XQW up, and the second teleport came through, the rest of LGD, they recognized that, like you said, left him out to dry. There was no reason for them to engage onto a fight that was most definitely lost.
So a very nice proactive play by EDG, knowing that they have to create numbers advantages at their own will, especially at this point. Might find another one here on Nio. Stun barely doesn't connect, but the Magnet Storm will. Nio's taken down easily, and EDG get themselves the feats of warfare and a nice kill into the hands of Xiaohao.
Grabbing themselves another pick right there, and usually you'd expect a pick coming through from the Realm Warp. Didn't even need to use it. Just stepping up in this situation. LGD, they're just not playing out this early game particularly effectively. Now here comes the Realm Warp in. Sasa is going to be able to jump away, not quite going to be able to use that one as effectively as you would otherwise want, but still, the pick, the Drake, EGD, going to be happy with that.
Now they're going to go back in here onto Angel. Sasa landing that first proc of the Cyclone. The Trinity Force has been a lot of damage onto the Rise. Wink just not going to be able to do anything to try and stop it. And so Angel will go down. Another kill goes towards the Wukong, who is starting to look like one of the stronger players here in the game for LGD.
And you'd hope so, right, from this counter pick Wukong. Usually we see it in the jungle, but with top lane, have a ton of gold available to you, and straight up with the Trinity Force, this monkey does damage. Let's see how much you're going to be able to do with this champion though, because as these team fights go, you're going to be a key part of the engage. Not particularly tanky at the moment, but with that double knockup from the Cyclone, a big part of the initial team fight from LGD. It's the ward that was teleported on earlier on.
Hey guys, these control wards matter. So
hey,
pick up one.
Buy them.
Every once in a while.
Lots. Buy 2. Place them.
Let's not get that crazy. 2? No,
2.
Have you ever seen sometimes the pro supports? They'll have like one item at 45 minutes, and it's just because you look at their item purchases history, and it's just every time they go back to base, they just buy 2 control wards, and they just never have any money because that's all they do.
All of their money is gone every single time. It is very funny. To be fair though, vision is very important. I mean, we've seen it already in this game. LGD stepping up in situations where they really didn't have enough vision. The teleport onto the ward as well to pick up that earlier kill onto XQW. You do need it, but right now, vision a little bit in the favor of EDG around this pit, and at least got ward into the back of it. Nio.
Looking for a pick on the ZDZ. Nio already using the lullaby in the Eve. ZDZ flashes away, and now a teleport comes in. It's going to be the Rise joining the fight, but already stuck in a bit of an awkward position, but so is XQW as Wink has come in here with the Magnet Storm. But Nio finding the first kill. The Solar Flare will stun up the Rel, and Nio picks himself yet another one. It is 3-0 LGD off of a beautiful fight on the top lane.
This is what LGD's composition wants to do. Once you can get a little bit of flank going, so very strong. YCX gonna go in. Arn has to cleanse to get away from that one. At least preserves the flash, but that is easily gonna mean the top lane tower goes over to LGD, and they can turn down onto the Rift Herald straight afterwards if they want it.
So LGD playing this mid game out very nicely here, led by Sasa, I would say, but Nayo then starting to come into the party a little bit as well. 3-1 and 2 on the Lilia. One of his best picks so far in his young LPL career. They're not going to be able to fully finish off this Rift Herald just yet, as Zhao Hao and On have also come in off of course, some of those resets.
Yeah.
So they will peel away from it and make sure that objective doesn't go down.
That's the main thing, right? You've died here, you get to go back to base, spend your gold, come back out onto the map. There's no reason to fight in a situation where you've got a lot of gold in your inventory. We just saw the Rift Maker completed there. Onto Nayo, and it's him who initiates out this fight. The initial kill doesn't happen onto ZDZ, but it's everything that follows. It's this TP coming in from Sasa that just completely tears up this fight on the backside. Angel's already getting chased around, but it doesn't really matter. Not once you've got the remainder of your members involved in this fight. And just turn this one around. It goes down. And then they just keep pushing forwards, right? You flash forwards, hang on.
Oh, X2W. He's very low right now. Zhao trying to collapse on top of him. Angel will finish off the kill, but it's traded back by the Ignite of YCX to make it a 1-for-1. So mid laner for jungler overall. That is all that will be done across the map. As you see, LGD still have priority around this top side, so Sasa and Nayo will be able to likely pick up this Rift Herald for free.
Only give away a couple more kills right there. It hasn't exactly been the best couple of games so far out of XQW. We're struggling to find any of those ultis on the Azir in the previous game. He's been dying quite a lot in this game. In fact, it's all but one of his team's deaths so far. Really not ideal overall. But at the same time, this Corki will still deal a lot of damage with that Gatling gun. Can still just rip through people. We have to track if he's going to be able to pull this game around. EDG a little bit on the back foot at the moment as we have a look back at what ended up happening. Just out of position a little bit. Still, it does turn around into a 1-for-1, so not the end of the world. Not ideal.
Yeah, nicely done by YCX to make sure that that Zhao Hao was locked down enough and also had enough damage dealt onto him, so he was able to at least make it a trade. It does mean that right now, YCX has 2 of the 7 kills. Xiaoya currently has none, but that's okay, at least for this point, as it means that LGD still in a pretty decent amount of control. You have this dragon spawning up right now. LGD should be able to take priority around it, take it down. However, EDG were able to pick up first 2 Drakes, which means that there's no real threat of a soul stack early for LGD.
No, souls are going to come slowly here for LGD if they want to grab it. Grab themselves all 4 of these Cloud Drakes. To be fair, this is the sort of composition where some extra movement would be really helpful. You can imagine the speeds that Nayo would be moving at. Mid lane tower going to be forced onto right here. Zhao Hao jumped.
Oh, already used a Heartbreaker, but he just still gets stunned up. Really nicely done by YCX. Look at the first kill for LGD. Curtain call opened up. The engage from Wing to try to peel away. YCX might have gone a little bit too far forward, but he will live for so long and allow for Xiaoya to pick up a double kill. So the Jhin gets on the board. LGD pick up 3 more kills while only losing their support. They get the mid lane turret and are looking for a tier 2.
Yeah, they're looking to push onto this tier 2 in both the mid and the bot lane. There's going to be a teleport coming down, but with all 6 of the grubs, Sasa is going to melt through this one. Mid lane tier 2 does fall. Bot lane tier 2 will as well. That's a huge amount of gold going into the back pockets of LGD. They're now going to be up by about 5,000, and it really is almost entirely across the board. It's only the bottom lane right now where there isn't going to be a big advantage, and that is just okay for LGD, which we'll have a look back at that fight. Although right now, a bit of a chase going on in the bottom lane. Sasa being chased after will get caught here, will go down most likely.
Well, will he though? Clones away,
Oh,
flashes away, saves that cooldown for so long. And
okay.
Be able to live there. That's a big escape here from Sasa. That no gold goes over, and LGD still get to maintain their almost 5,000 gold lead at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 300 gold shutdown right there for Sasa. If you get killed, has to flash away, so that is a big bit of the engage with the flash cyclone just gone. At the same time, I'm not going to be too worried about it. Let's have a look back at this play. It's just Zhao Hao stepping a little bit too far forwards. The second he gets hit by that Zenith Blade, he is as good as dead. Yes, the Soul Flare doesn't quite land, but it still slows onto multiple members, allows the Wilson Lullaby to come through. And it's just someone stepping a little bit too far forwards. YCX a little bit too far forwards that results in that death. Really not the end of the world, though. And something actually I wanted to mention, unless there's a fight, yep, There's a fight as soon as we
wow,
jump out. That
Sansa
Sasa just dead. Well,
just gets
no
shut
flash.
down. Not even that killer instinct used for on. I'm surprised that Sansa found himself in that situation without even burning the ultimate. Already 1 for nothing. However, on half HP, Angel procs the warm up to try to get his team away, but he gets stunned up before he can go and finish that teleportation. And so Naya will pick up the kill onto ZDZ. On also drops. It's a 2 for 1 overall for LGD, and they turn their eyes towards the Ravenous Otacon.
And this is the problem EDG are running into, despite the fact that they have themselves this composition with the Rise. They're still late to a lot of these fights, not able to rotate across the map quickly enough before the rest of LGD are allowed to arrive. Atakan now going to go over to LGD. They're up by a good chunk of gold as well. And this game feeling quite a lot like LGD are going to be able to close this one out. We'll have to see, right? We saw EDG begin to fight back in the previous game. But as of right now, we may well be getting a game number 3 in this series.
Yeah, this is the largest lead that LGD has had all series long. This looks much more like the LGD that we have seen throughout all of Group Nirvana.
Yep.
Obviously, other than just game number 1, where Naya was able to have a lot of agency on a high damage carry pick. And the rest of the team able to kind of follow up. Sasa on this counter pick Wukong, also doing a ton of damage. I want to credit YCX as well, finding some really nice engages and setting up for the rest of this.
This is exactly what you want to be doing right here on this Leona. Getting those early couple of kills, yeah, it's not ideal because you would love them onto your Jhin. At the same time, though, the fact that you're up by over 1,000 gold on a support means that he was able to hit his items a little bit faster. This Leona is now incredibly tanky at this point in the game and going to be able to play that much more aggressive and find those engages that you really need to on this champion.
And with the Otacon revives, they can play very aggressively in terms of kind of throwing away their lives if need be, if it means they can get a little bit extra gold in terms of a neutral structure. Obviously, the tier 2 turret in the top lane, a big target, as well as his inhibitor tower in the mid lane, on taking a big chunk of damage right now. And here comes the initial engage. Magnus Storm from Wing to try to peel away. It should be YCX at least getting the false revive, but look at the trade back here for LGD. The Lilting Lullaby connects. Realm Warp away from Angel to make sure On survives, but the fourth shot finds Wink, and Wink blinks and he's down. 2 for nothing already here for LGD as they get the inhibitor in the mid lane.
Can keep up the pressure right here. Make sure EDG can't step out of their base and then peel back on towards this dragon. 20 seconds until that one is going to be spawning. It will only be the second of the game right here for LGD if they're able to pick this one up. Still, they're in an incredibly strong position right now. Blue buff also going to be stolen away right here by Nao. See if he's going to have enough time to be able to go back to base. Right now, this Lilia with the Riftmaker and the Leandries, and then stacks on that Dark Seal. Just does so much damage. These team fights are just being won by being outranged by the main damage threats of LGD, and then you've got Naya and Sassy jumping into the backline.
Man, isn't it nice to have Naya on a champion that I feel like he feels comfortable on?
Yes,
the Skarner pick
was bad. Let's say bad. There were a couple of those engages where he was just jumping in by himself, no hope of the rest of the team being able to follow up. Good job from him to be able to get a pick he's very comfortable on, reset his mental, and then come into this game incredibly effectively. You see right now, splits off to go pick up the Drake without the rest of his team. Now going to take a reset, so this is the point for EDG to potentially try to find a pick in a 4v5 situation.
It looks like they'll be able to, though. LG doing a nice job grouping up together, making sure nobody can get caught out. Shock Blast only taking XQW down a couple hundred HP. Not really a threat to go for this Baron at this point, but they control all the vision around this topside river. EDG really have no idea what's going on around.
They've got so little vision. I'd love to see a toggle to what they can see at the moment, because it's going to be a whole lot of nothing. YCX goes in.
Great screen here for ZDZ is what he is going to be seeing. As another really nice engage from YCX will find the pick. And now with the top laner of EDG dead, LGD can gladly start at this Baron, or even look for more. YCX again, this time finds Xiaohao. He's able to Realm Warp away. The fourth shot would have found the target. And so LGD, will they go back to the Baron? It looks like the answer is yes. Now Xiao is at half HP, but he has the red buff in inventory. But Xiaohao is just so far away. Gonna have to try to go for some sort of miracle steal.
Yeah, I mean, you've currently got super minions in your base. Now the re-engage going to come through.
Oh, Wink with a really nice Magnus Storm, but Sasa will come through with a Cyclone. Initially, the first kill on a Wink. Angel now on the run, but the phase rush not going to do enough. That's just a big shutdown, sorry. Goes the way of Xiaoya, and now it's 2 more kills in the hands of LGD, and they don't even need the Baron to just push down mid and try to end this game and send us to a decider.
Yeah, they want to send us to this game number 3. This is a massive game for both of these teams. LGD would lock getting out of Group Nirvana. EDG would lock themselves out of being knocked out right now.
I think this just might be it. The
it's
Nexus
over.
Tower's taking a beating right now. ZDZ down once again. The Nexus now exposed, and YCX leading the charge here for LGD. On to the Nexus they go. Just the bot lane alive for Edward Gaming, and they're not going to be for long. LGD, with a dominating performance, will win game number 2 and force a decider against EDG.
This series so far has been completely insane. It's a 40-minute banger for game number 1. This one, much quicker. Didn't even need to finish off the Baron to be able to pick up that win, did LGD. We said it during the draft race, right? It was a bit of a mess of a composition out of EDG, and you really saw that. They weren't able to find those big engages that they really needed to, weren't able to find the picks on the side lanes either, and it just felt like a very clean game overall from LGD.
And that looked much like, again, the LGD that we were hoping to see at the start of the series. It's just not really the most traditional team composition that they really always have gone for in game number 1, and Edward Gaming were able to take advantage of that a little bit. But LGD looked much more in control this time around. I really liked the Wukong counter pick that Sasa was able to play. It really mitigated what ZDZ was able to do in that game entirely. And even though we saw some nice engages, you know, from different players like Wink here on EDG's side, it was never enough to stop what YCX was able to do on that Leona, who I think deserves the MVP, frankly, after that game. I thought he played that really well.
Yeah. I think the issue EDG ran into is that, yes, the Viego does scale pretty well and gets to be a very scary champion during these big team fights, but you're up against a Lilia. You have to play this early map more aggressive than they did. Bot lane could have been a really good potential lane to try to gank through, maybe even go for some dives. We didn't see that at all. We didn't really see any pressure into the top lane. Mid lane, it's a tricky matchup to try to gank onto. We saw multiple times, though, the junglers did wander through there, having a little bit of a sniff, never found it. And as how you have to get your team ahead in the early stages of the game. You scale well as a whole composition, but you really weren't going to be able to win these straight-up team fights without some kind of advantage. They never found it, and they were never able to try to convert any sort of early game into a mid-game victory.
And unlike last game, where there was a little bit of back and forth and LGD were able to show some fight before EDG eventually took over, it really never felt like EDG were ever really in a position to win that one. And even in terms of like hoping for what their composition could become, it felt like LGD were always going to have their foot on the driver's pedal, in control, able to eventually take over that one, and they did with relative ease. That is definitely a good sign if you're a fan of LGD, and we're a little bit worried about what that last game entailed. If you take a look at the damage charts overall, ZDZ, again, kind of just the beneficiary of having a poke champion do poke damage, but I think overall, the big winners here, XQW on the Corki ends up doing a lot. I thought Nio had himself a very good series, or a very good game on the Lilia finally, and again, YCX making a ton of plays, a ton of engages on the Lilia.
Yeah, I would very much say that YCX was going to be my MVP of this game. Was just so aggressive, was able to get involved in so many ways. I thought that, again, we got to see another situation where it's the top jungle and support who are really able to just pull through for the team. Yes, Sasa's doing a ton of damage with this Wukong, but in these later game team fights, it's finding these big cyclones to be able to just keep these team fights honest from EDG, stop them from being able to step up and sit and hit with these champions that really like to have a bit of space in front of them. Exact same thing that we're getting to see out of YCX here, where he's just constantly in and amongst all of the opposition members, getting involved in these team fights, and was hitting a ton of very tricky Zenith plays, right? He wasn't missing that ability. I don't think I watched him whiff one at all.
And it was always on a crucial target, and even if it sacrificed his life a couple of times, like just the amount of peel, amount of space he was able to generate with all the crowd control that he had in his kit was just immaculate to watch. As you see a really nice engage from him here. We see another one onto Zhao Hao to start things off, to pick him off before the tower even goes down. And it was those plays that made LGD always feel like they were in an advantage. And we saw some decent engages from Wink, but it never seemed to be as coordinated with the rest of his team.
No, I think Wink was trying very hard in that game to make it work. I was pretty happy with Wink's performance overall, but the rest of the team just wasn't there. There weren't any big damage carriers who had managed to get themselves leads that you could really try to play around in this situation, and it's very tricky on the on the Rel when you don't have your other members in strong positions. You see in that one, he gets a massive Magnet Storm off, but there is zero follow-up. I mean, less than zero follow-up. They're all dead at the point at which you're actually trying to make this one work, and this was all she wrote right here.
That was the one Zenith blade that he missed. It was right there when the game was already over.
Well, clearly
That's what it
not
felt
the
like,
MVP.
at least.
Genuinely very impressive performance. But again, as we've been seeing out of LGD, when they win, it's through a lot of different lanes. I think the only lane that's been struggling a bit in both of these games right here has been XQW, you know, hasn't been able to find big success in either of these games. Game number 1 on the Azir wasn't finding any of those big ultis. That was a pretty big problem. And in game number 2, got caught out of position a couple of times early on. Was able to stabilize it during the mid to late game. So not the end of the world. Most certainly didn't drag his team down. But if they are hoping to win up against some of the Group Ascend teams, I think he's just going to have to shore things up a little bit more.
Yeah, for EDG as a whole, going back to, I think, what they are able to do best, which is team fighting. I would love to see that kind of come into play. They will have blue side for game number 3 if they want it, as of course they are the losing team and have themselves side select. I wonder if something like the Victor just gets picked early, something that can be very comfortable for Angel, and just allow it for that full 5v5 to come through, because we never really saw it in full force for EDG in that game. MVP to YCX, justifiably so. A lot of the time, it is hard to say that a support deserves it. This time, absolutely he did.
Yeah, he was the main contributing factor to LGD's success. Every bit of aggression came through from this guy. It's the engages that the team needed. He was buying so much space for XQW and Xiaoya to be able to do what they needed to. Was paired up with Sassy and Nayu so well on those engages. Very well deserved right there for YCX. And if he can have the same level of impact in the next game, this may well be the 4th win in a row for LGD.
And so, we are evened up at 1-1 between LGD and EDG here in the LPL Nirvana stage in split number 2 of 2025. Again, LGD with one more game win will lock themselves an opportunity to play in a best of 5 to get into the playoffs for split number 2. Will they be able to do that, or will EDG get themselves a closer step to that spot? We'll find out once we return from a few short minutes of this break for the Game 3 draft. Welcome back, everybody, to English coverage of the LPL. We have game number 3 about to begin here in Group Nirvana between Edward Gaming and LGD. But before that happens, we have a quick question for you. Have you ever heard of a thing called MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot the program up and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. We're going to do one right now before we head on over to game number 3. And Bloxer, I'm a Scion player, so I think we gotta do the one with the Scion logo on it. If you're okay with that.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's use some lane priority here.
Is the other one?
Can we not complete it? Okay, never mind. Let's lane priority with another champion then. Let's try this one then.
All right. We've seen enough Scion today already, apparently.
That is true.
One issue puzzle based on
Knocknato on the Yasuo. I don't play much Yasuo, but you know it's still top lane. So basically, it's going to show a video of a pro VOD, and then it's going to ask us a question about what our champion should do in this current situation. So we're finishing off this wave. We have 450 gold. Our jungler is pathing towards the top side. What do you think we should do in this situation, Blockster? I feel like right now we don't have much gold on the map. We could probably go to the grubs and help them out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see you've got both your support and your jungler moving, so I feel like going to Void Grubs is good. I don't think keeping pushing is bad either in this situation. But yeah, let's go down to Void Grubs.
Alright, cool. Sin's moving towards the objective. We have lane prio. I don't know where the Pantheon is just yet. We'll probably find him soon. We get a kill mid, which is even better. That means these grubs should be pretty free. Oh, it looks like actually the Kha'Zix was on it. Alright, cool.
Look at that.
Let's do one more.
Completed.
So medium puzzle. One issue puzzle. So another question here. Now we're playing Quinn against the Scion. It's going to ask us about what to do here with this lane prio. We have push in the lane. We have a Tiamat as well, which is nice. Now our mid lane is maybe fighting down there. What should we do in this situation? I feel like it's going to be hard to dive the Scion.
Yeah,
I think
he's
we
got
have to
a lot
help
of
out
health.
mid lane right now. What do you think?
I would agree. Let's go help mid lane. You're a Quinn as well. Pop the ulti, run down. You're going to be so fast.
Yeah, we get there pretty quick. This is the way to break their spirit and breaking their nexus. Okay, cool.
Nice. We'll have a look at what that results in. Yeah, pushing the Scion would have been a very bad decision right there. He's got a ton of HP. Not much mana, but you're a Quinn. The whole point of this champion is to go running around. Get yourself involved. And this fight is not going super well for your team, of course, until, of course, you pop up.
Our Jin's here to help out too. Oh, game over. Game over. GG's. GG's. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Should we try to do one more? If it's a 3 issue, then we can kind of pass up on it. But okay, well we'll play with this for a little bit as we get ready for the draft. We're playing some Scion. What should we do right now? We're teleporting in. Let's just do this first question, and then we'll move on to the draft of game number 3. We're up against an Ornn.
On good health.
Let's see what it asks us to do.
Slow push or fast push right now? Okay.
Okay. Well, this is not great. I'm not a very good Scion player, so for me, it's always fast push.
Always
just
fast
press
push?
all your buttons. So
hey, if you want always fast push, I personally would be slow pushing here, but this is your champion. Tell us.
I'm probably wrong. Let's just fast push. I would fast push in this situation, and that's why I'm not a pro.
Nice.
Maybe. Okay.
Hey, that's why you're the Scion player.
I feel like no matter what the situation is, it's always just
always
use
fast
all your
push.
abilities on the way. Press W, press Q, and you kind of one-shot it. It just feels so good. You get it in. All right, so then we get the wave under tower. Oh, could we ult this Silas? I feel like it looks kind of doable.
That's the fun option. He's
Screw
not
it. His
flash.
name's Mid King, not for long. Let's
Do
all
it.
mid. Yeah.
Yes. There we go. Let's see if this kill happens.
And we've done a lot of these puzzles already, Kai, so as soon as the draft is ready, just feel free to tab on out. But we've got a nice little play here in the mid lane. We use our lane prio from pushing the top lane a little bit early. Then we get this play onto the Silas. He has no flash. Should be able to take him down pretty easily. And you feel pretty good on the Scion at this point in the game. We also get everybody down on Dragon. I think we should just back... Ooh, we don't have TP,
Don't have
That's the
TP.
problem.
Yeah, you're gonna lose quite a lot of plating at this point.
I think we run top. We have enough health, right?
Yeah, run top. Gonna take one more tower shot at the end of this play. Yeah.
Wow, I don't think I've ever been right on everything like this before. I've done like 3 or 4 of these reads.
Look at
This is
us.
my day.
Maybe we're getting better.
Hey, just like you can get better here with MOBA Trainer. If you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using the code LPL20. All proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers, as well as us here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So start leveling up your game today with MOBA Trainer. And perfect timing. We've gotten ourselves into the draft for game number 3. Things tied up at 1-1 between EDG and LGD. Reminder that LGD won that game number 2 very quickly and very easily, Blockster. And now they'll be on the red side, where EDG will finally get the opportunity to play on blue.
The composition that we saw out of EDG was a little bit of a mess previously. So what are they going to change up right here? They're going to get rid of both the Gwen and the Yone. Yone ban makes a lot of sense. You want to avoid any possibility of having that Sejuani Yone combo. They can really begin a wombo combo composition in a lot of ways. Final ban from LGD. A lot of the best pickups that we see in the top side and as those B1 options just kind of have already been taken off of the board. You're in a situation actually in this game number 3 where you're a little bit more free with what you want to get rid of. They don't want to have to deal with the side lane Yorick, but in theory, one of those very strong junglers still available. Xiao Hao gonna immediately slam that one. It leaves Vi open though. Vi was the other thing that kept being banned away, and I think that, alongside the Lilia, of Nio's best looking picks.
And so maybe LGD were comfortable leaving the Neferi up because it meant that they could get Vi in response. If it gets locked in here, would be pretty much expected. Still have some time to wait it out, as you only need to pick it in the first 3 because the jungler has already been selected here for EDG. So maybe LGD can focus on another selection here.
I think
they have a soul laner that they like a little bit better.
Yeah,
but it looks like it's going to be the Ambassador Vi.
Most definitely the strongest pairing of champions that you can pick up for yourself right now. See if it is just going to be this Renekton top lane. It does well in the team fights, but kind of just has a bit of a neutral matchup into the Ambessa. Can stop the Ambessa scaling early on, which is pretty impactful. A late game strong Ambessa is very scary, and this is something you were calling out earlier on. You want to see Angel on his most comfortable champion right here in the Victor. We're going to get that one slammed right here for EDG.
And so immediately seeing a very good team fighting composition for EDG to start things off. Obviously the bot lanes have gotten more and more kind of proactive, aggressive, for both of these squads. Things like the Lucian Nami, the Kaisa has opened up here for EDG. What will On and Wink decide to round out this composition with when you already have a ton of frontline and backline damage on your side? Maybe a little bit more utility. The Ashe and the Varus both available right now here, or the Varus actually banned away on the red side. The Ahri responded here by XQW as we head into that second phase of bans. Bot lanes for both sides have to be selected.
I do wonder if you want something a little bit more defensive right here for On. Something like the Ezreal to get you away from potential Ahri charms, from potential public executions coming through from Sasa. There's a lot of backline dive and access right here for LGD. That makes it an interesting decision what ADC they want to go towards. You don't want to get left behind. The ideal pickup in this situation would usually have been something like the Kai'Sa, but that was already picked up in game number 2 for EDG, so you're not going to have the ability to play towards that one. Draven actually taken off of the board, so they're worried about a very aggressive bot lane right here. With EDG's composition, I feel like something that does a ton of damage later on, like the Tristana, might work well. The Jinx could also be a possibility, but it's a little bit immobile.
Something else along those lines, you know, Zeri Lulu is a bot lane that has been popular in the past, is available if either of these players want to pick that up. It does make you a little bit more vulnerable in the laning phase though, so we'll see if that is the road they want to take. A lot of these engaged supports though, now out of the picture. If you're looking down the tier list, something like the Rakan now really pops up in terms of priority with the Nautilus banned away. Obviously, the Rakan's also banned away. I'm just not looking at the bans seemingly here in this draft. As we're here in game number 3, obviously. YCX going to lock in that Alistar. That's a pretty good pairing, as we'll see the Ezreal and the Braum followed up here by EDG.
Okay, so that very much stops any look towards these very much wombo combo kind of compositions for LGD. You now very much don't want to be picking yourself the misfortune in this situation. I think you want something aggressive. Mobile Zeri does pick the picture. It is very aggressive, though, to go towards the Zeri. I would imagine they'd want to play something a little bit less forward-thinking. Ooh, okay, the Sivir actually going to be the lock-in right here. Now, that leaves you in a bit of an interesting situation where the top side of the map's gone flying into the back line, and you're not exactly going to be able to follow up. You usually prefer playing a lot more backwards as the Sivir. So we'll see how Xiaoyu is going to be able to navigate this.
It almost looks like a 1-3-1 can be set up a little bit for LGD as well. You have a lot of wave clear with this Sivir in the mid lane. You have the Vi that can kind of run around across the map, and these soul laners can operate decently on sides, especially compared to something like a Victor here for EDG. So maybe that could be where LGD can find some advantages, because EDG, this top side, again, we mentioned it, the team fighting, very, very good, especially with Angel on his Victor. This is a signature pick of his throughout the season here in 2025 on EDG. And that could be where this game is broken open. Again, LGD specifically need a win here to clinch top 2 in Group Nirvana, go up to 4-0 on the season, and make sure that they get themselves at least one best of 5 to try to make their way into the LPL playoffs.
This game is going to be very interesting for Angel and Xiaoyu, because both of these champions very much prefer the more standard front-to-back style of gameplay once we get into these team fights, but I don't think there's going to be any lines in the sands particularly drawn. I mean, the Vi, the Ambessa, even the Ahri and the Alistar for LGD all want to go flying in. They want to get themselves more towards the backline. Same kind of thing for EDG. I think they can play a slightly more standard front-to-back level of competition if they want it, but they can also change things up, go a little bit crazy. If ZDZ and Zhao Hao want to go flying in as well, these team fights might turn into messes, but in these sorts of messy team fights, that is where Angel can really pop off. If you drop that Arcane Storm into the backline and people aren't having to just think about that, they've got lots of other things to notice, that's when you can start dealing massive damage with this Victor.
And we've seen it from Angel time and time again this year. Some other pocket picks selected. Nayo's Vi. Sasa on the Ambessa has been very good. It's all going to come down to this. Game number 3 between LGD and EDG. Start right now.
Let's see it right here. Incredibly important matchup. EDG winning this one locks them away from those bottom 2 spots in Group Nirvana. Those devastating spots where you don't get to play both the rest of this split and any of next split. Your entire season would be done right here in May of 2025. That's a fate you very much want to avoid. It also opens up the possibility that they can make it through into that top 2, go face some of those Group Ascend teams. LGD winning right here locks them into those top 2 spots. So much riding on this game, and it's been 2 very different games. A pretty back and forth one in game number 1, and utter domination from LGD in game number 2.
And again, for LGD, it's not just the ability to maybe clinch yourself a spot in the playoffs. If you do win that best of 5, you of course get to play in the postseason, but you also most likely have the opportunity to be in that Group Ascend for Split 3. EDG want to try to put a stop to that here, as they are already sending Zhao Hao up to try and stop Nayo here on his own Wolves. So every single game, we've seen a little awkward jungle strategy. This time it's going to go EDG's way, with the Neferi getting the first start of things on the enemy jungle.
And the Neferi is such a strong jungler at the moment. The amount of damage you can do, the survivability you can get through that E as well, just adds so much to this champion. Oh my god.
Between the towers.
This is aggression right here. I really like this. I thought initially it was just going to be once again that vertical jungling being set up, but at this point you are chasing Nayo through his jungle and making it so there's no comfortable places for him to really farm, and a lot less risks that he's going to be able to counter invade you and go even.
Now YCX could be in some trouble here, has to flash away. And so Nayo and YCX in a little bit of trouble, as Zhao Hao is starting to take 3 camps away here from the Vi, with ZDZ joining after picking up some push on that second wave. Zhao Hao in a great position here in this early game.
And it is particularly important right now that the bot lane push is coming through for EDG, because they can now move quicker to any plays. XQW.
For XQW.
Oh,
the bleed. Almost taking him down. Less than 100 HP he is at, and that means that Nayo can't even go for an evade of his own.
He's going again.
Just continue to chase him.
And this is what I was saying, right, with that push in the bottom lane, if you do want to go aggressive and potentially try to fight onto Nayo or steal away some camps, having this bot lane push is going to be critical for that, for getting Arn and Wink to come join up with you that much quicker. For right now, things are backed off a little bit. Zhao Hao decides maybe he wants some of his own jungle too, but he's now stolen away 3 camps from Nayo, significantly delayed this Vi on the clear.
And this is the most impressive part. Oh, okay, never mind. He picked up 2. The
took
dogs
one.
tank some of the tower. Like.
Yeah, it's really not the end of the world as well. Hang on, wait, look, he's in there again.
Did he steal it again? Oh my god!
8 to 19
Zhao Hao has
CS.
4 camps in Nayo's jungle. Nayo
He's
has
still
two
chasing
camps
him.
in his own jungle. He's homeless.
This is only one camp that Xiaohao has taken from his own lane. And this really sucks for a Vi, because usually Vi pretty good on the skirmish, but Xiaohao isn't even level 3 yet.
This is disaster. I mean, Nayo is just completely out of this early game right now.
Does he get to go take the bottom lane scuttle, or do you chase him down here too as Xiaohao? Because at some point you have to take your own camps.
I would send On and Wink up there to try to contest him personally. I think it would be very funny. It's obviously not going to happen. The smite is available here for Nayo. He should be able to pick this one up. Finally, Ding's level 3. But now Xiaohao gets to clear his own jungle. And this is just like where he gets to continue to add to this lead. EDG, slowly, combined with their lanes, are up 700 gold right now in this game.
Yeah.
And it's going to only continue to grow because Nayo has really nowhere to go.
And this is not just through the jungle, but also through the mid lane, because we saw these junglers multiple times pop up in the mid. XGW just hasn't been allowed to fully farm up in the way he would have otherwise wanted to, and has also dropped down by about 10 CS. These are significant leads for this point in the game. Finally, we're going to see some recalls coming on through. The bottom side camps, the bottom side red buff and Krugs are still level 1 camps right here for Xiaohao.
So the second spawns of things finally starting to come through. Nayo going to be able to get back into this one just a little bit. XQW doesn't have his flash in the mid lane from that earlier play. So has to play very far back in this situation. Bot lane really controlled right now by EDG, as is the mid lane everywhere. Really controlled here by Edward Gaming. We're trying to pull off the supposed upset over LGD. And it's going well so far, most notably off of Nayo on this Nefiri.
The thing that you would want here as LGD is to have 2-0'd EDG, get yourself locked into those top 2 spots, and then we'd be talking about this team as being too good for Group Nirvana, right? They beat everybody in Group Nirvana, clearly they're the best squad, and maybe they've got a chance against these Group Ascend teams. Now that they're not even potentially going to come out of this one as the clean 5-0 victors, all of a sudden the narrative very much does change, and it's this extra level of pressure on them. They could still technically drop out of those top 2 spots and not even make it into those play-ins.
It would require a lot of different tie-breaking situations. Obviously, LGD have gotten themselves off to a very good start. I think only dropping a single game into the season, entering today against EDG. Obviously, that has changed, given how EDG were to take game number 1. But if LGD lose this one, all of a sudden you have to worry about things just a little bit more. Their next matchup after that, their final one, will be up against Ultra Prime in a little bit over a week. And if Ultra Prime are suddenly doing good, we get a bunch of teams at 3-2, and that would be very scary in terms of tiebreakers. As we get a bit of a skirmish here in the bottom lane, Xiaoya doing a lot of damage here, finally cropping that concussive blows on, burning the barrier at just the right time. Means that he'll be able to survive.
You can see multiple people roaming down towards this bottom lane as well. The dragon had been started up by Nayo, has to jump off of that one as Angel and Xiaohao pop up to potentially stop that one going Dover. XQW sniffing in the area, everybody gonna go back, no kills gonna go over still. Despite the fact we're at a no kills at 7 minutes game, still a ton of action early on. And as we take a look back in at what that has meant, 7 CS lead in the mid lane, but yeah, specifically, this hurts so bad. Nayo has had a terrible time, still only level 4 at the moment. Xiaohao now gonna tick over to that level 6, so this Nefiri is now unlocked.
And we know what happens when the Furies get fed in the early game.
Oh yeah.
Not good things if you're playing against it. And that means that Xiaohao has a big opportunity to do a lot here in this game. Already picking up the first 3 grubs. Dragon should certainly be a priority if he wants it. Or maybe he can just steal away some more camps. And it looks like the red buff going to be the focus here. And again, Xiaohao having that level 6, and also with ZDZ and Angel having push early here in these lanes.
Exactly.
has nothing to do about it.
That is what is fully unlocking Xiaohao, to be able to push into these jungles and really get aggressive, right? You've got push through the bottom lane early on, you've got push in the mid lane and the top lane at this point in the game, and it just unlocks you to be able to be aggressive and know, hey, even if things begin to go a little bit wrong, I'm gonna have that backup with me that much quicker. You can see currently the CS gap is going to be 30 CS, the difference, at just 8.5 minutes into the game, with the 3 grubs already picked up, with the Drake now potentially in EDG's sightline. This is only going to get worse.
True counter jungling masterclass that we are witnessing right now here by Xiaohao against Nayo in game number 3. And again, still opportunities for LGD to clinch their spot if they do drop this series, but it just becomes a little bit more stressful, especially if Ultra Prime are able to take care of business in their next matchup.
Exactly.
A weird tiebreak situation, as we already alluded to. You don't want that to come down to your last game, especially after starting off 3-0.
Exactly. Things all of a sudden falling apart. I mean, EDG and Ultra Prime are both in position to overtake LGD if things go wrong. They'd have the head-to-heads as well. LNG also going to be watching this one with rapt breath. They very much need EDG to fall in this matchup too. Otherwise, it's pretty much guaranteed that their season is going to end, but at least not their year.
That is true. That's always the big relief. But
yeah. That's the thing, right? Not making it out of this group Nirvana feels so much less bad when the other option was not getting to play for the entire rest of the year. And this is what we were worried about, right? That Xiaohao was going to be able to turn this around into a Drake as well. 3 grubs, the first Drake, most of your enemies' camps too. This really is a masterclass of counter jungling, and the way you could use this Neferi early on. Leaving the Vi open was always going to be a risk, right? The Vi is an incredibly strong champion at the moment, but because the full dive composition was already sort of off of the board, because the Kai'Sa had already been taken earlier on, you weren't so worried about getting taken down with this sort of composition. And instead, right now, they are just bullying out onto Nayu, who's honestly had a little bit of an iffy series so far.
Especially considering what he's been able to do for this LGD roster so far in this split, which is being the big difference maker in terms of allowing LGD to kind of break out of whatever slump they were in during the placement stages to get themselves into a position where they were 3-0. But that has not really continued so far, at least in this series. Nayo really struggling here compared to what we were expecting of him, even against a team like EDG, who, yeah, maybe we thought they were just like kind of an average team. They've taken care of business. They dropped a series earlier on in the Nirvana stage as well. Maybe they'll be able to do it against the currently undefeated EDG.
Let's see it. LGD really have had a very good start to this group Nirvana, but right now I feel like they're getting pushed around just a little bit. Still, no kills yet in this game. 2,000 gold lead available for EDG. Next set of grubs going to be spawning in 30 seconds time, but this is not your jungle. Your jungle's not your jungle at this point, and actually, Xiaohao goes in.
We ult all the way over the wall here. Nayo going to be in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to Vault Breaker right back out. He'll be matched with a flash of Xiaohao, but Nayo's now on the complete wrong side of the map. Xiaohao going to continue to try to chase him down. That Q2 connects. The burn's not enough. Will Nayo be able to escape this one? It's going to try to buy as much time as possible. There comes one more Q. It's first blood in for EDG.
Nearly 12 minutes into the game for that first blood to be able to spawn, but this is exactly one of the worst times possible to go down. That second set of grubs are now going to be up and available, and this one should be nice and easily picked up right here for EDG. EDG really have been in control of this early game. I understand Nayu attempting to go steal away that red buff, but he was read like a book, and even then he didn't have any priority in the mid or the bottom lane, so he was getting collapsed upon from all sides.
This goes bad for worse to worse a little bit here for Nayo. He was trying to get something back. He's like, guys, okay, their red buff's up. I'm going to do a little counter jungle of my own. They'll never expect this. And then immediately gets met by Neferi, who ends up 1v1ing her. And now Nayo is down 40 CS, or 35 CS, instead of the original 30. 1,000 gold lead, specifically in the jungle, at this point in the game, is frankly absurd. And that's what's giving EDG a very significant advantage in this game, and potentially setting themselves up for a series win.
The sort of gold deficit that is pretty tricky to overcome when it happens this early on into the game, especially with a champion like the Vi, who really needs things to go at least even during the early game. She's always going to be useful in that you've got a lot of CC to add, but there's a situation where you don't have enough items under your belt where you attempt to go in, and before that cease and desist has even arrived, you've already been taken out on the way there, and that's a really rough situation to put your team in, especially when you are a big bit of that initial engage. Yes, you've got an Alistar and potentially an Ahri Charm to play around as well, but you're very much looking for the combo right here between that Vi and the Ambessa to make landing the public execution so much easier for Sasa.
We haven't seen that link up just yet, as Nayo hasn't had a lot of time to gank because he's been busy trying to salvage whatever's remaining of his jungle. It's like the dog got to the dinner table first, and now Nayo's like looking around for the scraps of whatever was left for him potentially. And
really has him picking up whatever remains, being chased around his jungle as well, right? He's not been able to just breathe at any point.
It's been tough. It's been very tough. Now Nayo maybe going to look for some sort of combination here with Sasa on the Ambessa. The lane gank could be in the cards here. Might have gotten spotted here. We'll see if EDG decides to face check, goes a little bit too far forward. There's the Vault Breaker combined with the Public Execution. EDG going to try to get something here. The Kolomik heals them a lot. And ZDZ will be able to survive without even burning that flash.
That feels so rough right here for EDG. You needed to be able to pick up that kill, get Sasa ahead, get Nayo back onto the map. And yes, ZDZ is now low, but here comes Yaohao, jumps over the wall.
Now counter gank to try to match things up. Not going to use that call to pack, so instead we'll force Sasa back away. That's all that it'll be. And EDG overall still holding on to that 1,500 gold lead, even though only one kill has fully gone over.
TP coming down towards the bottom lane for Angel right here means that he's going to be in the area for this spawning Drake. Going to be a Hextech Drake to pick up, a very good one to be able to grab on the individual. And if EDG just want to keep up their complete domination of the objective so far, this is what they're going to be looking for. I mean, right now, this is a perfect game. Don't expect that to continue. You know, neither of these teams play the cleanest kinds of team fights. Still, the fact they've been able to maintain that for the first 15 or so minutes of this game has been very impressive from EDG.
And it's not necessarily the early games that we've really praised EDG for. In their games, in their series that they've won, it's been a lot of team fighting, obviously, as we mentioned. But Xiao specifically is having a great series so far, specifically in their wins, obviously. Game number 2, you got faced up against the Nayo Lilia. You're bound to have something bad happen to you. But game number 1 on the Zenzao, game number 3 here on the Nefiri, things going very well for him. And now they're looking for a gank here on Shaya, who uses Spell Shield to get away from the slow of the ultimate proc. That's all that it'll be. It looks like LGD going to back away and be out just fine.
Had to pop that ulti right there. Needed the extra little bit of movement speed from the On The Hunt to be able to run away. Still, it's not a massive teamfight ulti to lose. And you do not have to worry so much about the Nefiri for a couple of seconds now. Rift Herald is available, and LGD, they've brought the majority of members around to it. XQW does also have that teleport if you want to turn this into a straight 5v5.
So let's see how important it's valued here by LGD, who have already given up the first 6 scrubs.
Yeah.
They don't want to necessarily give up any more in terms of pushing power.
Stepping up right now, so risky, especially into a Braum. The Braum, the Fury, going to be able to stack those Permafrost passives so quickly. It's so tricky to be able to walk away right here. Happy enough to just be farming up in the mid lane. We were worried a little bit about the life of whatever ADC was picked for EDG. That's why they went towards a very safe Ezreal. So far, so good. We have a quick look in the picture-in-picture of what it was that went down in the bottom lane. Didn't result in any kills, it was just a lot of damage being done.
No Arcane Storm for Angel, but he's already in the base anyway. As EDG secured themselves the Rift Herald. One more objective in their hands as they continue to really control this game, even though a full fight hasn't broken out yet.
And the gold lead has actually come down just a little bit now, going to be only 1,000, and that is pretty much entirely sat right here onto Xiaohao. He's in such a strong position, now potentially looking to gank top lane.
See if it works this time. Looks like Sasa knows better than to try to dive a full health or half health connecting with ulti, so no attempt at that follow up there. On decides to Mystic Shot backwards for fun and missed that one as well, point blank.
It's all good. He's still getting the majority of this CS. It's fine. It's fine. You know, small differences may well be impactful. We have now gotten far enough into this game for first items to be completed, well on the way to the second items for a lot of these carries too. Specifically, Xiaohao, very close to having that second item completed. And already with this Eclipse, it gives you that extra bit of survivability, a ton of damage. Could potentially be looking to exert that pressure onto the bottom lane right now. There is a Drake spawning in 2.5 minutes. Not really anything to play for on the map at the moment, other than, of course, continuing to make Nayo's life miserable.
And he's been able to get a little bit back. You know, 110 CS at this point is relatively respectable, but Xiao really still continues to be accelerated here. As now they're looking for a play potentially on the bottom side. XQW has to run underneath his tier 1 turret. There's not enough a wave for EDG to go for the dive. So now turning your attention back towards farming, picking up some of your camps here for Xiaohao. getting closer to that full second item completed. If you can get that done before this next dragon spawns, to be soul point for your team would be a very good situation for EDG.
Absolutely. Pushing this game on, accelerating this game through. Effective right there. Arcane Storm just going to be dropped onto XQW's head. Takes a ton of damage. Is just have to run away. Is able to get away, but still, you're conceding a ton of pressure down onto this bottom lane. Ooh.
Ulti.
Would have missed
Nice
anyway. Still, recall coming through just fast enough. But the main thing is that you've now pushed anybody who could potentially have responded to this play bot lane out of the lane. And now, with the 6 grubs picked up, be able to take a ton of damage off of this tower. They do at least pick up first tower, do LGD through the push from Sasi in the top lane. And that is something, right? It's no longer going to be a perfect game right here for EDG. They're still very much in control of this one.
And now it's another one of those weird situations where the last feat of strength to be given over is actually the feats of warfare. Normally that's one of the first ones to go down, especially in my solo queue games where that one's out of the picture in like 5 minutes. So
you make it 5 minutes? I've watched my top laner die 3 times in the first 2 minutes, hey, and it's my fault.
Sometimes it's me. So
okay, you know what?
It's a little close to home.
On Scion? Are you
Things happen, okay?
Okay.
You've seen the bounce play.
I have indeed.
Okay.
I have indeed. Yeah, you know what? Fine. Respect. We do have the Atakan up unavailable now. EDG potentially going to be looking for this one. They don't have to over-push in this game, though. You need to play respectful, of course. The all-in potential of this LGD composition is very strong. Pick 2. You can ever land a charm. Still, though, Xiaoya just having to walk away here. Gets chunked out to half HP without really ever getting too close to the EDG members.
And that's a pretty good situation now for EDG, as one of the main carries for the opposition is already chunked down to half HP. Teleport's going to come in from ZDZ to join the fight, as the dragon has been potentially started up here, or at least tickled by LGD. EDG would get soul point if they're able to collect this one, but with the Herald proc in the mid lane, LGD have to pull away from it, at least for a second, to try to regenerate that mid priority. And that means that right now EDG can just head right back to the objective. There's really not a position for LGD to contest this one.
I'm not sure that that was the ideal use of the Rift Herald. I feel like there are other ways you could have potentially gotten yourself mid lane priority and pushed LGD away. Still, this one is effective enough, and with the 6 grubs, you're not too worried about missing out on the extra damage to towers. Cracking open the mid lane tier 1 would have been nice overall. Still, that is going to be soul point for EDG. They've got themselves, again, about 1,000 gold lead. They really haven't been able to extend that gold lead any further, but it's not in the gold where the power is right now. It's the 6 grubs, it's 3 drakes, it's all of these little extra stat bonuses that you're getting that are really giving EDG that edge.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to grow, especially if that next dragon is picked up. And so now LGD on a serious timer in this game block, sir. Think about what the Ocean Soul could mean for something like someone like a Nefiri, a Renekton, even the Ezreal. Just the constant healing you're going to be able to put out makes it so much harder to deal with, especially when LGD are going to rely on, using some of their long-range damage as well, things like the Sivir and the Ahri. So don't want to give that one up. Ooh, Sasa almost hits that ultimate on the Angel. Kind of dodged away from it without him even knowing. That was some Matrix level stuff.
And this is the problem, right, with the Ambessa. You really need to use it in conjunction with something else. YCX going in, a charm landing out of the Ahri, or the great combo between the Vi and the Ambessa. Actually landing the public execution straight up is very tricky, and we see it missed quite a lot, even at this top tier of competition. Now not going to have available that very important ulti for a while. See if we are going to be able to see a fight from EDG or LGG anytime soon. We've got less than 2 minutes at this point until the Baron is going to spawn. Maybe then we'll get a team fight, or an anything.
I find it very hard to believe that these teams are going to fight for Baron right now. With how scared they have been to go for any sort of engage anywhere after the initial early invade from Xiaohao in the jungle of Nayo, I think we're waiting for that soul at this point. If EDG do not want to flip their lead at this point around a Baron, as that certainly would be what it is. As Xiao does take a decent chunk of damage to XGW, but with all the cooldowns already kind of off of there, the last Angel to get more damage. And actually, with the jungler top lane, LGD are going to head down to the bot lane and pick themselves up a really free Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, unless EDG can pull a miracle out, this one should just go over nice and easily. LGD finally get themselves one of these neutral objectives. They are now going to have those respawns. We can get even more fights without kills actually going down.
Now ICX can play very aggressive to just try to clear this wave out. Even if he loses all his health, it's not going to really matter too much. He'll just head back to base. 200 gold given over. And XQW here to teleport in time. As LGD can continue to play a little bit more reckless with these dead bodies and without any really major objective available for the next 2 minutes or so. Unless you want to fully fight for this Baron. Nio dashing forward, forcing Wing to back away. And so LGD get themselves a little bit more time in this one.
On the one hand, I understand why EDG have been a bit passive. Yes, your Neferi got ahead, but you've got yourself a Victor and an Ezreal. These are champions who would like to scale at least to the 2-item mark before really wanting to get involved. I mean, Ezreal does have a very hard 1-item spike, but you never really wanted to play around that one. But you've also got yourself a Renekton in the top lane you could have potentially tried to bring to some of these skirmishes. EDG, they bullied Nio around during the laning phase. Yes, he's still down about 40 CS, but he's really not as far behind as he could have otherwise been. And EDG, it felt like they never were really comfortable to really push that advantage that they were able to get for themselves through that creative jungle pathing.
And it really, that's right now the entire gold lead. You take a look at what's on the bottom of your screen and what's on the top of your screen. It's about 1.3k in favor of EDG, and Xiao has about a 1.3k lead over Nio. They're going to try to change that here now in the mid lane. A beautifully executed public execution from Sasso. Pick up the first kill onto Odd as LGD are finally on the board. They pick up the kill onto the enemy AD carry right as the Baron spawns, and they might be turning right towards it.
Yeah, why not head straight over onto this one? I mean, right here, without Arn being up and available, that's a ton of the damage for EDG just gone. They can still step up, though, and you do still have Xiaohao up and available. ICX actually going on the big flank.
Here. Now dashing forward, but remember, he doesn't have that ultimate, neither does Sasa right now, and that means the health bars could be bursted down. ZDZ forcing 2 resets already, flashes forward for a third, and XQW, the only one with a Voracious Autocon buff still alive. That's one real kill, combined with all the resets going down, as even though it doesn't look like it on the scoreboard, EDG get a big boon.
They really do. That's going to bring them out to about a 2k, nearly 3k gold lead. They can't turn it straight around into the Baron or anything, though, and because those are false lives for the most part, it's just going to be these quick resets coming on through. I have to see what the item advantage you can get from that gold is going to be. Right now, it's just 2 items completed on the majority of these champions. We've also now got the very important Drake up and available. But this one, it's just way over-aggressive right here. Now, really has no right to be jumping this far into the backline, and as we talked about, right, the Arcane Storm over the top of multiple members throughout that fight really just wrecks things here for LGD. They're lucky they've got the false lives, but they're still giving over a lot of gold to EDG.
Now, LGD had a chance to get into that pit a little bit earlier because all of EDG had to go for resets after making those plays for the taking of the false lives. But now, Xiao's back onto the Dragon Pit. It's going to be Soul unless Nio can get in there, so he's got to go in quick. At 4,000 HP, the Dragon is, but Nio's already so low. And now EDG just have full opportunity to try to pick up the Soul. True Trap Barrage comes out. Finally, Nio going to try to get in, but it's already taken away by Xiaohao. That's Ocean Soul for EDG. And they finally collect the Feats of Warfare with 2 more kills in their pocket.
There we go. We're going to watch EDG just finally explode onto this game after they had been so passive, creative pathing in the early game into a passive mid game. But team fighting is EDG's bread and butter. Maybe they don't play the laning phase so well, but yes, this team knows how to team fight, and now Wink, Angel, they're going to play bodyguard and make sure there's no way that Nio can step up and potentially get involved in this Baron play. Baron going down relatively slowly with only 2 members attacking it. Still, there's no path forwards for the Vi. You think? Hang on. No flash. Does he have another Vault Breaker?
XQW's looking
he's
here
gonna get
as
in the
well.
pit.
Nio gonna be a hero.
Oh!
No, 10 HP. The Baron was at, but it gets picked up by Edward Gaming. On takes down Nio. ZDZ pops to Dominus to stay alive. And XQW and Xayah now have to run on out of there as the Baron buffs in all 5 hands of EDG. And they're going to try to make you push down here onto this mid lane turret. Arcane shift forward on, throwing out some mixed shots. And they're not even going to go for the resets. They just want to continue to force down the base.
Yeah,
Xiao jumps over the wall. They can try to look a little bit further onto XQW. There's a call in the pack. No, but Xiao goes a little bit too far forward. But the intargetable means he's able to escape. EDG potentially with highway robbery and XQW trying to make a play. Flash charm onto Angel. Does not find a damn thing. And Edward Gaming will get out scot-free with Baron in their hands.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take these quick resets and then continue the pressure right here. You've got tier 2 towers to still take in the top and the bottom lane. We'll have a look back at this one. This is now nearly double steals away from Nayo on 2 straight objectives. But it's just Xiao Hao with a great early game turning into picking up these objectives right here. It's a complete mess of a team fight overall. You're just not quite able to steal anything away. Sasa goes into the backline and doesn't get anything either. And it's just well played right here out of EDG. You can see the main carries of Angel and Arn practically full health for the entirety of that fight around both the Drake and the Baron.
And even though the KDAs don't look too drastic, this has been absolutely a jungle diff between Xiao Hao and Nayo. As a newcomer from LGD, all of a sudden maybe even some extra trouble with the Glacial Fissure coming out. He has been forcibly and systematically eliminated from this game's impact at all. Nayo has been able to do almost nothing here in game number 3, which should be the decider, should be the clincher for LGD to confirm themselves a spot in the play-in, but it's EDG spoiling their opportunity here and continuing to push down mid.
Gonna push forwards further and further right here. Mid lane, bot lane taking a lot of heat at the moment. Remember, the 6 Grubs went over to EDG earlier on, so they are gonna melt through these towers. You can see it right here. This bot lane at tier 3 gonna fall so very soon. 2 Baron empowered cannon minions firing onto it. Here goes LGD.
Assist on. Combined with the public execution on, going to be taken low, taken down by Sasa. It's 2 kills on to EDG, but what will the response be here for ZDZ? Xiao Hao and ZDZ still so tanky here on this front line. XQW running the wrong way. The Baron empowered minions are going to take him down. It's a double kill for Angel, who gets the last hit on that one, and it's a 2 for 3 overall, so LGD do find something back.
Yeah, they're actually going to cut this Baron push off, and they don't lose any of these towers. The fact the base remains is crazy right here. Well played out of LGD. They found that angle to go on in. This is what you need to do as Nayo. You're really not going to be able to survive through these team fights, but use that Cease and Desist Vault Breaker combo to just get into the backline, stop either Angel or Arn, mainly Angel because he's got a lot less mobility, and then hopefully the team fight can be won from there. Without the Chaos Storm down onto the backline, it's a lot of the damage from EDG gone. Maybe it's playable for LGD, but still, they're down by 5,000 gold at this point in the game. It's going to be very tough to be able to pull off a comeback.
Very tough indeed, but that was maybe one sign of what could potentially happen. And somebody we haven't talked about for much of this game is Xiaoya in the bottom lane here for LGD. Again, one of the only players on this team that is not actually a rookie. This is his second year on the team, which at this point makes him a veteran. And now he has to put the team on his back a little bit on this Sivir. Has 3 full items, nobody else on his team really at that point just yet, other than Sasa, who also has gotten himself into a decent spot. But it's going to be up to the Sivir to really have a big impact in these later game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, as much as EDG are in control of this game, they haven't been able to get themselves so far ahead that there's these massive item differences across the board. At least at the peak of power of LGD, they're still in a decent spot. Lord Dom's going to be the next pickup right here for Xiaoya. And once he's got those 4 items completed, that's the point at which the Sivir really starts to hit. I mean, it's such a ridiculously long lead time to get your Sivir to the point where you can really take over the game. But also, that On the Hunt ultimate is going to be incredibly strong too, to just push these members of LGD forward. See if you can't get your main carries right here of Sasi and Nayo into the back line and find those initial picks. This game is not out of reach for LGD to be able to mount a comeback. Thing is, 30 seconds until an Elder is up and available, and then 1 minute 15 until the Baron is here. There is a very real possibility that as EDG, you can just pick yourself up the Elder, turn around into a Baron, and then push through for the end with very little recourse for LGD to be able to counter.
And that's what EDG are hoping for, and that's what EDG have been able to do so far in this game. For a lot of these dragons were just not fought for. A lot of these neutral objectives kind of were just given over to EDG for free. But LGD cannot let that happen now. Shia already taking a big chunk of damage through the True Shot Barrage. He'll be able to heal up a little bit off this wave, has the double buffs in his inventory as well. But Angel starting to get unlocked as well here. Level 17 on the Victor. 3 full items in his own right. As the Elder Dragon has spawned and EDG are going to start it up.
Let's see, are any LGD members going to be able to find their way in? It's very much going to be on Nayo and Sasa to find that engage, that moment. Where can you go?
He gets locked out. He pops the stopwatch, though, so he's going to stay alive for just a little bit. 3-man knockup, though, does connect here for LGD, but DDZ's in the back line, but the dominance already popped. Xiaoya finally has the spell shield taken away. She doesn't find anything, but the health bars on EDG are low. YCX could be the first one to fall, though. XUW flashes forward, lands the charm on Angel. YCX the headbutt pulled, but will finally go down to be the first casualty. Sasa headed back to base. He's going to try to teleport back in with full HP to make it a bit of an even fight for LGD. They've already lost a member, but Xiao Hao still at full health. The Elder Dragon at 4,000 HP. It's going to be a flip. Who's going to get it? It's secured by EDG. The Elder Dragon belongs to them. And then their members will drop like flies. 3 already down. XQW the last one surviving. And he won't be for any much longer in this game. Edward Gaming picked themselves up the ace. They're going to march down the mid lane and hand LGD their first loss in Group Nirvana.
EDG, they secure themselves at least split number 3. They will not be eliminated from the LPL for the rest of 2025. It was on a knife's edge right there. It could have been either jungler's Elder, but it's picked up by Xiao Hao after a masterclass in the jungle early on. With a victory right here, LGD, they are no longer undefeated. EDG, they are fighting to go play up against those Group Ascend teams.
It makes things a little bit more interesting here, as now both LGD and EDG are tied at 3-1, and LNG suddenly left holding their breath. They're at 3-2.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they could sneak into the top 2 if things start to go other teams' ways moving forward. As both LGD and EDG have one more series left up. LGD have to play up against Ultra Prime. Edward Gaming now get the opportunity to play against OMG, who's not necessarily been the strongest, or sorry, RNG, who has not necessarily been the strongest opponent as of late.
Yeah.
So the momentum for Edward Gaming maybe starting to rise up. They played themselves a very clean game number 3, all things considered. It came down to a couple of flips that maybe it shouldn't have at the very end of things, Blockster.
Yes.
But they got the flips. The point landed heads up, and that's all that matters.
Genuinely a crazy game. It felt like EDG could have pushed their advantage a little bit earlier on. They're really waiting for those item breakpoints, waiting for Angel's Victor to really come online and start dealing the damage with those Arcane Storms in the later stages of the game. And this ends with things very, very interesting for Group Nirvana. Right now, nobody would be particularly surprised, right? If OMG and RMG, right there, eliminated. Sorry guys, we'll see you next year. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll see on that front. However, Ultra Prime sat at 2-1 right now. EDG now 3-1. LNG 3-1. LGD 3-1. So you are in a very interesting spot right here, where there's a lot of teams who can make it through, and it's very important to note that it's not head-to-head that's the first deciding tiebreaker. The first deciding tiebreaker is game differential, so you want to be picking up as many 2-0s as possible. That's something LGD had been able to do very well for themselves up until this point. All of a sudden, things are looking a little bit more iffy overall. I really have no clue who's going to be those top 2 teams that go and face those Group Ascend.
So right now, LGD 7-3 overall in game score with a 3-1 record. That's a +4 in terms of their game differential. Edward Gaming currently at 7-4, so that's +3. They're currently exactly tied with LNG in terms of game score with 1 series left to play. That means if they win that series, they'll pass LNG. If they lose it, I think LNG should be ahead of them, all things considered. So the pressure's on for EDG. They have to win against RNG to keep their Split 2 season alive. Whereas for LGD, it's a very similar situation, although it could get a little fishy against Ultra Prime, as that team has also looked not too bad as of late.
Yeah. If all of a sudden they then get knocked down to finishing up at 3-2, we've got an absolute maul in the middle of the pack right here. Things are incredibly close. Remember, LNG, they've played all of their games. That was their last game up against RNG yesterday. They are now finished. 3-2 is the best that they can do. LGD, all they need to do is win one of these final 2 games. They've now lost the EGG series. If they lose against Ultra Prime, 3-2 is going to be a very popular scoreline, and it's going to come down to who had those more 2-0s overall. Genuinely a crazy way to finish this one off, to have lost to a team but have won more games and lost less games overall and then make it out. I mean, a crazy way to do this format anyway, right? Having this Group Nirvana squad. And so fascinating. At the very beginning, I wasn't sure if we were going to get a clear stratification between the bottom 2 teams and everyone else. That has very much come through. OMG and RNG are bad, but everybody else very close at the moment.
It's so funny because if you told me at the start of Nirvana, like, who are teams going out, who are the teams that were going to make it out, and I said, like,
LNG is gone.
OMG and RNG, like, I wouldn't have been too surprised. But now they're just completely in bad situations, and the rest of the teams up here suddenly have a chance to, make it out of this Group Nirvana stage. So we take a look at some highlights. Again, just really tough series overall from Naya. It's one of his, obviously, some of the worst looks we've seen from him all season long.
Yeah.
As he really started to come to this LGD team when they started to look good.
Grapes, this first replay is 15 minutes into this game. That's the point at which this play happened. This was 15 full minutes into this game. That's actually a crazy place to start with these highlights, because it really was... That's crazy that he just did that.
Did he do
I don't
that
think
blind?
he was on vision. I think that was completely blind. I don't know why he stepped back there. Genuinely insane. But it wasn't really about that initial kill that we saw right there from Xiaohao onto his opposing number. It was very much about that counter jungling early on that meant the Vi could just never get involved in this game. Later on, though, there was still a couple of moments where I was like, hey, maybe he can do it. Maybe this steal is actually going to come through. Maybe the Baron, the Elder goes the other way. Not quite. I mean, Xiaohao just goes in a little bit too late on that one. Overall, it wasn't a particularly impressive win in this game number 3, but it's the win on the board that matters. It's getting yourselves into those play-ins that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it, again, just came down to that early game lead that Xiaohao was able to pick up over Nayo. I would have to imagine he gets player of the game just because of those early leads, as the game really was just won off of the back of those wallet diffs at the end of the day. Saw some nice plays started up here by LGD at the end of things. I thought that their setup here was not too bad, but it just came down to not being able to pick up that steal. Even though the health bars got low on EDG, it wasn't low enough to end up finishing the game.
No, just not quite enough here. Really just got so close towards the very end of this game. And now, MVP. I mean, is it just Xiaohao for completely ruining?
I didn't realize, by the way,
that's
why it was 13 HP difference that
yeah.
Nayo missed it by. So that was really
genuinely so close, because if you pick up that Elder, maybe you're actually able to turn around and pick up a couple more of those kills. The second that it goes over, that game is completely dead in the water. I would agree. I feel like nobody else really had to do too much in that game up until the very end, at which point Xiaohao was still looking really good, and just Nayo's day was not the best throughout. Had a big performance on the Lilia, but game number 1 kind of forgot how to play Skarner, was playing by himself in a lot of situations, didn't have the rest of the team following up, and then game number 3 just got chased around the map.
Yeah, I think I have to give it over to Xiaohao, making Nayo look silly kind of in those 2 losses that EDG did have. Whether it was on the Zinzao in game 1, on the Neferi in game 3. This guy turning into a bit of a threat as he does win the MVP on the Neferi. So well done to us for predicting correctly. Well done to Xiaohao, obviously, for winning his team this series and putting Edward Gaming in a very good spot for escaping Group Nirvana to potentially make it into this play-in stage. They need one more win in one more best-of-3 series in order to officially lock their spot there. Once they do that, they can start prepping for a best-of-5 to sneak their way into the playoffs.
Absolutely. As we've been talking about a lot, the teams who they would face if the split were to end today would be either Waybo Gaming or BLG. And yeah, how fitting that one is.
Because it's our next matchup. Here, it took a while to get through this first Nirvana series, but now it is time for the real treat up in Group Ascension. BLG, Waybo Gaming, both tied at 4-4 in the standings, facing off in our last matchup in that first round robin in the top group of the LPL. Who will come out on top? We'll start to learn about that once we come back from this break here on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We are here with our second series of the day. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Blockster for Waybo Gaming against Billy Gaming. Our final best of 3 in the first round robin of Group Ascension, Blockster. And these two teams smack in the middle in terms of record, 4-4, currently sitting at 5th and 6th in the standings. One of them is going to end up with a winning record in this first round robin. One of them going to end up with a losing one.
Yeah, this has been an incredibly weird split so far for both of these teams. There's absolutely no pattern to the wins or losses that Waybo have been having. BLG, they've been on a bit of a slide recently, just having lost to FPX in a 3-game series where they only won game 2 because they came out to such a monumental lead within the first 3 minutes that there was absolutely nothing that FPX could do. The other 2 games, they kind of got smacked around by a rising up FPX. Genuinely a wild start to the split for both of these two.
Yeah, and BLG, going into this year, the expected favorites in the LPL. They've made it all the way to the World's Finals last year. They have made it all the way to the top of international competition in terms of MSI, Worlds, and the like, but weren't able to win last split and now find themselves in a bit of a mediocre position, which is surprising to say the least. But let's first start talking about Waybo Gaming, because this is a roster, again, that has been relatively inconsistent. They're coming off of some pretty good results. They just beat Invictus Gaming in their last matchup 2 days ago. But, it's hard to tell what exactly this team really looks like.
No, when you look at what Waybo did across the course of their last week, week number 4, beat JGG 2-1, lose to WE 2-1, beat IG 2-1. What is happening? JDG and IG are the 2 teams above them in the standings right now. Right here in Group Ascend, when we were talking about stratification down in Group Nirvana, same sort of thing, where we've got 2 top teams in Top Esports and Anyone's Legend, 2 bottom teams in NIP and Thunder Talk, and then who even knows what is happening in the middle of the pack right here. JDG and IG, they've been looking relatively good, but they've had some weird losses, and Waybo, they are winning against good teams and bad teams, losing against good teams and bad teams, just all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, and this is on the other side for BLG. We got some top lane 1v1s here. This is our featured matchup of the day is going to be up in the top lane between Bin and Breathe. We're going to start off with some clips here of Bin, as he has been a little bit inconsistent, but I think overall still one of the big difference makers for this BLG roster, who, again, kind of are on a bit of a slide. They're going to need one of their all-star, superstar players in Bin to step up for them if they want to try to take this series.
Very much so. The games in which they've been winning right here for BLG, Bin has been a big part of it. He's been actually finding success in the individual lane, but that really hasn't been happening that often. It's been a very inconsistent look for him so far, and in the matchup that they had yesterday specifically, I gotta say, it was a little bit of an iffy showing in for him. He got a ton of the best in-class champions, right? He had the Rumble, did a lot of damage with the Rumble, but just wasn't able to find any sort of victory with that. And then for the rest of the games, just, there was some good, right? We're not saying that Bin is washed, Bin has fallen off or anything, but you expect a player of his caliber to be completely taken over, to be taking a top laner like Sheer to task. It really wasn't the case.
And is that just FPX becoming the GOATs, or maybe is that some inconsistency starting to pop through for BLG? It feels like right now a little bit of the latter, but time will tell. This series against Waybo going to be a very fascinating one. With Breathe specifically, has had a little bit of that inconsistency as well. I feel like he's really maybe found more of a place on some of these more weak side oriented champions, and we'll see if that becomes a focus here for Waybo, as Breathe has been a relatively consistent player for them, all things considered, which is not something that we could say for a lot of their roster. I will say that Waybo have looked a little bit better when Erha has subbed in at the support position. That has been kind of when this turnaround has started to come through.
Yes.
And we'll see if that ends up working out for them. Against BLG, we can see their roster here. Inconsistency, again, is what we are looking for. I've seen On have some really on or off games, as, the copy pastas do suspect. And then Way, specifically in the jungle, Blockster, I don't really know what's going on with him.
No, Way has been drawing a lot of the ire of BLG fans, of just everybody talking about this team in general, and for good reason. He's been incredibly inconsistent, pretty passive in a lot of these situations, not finding ways to get his team ahead early, not finding the big engages later on either. It's not been a good start for him so far at all, but when your top laner's looking as inconsistent as Bin is at the moment, when Knight's been having some real problems with finding these big engages or big damage with his champions too, it's so rough to really watch. The person who has been the most consistent so far for the BLG has very much been Elk, but he can't do it all by himself. This is not a meta at the moment where you can just have your ADC put the team on his back and carry everybody. Instead, yeah, we see it in this one where Way just completely missed the ulti onto Care, and then at that point, it was just an immediate turnaround. FPX had a great series here. I don't want to detract from FPX winning that one by saying it was just BLG throwing, but BLG did not look good in that series.
And we're going to see if they can pick it up here, look like that dominant team. As again, we're at the halfway point of the regular season here in Group Ascend. These are the only teams who have only played 8 games. This will be their 9th each, and it'll decide who ends up in that top 5 conversation and who will start off the second round robin with a little bit more of a mountain to climb. We're getting our walkouts here to start things off. Again, Waybo looking slightly better ever since Era's come into the team. They've still dropped some series, dropped some games here or there, but I think Era's really brought a little bit more consistency to this lineup. Whereas for BLG, they're going to want to pick something up right now. It looks like they're still all feeling pretty happy and ready to go, energetic, even though they are just coming off of a loss last night. And the funny thing here about this matchup, Bloxer, is that even though it is a double round robin, and this is the last matchup that each of these teams are playing in the first half of that, they're going to be meeting each other again in just 3 days. That's the magic of this double round robin system.
Yeah, the way that the schedule has worked out is that teams play basically all the way through and then back round like a snake. So the next couple games right here for BLG was FPX yesterday, Waybo today, Waybo again, and then FPX. So you are in a little bit of a blender right here. Same sort of thing is going to be happening for Waybo. Same thing is happening across the board. Some teams, this has worked out very well for them, where they're ending up playing against ThunderTalk and NIP multiple days in a row, and you get to have a little bit of a stretch where maybe you don't have to worry quite so much. Although that being said, the Circle of Suck has been very strong in this Group Ascend. Tons of teams winning, losing, back and forth. The question in my mind right now is, do we think FPX and WE are legit? Because if we do think FPX and WE are legit contenders right here, then maybe losing to them is not such a big issue, and it's not so much that we should be looking at BLG and looking at Waybo as bad, and we should just be calling FPX and WE great. Otherwise, if we still think they are bad, because their start-off split certainly were not great, then what is the consistency here? How are you losing to these bad teams and winning versus some of the good ones? What is happening?
It just goes back to that same conversation about, like, is the LPL even good at all, right? Or if everyone's keep beating each other, if FPX continue to look good against some of these teams, what does that mean about these teams that went to Worlds last year in Waybo and BLG?
Yeah.
Well, we'll continue to see as we work towards that road, of course, to Vancouver for MSI, where our top 2 teams from the LPL will be represented in there. And both of these teams hoping it's one of them. As our 1v1 for side select is about to begin, Xiaohu against On is our matchup here, which is not expected. Things always get a little wild when a support player comes in here. I hope we don't get the Alistar to try to knock people out of the Ring of Fire. That didn't work too well last time a support player was in here for the 1v1. I wonder what we're going to get here.
Something aggressive, surely, right? Last time that I saw a support play, it was in the Corki mirror matchup. I think it was RNG support, so at that point you're kind of just throwing things at the wall. On feeling himself. Look at the smiles on everybody's faces.
What?
I like it. Hey, how much do you reckon On has played Kiana?
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't know what this. I don't know half the champion's ability names. I know the ultimate, so that's about it. Especially with how it works on Howling Abyss, the different elements that you could pick up. I don't necessarily know how that works, so we're gonna find out, I suppose. As Kiana against Renekton is our 1v1 matchup, I guess, for On.
Let's see how this is going to go. This is one of the most interesting matchups, I think, not just through the players, but also through the champions. We very rarely get to see something quite so aggressive. Like we had earlier, where it was just tower taking in the Varus and Orianna matchup. This should be bloody, this should be aggressive. Is On feeling himself? Does he think he can fully take this one up against somebody who we know for being great in 1v1 situations?
I'm just shocked that we have a Kiana here. I mean, I guess that this is the strategy here if you're On. Play something, specialize in something that maybe your opponent has no idea how to compete against. As okay, we're getting some word from our producer Kai. He's saying that he's played some Kiana in ARAMs before. So the way that things work is that on the walls and on the ground, you get your red form. The green form is still in the bush as normal. You get your blue form, which is normally from the river, from the health packs, actually, if you use your W over that to pick it up. So that's what we're looking at here, as On so far not doing so well in these early trades.
No, I mean, you wouldn't expect to be doing a lot of damage at this point into the game. Very much just going to get walked out right here by Xiaohu. And he can just keep the pressure up. The Renekton, one of the biggest lane bullies that we have. And very much the same thing in these 1v1s. Although not quite being able to land a couple of these Cobra Meeks. Still, the damage is so much.
I might have taken early back.
Yeah, he really does have to just go back here. And the thing is, these are blind, right? You don't know what your opponent's going to be picking here. So you're hoping that it was something squishy you could go burst out as On, not necessarily that you're going to be playing right here into the Renekton. You see turret plating already going to go down, and this is such a rough position to be in because you're already down by about 300 gold. That's going to convert into a decent amount of items right here for Xiaohu.
I mean, this is Zhao. This is well known that Zhao is going to play Renekton. I feel like he played in the last 1v1 that they had.
Yeah.
Right? So,
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. We'll see how it continues to work. Right now, On's not looking too hot here, as he already took a beating. Didn't actually fully regenerate his health to make it back here because he knew that he'd be in a little bit of trouble if he lost 3 plates to Xiaohu off of that one. So, continuing to be a little bit of a scary situation for him. I'm curious to see what the tech is because there's always the little intricacies here with the Ring of Fire involved. Maybe you can push Xiaohu into the fire somehow.
That's the tech, perhaps.
Talent. Maybe that's the tech.
I don't know that that's the tech you want to particularly be staking your team's ability to get blue side on. Remember, this is the battle for blue side. Such a strong side at the moment in the meta. It really is just in all of these fearless moments, but especially right now where there's a ton of very strong first picks. There's so much that red side has to ban out for the minute. Xiaohu just continues to push on forwards. On really not allowed too much space right here in this 1v1. Oh,
Dominus popped ultimate advantage in favor of Xiaohu. Honors, he has to pop barrier. He's in so much trouble. Xiaohu waiting for that empowered Q. Doesn't have enough damage just yet to snowball off the cooldown. And now On has his ultimate available. Xiaohu cannot go for this dive.
The dive would be a bad decision right here. Without the ability to just flash stun onto On. Still, he's stepping up, competing with the pressure. And if On has to recall here once again, the tower is going to take an absolute beating.
Better do it now than before the plates fall, I guess. As pickaxe and double longsword are going to be collected here for On. We'll see how much damage Xiaohu can do to this turret. There'll at least be one more plate, if not more. It does take a while. Remember, there's no hex gates like there is in regular ARAMs on this map, so you have to walk all the way back. Another plate picked up here. Xiaohu very much ahead in terms of the gold department. And On's going to look for some sort of cheeky way to win out on this 1v1 with the Ring of Fire closes. That's basically the only chance he has at this point, down 700 against the Renekton.
Exactly. Just constantly getting pushed through. Yeah. Is there going to be a big item difference coming through at this point? Honestly, not too much of one. You're very much just getting stat checked by the innate power of the Renekton still. Ulti going to be back up in a little while for Xiaohu. Still has it available on, so maybe there's a little bit of a difference right here. Still, though, it's a rough one. Yeah, just jump straight in. Xiaohu's playing with so much confidence at the moment.
Why not? Sure, they're gonna. If you've been winning out on these trades this hard, and you're already up in a lot of gold as well, surely can go for aggressive trades and get away with it pretty easily here. On has the summoner spells coming up soon. Also has the ulti available for him whenever he needs it. I always find it interesting. Like, if the side select is that important, why are we picking our support to go play for us here? I don't fully know, but maybe BLG are happy with red or blue side or something. Or maybe On want to bet with his coach.
Hey,
now he gets to play the one.
Maybe On lost a bet with this coach. Yeah, I'm not sure, right? You would usually expect to either be sending your mid laner or your top laner out every single time. They're most used to the kind of champions being played in these 1v1s. They're most used to playing in a 1v1 situation as well. But at the same time, you think you can do it, right? This would be incredibly exciting for On to be able to pick this one up. And clearly BLG need a bit of a change. We were talking about it for the most part when it came to the actual Summoner's Rift map, but you know, maybe a little bit of extra happiness that they need to maybe calm down a little bit. You know, we saw them all smiling, looking loose, looking happy. It's a great spot to be in. Oh, hang on. Is this just... Okay, good barrier.
The Ignite used by On. That's not going to be too much value there with the dominance already here for Xiaohu. He gets another plate for himself. This tower is going to go down.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even know if On can go back to base.
I mean,
pick up the whole turret.
I think he takes the tower even if On is here. At this point, we might actually get to see a situation where at no point
he backs.
Does the... Oh, really? Why? You win here. Alright.
If he had Demolish, it'd be very easy.
I'm 100% certain that he could have just stood there and taken this tower. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm trolling. At the same time, maybe you just want to go back to base and grab yourself that Eclipse, because why not at this point? You're still winning anyway.
So a little bit of extra armor picked up here for Xiaohu as well. Looks like On going to try to pick up one last reset before the potential fight gets canceled there by the snowball. Would have been big, but looks like he will be able to back. The question is, now Xiao can play the pushing game here, right? One more wave coming in. It is a cannon wave. Will On be able to get back here in time? The Ring of Fire is opening up in 20 seconds. Eclipse and Dirk picked up here for On, so we'll have a little bit extra armor shred. We'll see if it's enough for this fight, as Xiaohu is looking mighty strong.
Is indeed. But once the Ring of Fire closes in, remember that is only going to be the first kill that you need to pick up for yourself. Tower also still going to be enough to win you this 1v1, get you blue side. Xiaohu continues to step up and still farming, even though you're not really going to be looking for another recall as the Ring of Fire does begin to close in. So it's do or die time for both of these players. There they go. Oh no. Backing out again?
Xiaohu's,
They just want to wait.
He's waited long enough for his ulti to come back off the cooldown. That could be big. Here we go. Ring of Fire starting to close down. Dominus popped. Already display of talent utilized here on a half HP.
Yikes.
It's not looking too good for the Kiana block, sir. I'm not going to lie. The Eclipse Shield not going to matter too much. Xiaohu. One more Q could do it. And On is... he's going out the coward's way. Fight me like a man, Xiaohu says, but it's not going to happen. As Waybo gets side select here for game number 1.
That might be one of the funniest ways to finish.
Like, screw this, I'm out of here.
Yeah, this sucked. Can't believe that I was made to do this. I definitely think he lost a bet and had to go and do that one. Very, very funny. Hopefully On's going to have a slightly better performance overall in this game than he did in the 1v1. Still, putting your supports out in the 1v1. We've tried it. Maybe we shelf that one.
Maybe next time, as feels like our track record of supports playing in these 1v1s not the best. As that's an advantage for Waybo, obviously getting that early side select. You know, getting a Tian on something comfortable, some of those jungle power picks like the Nefiri and the Vi. I feel like either of those sides of the matchup could go very well for him. Thinking about some other picks that could be of high priority, obviously Breathe. Has done well on a lot of different stuff. The Yorick has popped up as being high prio. Waybo kind of have the world as their oyster now that they're on blue side against BLG.
Very much so. They've got a lot more open pickups here in this situation. They've also just got a very strong team when it comes to these individual laning phases. Something that in the past we would have absolutely said about BLG. That would have been the thing about BLG. Yeah, they're good in the team fights, they're kind of good overall, but they're going to smack you in lane and then turn that advantage into just an unbeatable team fight later on. Their laning phase has been looking a lot iffier so far as BLG, and I wonder if Waybo might be able to try to exploit that through some more aggressive early game based compositions.
Curious to see what Xiaohu ends up leaning towards. A lot of facilitating mid laners, if he can go something like the Rise. He plays the Rise not necessarily to scale, but to have that semi-global presence that you were talking about, to roam around the map, make early game plays. That could be an interesting decision of what the priority is here for Waybo. Again, being on blue side opens up so many possibilities in terms of how you can draft. You really set the pace as to what your opponent has to do. As again, a best of 3, the last best of 3 here in the first round robin. After this, every single team in Group Ascend will have played every other one, and we can really take a look back and observe our findings as what's been a really fun and entertaining way to kick off the first half of this LPL season.
We were talking about it earlier, right? It's grueling for players, but as fans, this is a brilliant format. You get so many of these hype matchups between so many of these different top tier teams. It feels like they're always playing a hype match every single day. This one right here with 2 teams sat at 4-4, very much not looking to fall below 500 at this point. Yes, you've still got the full second round robin to play, but this is the beginnings of games really mattering, and you really needing to hit your stride, find your form. Something that feels like has almost happened the opposite way round for BLG. They've been faltering here at this key moment. The first set of bans going to be very standard, nothing too surprising right here, although it does look like we may end up with either the Gwen or that Rumble going through. Okay, Gwen does get taken out by Waybo,
which is interesting because they're on the blue side, and I feel like Breathe would be more than happy to pick this one up. But it looks like they want to push it back and at least make BLG ban the Rumble away, unless they want to just give it over to Breathe and Waybo. Looks like the Pantheon's going to be the ban. So full jungle targets towards Tien. It looks like they're trying to focus out the jungle for Waybo's champion pool. Make sure that he is not comfortable. As what is happening here? A Nico locked in first. The Kalista still available, I suppose. But that is not the way that I was expecting this draft to go.
Do you force the Kalista right here out of BLG? Because the way that that combo works is so strong. It gives you so much extra freedom right here, as I have to just go jumping in as the Nico, find that big pop blossom during the team fight, then you can get pulled back and don't have to worry so much about the survivability of your champion. It is going to be the Rumble. We're very much expecting that. Bin always likes to pick this one up whenever it manages to get through. If you don't take the Kalista here, you'd have to imagine that Waybo just going to slam that one through. The Nico's strong on its own anyway. We're seeing it banned individually a lot, but that pairing just takes it to that next level.
And Erha specifically has had some good games on this champion in the limited time that he's had here in the LPL so far. Again, replacing Hung on this Waybo team where they were really struggling at the opening of this Ascension stage, providing really a big source of engage, big source of almost leadership from such a young player. It's very surprising. Obviously, we can't tell who's calling the shots from behind the scenes here on the broadcast booth, but it really feels like the team felt like they had some bigger sense of direction ever since Erha has joined the team. Again, we're expecting that Kalista to come in and match alongside the Nico, although we could end up flexing around a little bit. Having the Kaisa lock in for Light signifies that things are going to get a little bit messy here for Waybo's draft.
Let's see if this is going to be the full all-in kind of composition. I was wondering if we might see something like the Skarner. It pairs up well alongside the Nico. It could give you that second level of the engage that you're looking for. And the Kaisa, more than happy to play this kind of composition where you also go flying into the back line. And maybe slamming that Kalista this early on would have been a little bit risky. You would have left yourself open to either that Kaisa or something like the Misfortune that can bully it around during the laning phase a little bit coming through. Response right here, very standard League of Legends main picks for BLG. This is how most teams are drafting at the moment. They're going to grab themselves the Talia. The wall going to be pretty impactful in this game if you can cut off any potential engages out of Erha or Tian, but obviously you can kind of get through the walls in a lot of way with these champions. So what do you ban out? We're still needing ourselves our top laner for Waybo and probably a mid laner.
So now we're in our second phase of bans. Waybo looking for a top laner and a mid laner probably, unless that Nico goes into the mid lane. Whereas for BLG, they're looking straight up for a bot lane.
Yes.
Elk and On have, specifically Elk has been very consistent so far here for this BLG team. On has had some, moments, I think, so far throughout this first round robin. Elk, though, still playing very consistently. And so getting him a champion that he's comfortable on, there's a lot of different options that they could go with in terms of the direction of this composition, it's enough damage that something like a Jhin could work out well here for Elk, or you could go for more of that hyper carry, something like the Aphelios that he's done so well on throughout his career.
I very much like this Karma ban here from Waybo. You want to get rid of anything in the bot lane that can outrange you to just poke you out constantly. Wonder if they might get rid of something else like the Ezreal here. Would be a very safe pickup. Like you said, there's already quite a lot of damage. You do need some decent follow-up as well. Or do we just want to get rid of some sort of support? There's plenty of those very engage-heavy supports still available. The Leona, the Alistar, the Rel, all of those up and available right here. Into this heavy dive composition, that does also open up things like the Seraphine or the Renata to possibly be picked.
We're really going down the tier list here in terms of those supports. Things like the Nautilus and Leona still available for the taking, but I don't know if that necessarily is what BLG want to go with here, especially against the Nico. You're going to have that double range bot lane, I should say. Varus somehow making it all the way through into the second phase is rather surprising.
I'm so used to it being gone that I hadn't even really thought about the Varus.
I know, that's on us for not even noticing it, right?
Yeah. Usually that is the B1 pick if it goes through. BLG being able to pick themselves up both the Rumble and the Varus, very surprising. You don't usually get all of those champions. This is what I'm talking about, the sort of composition that you can outrange with. I think this is also a decent position to go towards that poke Varus. You really don't want to be stepping too close to this Skarner, trying to deal your damage there. I would really like this. This gives you some decent frontline pairing alongside that Skarner. You're now going to need some heavy damage through the mid lane, though. Things like the Azir, the Victor, all of those are still available. They'd get left behind a little bit.
I was going to say, this is much more of a Xiaohu champion, I feel like. Even though the Galio into the Rumble is a classic matchup that we've seen a lot this season, I feel like giving Breeze something like the Ambessa makes sense. Even though you might have a harder time in lane specifically, it'll allow for Xiao to fall around Knight with those semi-global ultimates. So that's going to be the choice here. The response for BLG will be the Nautilus locked in here for On. Provide a little bit more extra hard engage. I think overall BLG have set themselves up with a really nice composition that, you know, they can roam around the map a little bit with this mid jungle and get the side lanes ahead, which will allow them to win once we get into these mid-game fights.
This is a very standard this meta composition here out of BLG, whereas Waybo, they have thrown that all out, and I am a little bit worried about this comp, right? You are lacking in the damage department quite heavily. You are very reliant on Light being able to get ahead and being able to deal as much damage as possible on this Kai'Sa. Now, Kai'Sa has some great ceilings, some great flashy mechanics that you can go for as well with the ulti, but you're still a relatively short-ranged ADC that's going to have to step up quite far, and do you really want to be stepping up into a Xin Zhao, into a Rumble, into a Taliyah, all of those champions quite terrifying to try to deal with. Still, the front line could be very beefy for Waybo, so if you do have Light in a good spot, if him and Erha can kind of provide that overall damage for you together, then with your beefy boys, maybe you can buy them enough space to be able to do what they need to during the team fights. It's a big risk, though, out of Waybo.
These two teams, they met in the lower bracket of the playoffs in Split 1. They met, of course, in the World Championships. These teams have a lot of history with each other. Of course, it was Waybo who kind of surprised BLG back in 2023 to make it all the way to the World's Finals. Of course, a very different iteration of the roster than what we have now, but Xiaohu, a consistent on that team, and they're going up against BLG. Xiaohu and Knight, two of the legends here in the LPL in terms of mid lane greats. As we get prepared for this matchup between BLG and Waybo Gaming, the last one in the first round robin of Group Ascent here in the 2025 Split 2. Best of 3 to see who ends up with a winning record through it all, and who ends up with a little bit higher of a mountain to climb heading into the second half of the split.
Let's see it right here. Winning here, so incredibly important. Not only do you finish off your first round robin with a victory, but it pushes the other of this teams down one. You are currently very much scrapping just on the outside, looking in of those top 4 positions. Top 4 positions get a little bit of a break before they have to worry about moving on into those playoffs with a grueling 18 best of 3 season. You want that little bit of time to be able to breathe, watch the other teams go and compete up against the group Nirvana squads, and then be able to get on into your playoffs. Right now, these are teams number 5 and 6, just on the very edge. Winning here, critical for keeping you in that race for the top 4 spots.
Yeah, and these are two teams that would have very much expected to be in the running for top 4 going into the season, going into the year as a whole. And right now we're on the outside looking in, which is not expected for either of them. Obviously, a ton of talented teams, specifically up here in Group Ascend. JDG, IG specifically kind of breaking out with new look rosters after some underperformances last year. But now it's up to these kind of old guard, in a way, in BLG and Waybo to come back and show that they got a little bit of that juice themselves. As opening up across the map, Jungler starting on the bot side on 0 for 2 on Dredge line so far as we've been focusing on the bot lane early on.
I'm enjoying watching Erha just step so close. He even takes an auto attack stun. At least that one's not particularly missable for On. If he ever hits one of those hooks though, there is some level of all-in potential. At the same time, Light and Erha should overall have push in this lane pretty much the entire time. And then on the rest of the lanes, right, you're kind of neutralizing that lane out for Xiaohu. You're kind of neutralizing the lane out top lane as well. Breathe can potentially go for some all-in plays later on, but it would be a little bit surprising. Right now, there's not really any gankable lanes right here for Waybo. And so, for now, it's going to either be dives or just standard League of Legends to start.
Picturing some standard League of Legends here. That'd be nice after the crazy shenanigans we had in our first series of the day. LGD and EDG. Especially here in this game 1. You can see Knight poking out Xiaohu a little bit here in the mid lane, as we were expecting. It is Xiaohu piloting this Galio, even though the Rumble is being played by Bin up there. He's actually got himself off to a decent start to this one as well. We're waiting to see what the junglers do upon the completion of their first clears. Actually contest around at that Scuttle Crack. Well, hit by both bot lanes as they kept it very even now.
Absolutely. Nobody's really going to have the push over the other when it comes to this potential skirmish. Wei, Tian, both going to be spotted out right here. And I wonder what BLG are going to look to do if they can't establish a lot of push down in this bottom side, because Wei has loved a bot lane dive recently. He has bot lane dived pretty much every single game, usually to great success, although it has been opening up Bin to be getting countered over in the top side, but without real push established down there, those bot lane dives not particularly going to be open, and it is just going to be the double scuttle here for Wei to kick things off.
Just a little bit of extra dueling threat here on the Sid Sao early game allowed for Wei to pick up both of these Scuttle Crabs, give himself a decent advantage to start this game off. Get some resets here from the mid laners, waiting for those first infill objectives to spawn. Still a couple minutes until we do get there. And now the question is, what do the bot lanes do? They decide to roam up here for the growth. Do they decide to just stay down here and try to play for the 2v2? I feel like both bot lanes are kind of content with staying here in this lane and try to play against each other. And right now it is Light and Erha getting the better of things in that double range matchup.
So far, they're going to have the push going through exactly what you need, right? You are relying so heavily on this bot lane to be able to get themselves ahead. As you said earlier on, Erha's been looking really good, has kind of revitalized this Waybo roster in the couple of games he's played. And this bot lane has been looking better and better. Still, though, there is a lot of pressure on them in this game. Ambessa does some damage, Galio does some damage, same thing with the Skarner, but really they are reliant on this bot lane being far enough ahead that they can deal that main damage and hopefully get through some of these frontline carries. That's going to be particularly difficult when you've got the worked ground from Light, the seismic shove to worry about, and then you've got something like the Crescent Guard from Wei, keeping you from doing a lot of that main damage.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be on Light to be a big player here in this game for Waybo. If he doesn't do a lot of damage, then not much for the rest of his team, as we are kind of alluding to going into this game. And he has gone for the lethal tempo build, which means we're going to see that on hit, which I think overall is good, considering there's not a whole lot of extra damage here on his team. It's also going to come down to what the setup looks like. Is Reed going to be able to find angles? Is Jian going to find angles? Speaking of angles, you might see an initial engage here. Still waiting for those tangle bars to come out. Instead, On going to go in with the dredge line. Way's joined the party. 3v3 across the bottom side. Looks like Waybo are going to back off with that.
Very interesting that Erha just held on to the tangle bars the entire time. Didn't really just want to go and throw that one out at any point. Perfectly happy to hold on, and you don't really lose out onto anything right there. The heal from Erha, the ignite from On, nothing too much that anybody's going to be missing. Still, you've got some good pressure going on in the bottom side of the map. The reset comes through from Tian. He's going to come back out onto the map now. We've got both Drake and these grubs up and available for whoever wants them. Way currently down in the bottom side, and Tian heading up towards the top side of the map right now. He's looking towards those grubs.
There will just be that trade. And again, just in terms of the expectations even that we had for both of these teams coming in. Waybo more inconsistent and BLG kind of being those favorites. I mean, when these two teams played earlier on in the season, it really was BLG that had firm control of this. But all of a sudden, after some of the inconsistencies that we've been seeing from this BLG roster, we're not 100% sure if that's going to be the case, even though Waybo have been kind of inconsistent on their own. It feels like BLG after that loss, been on a recent slide. They're going to try to fight that here with the Weaver's Wall coming out from Knight. Erha, who's still in the Kaisa body, flashes away. So that'll be just one cooldown traded for a couple of others.
Not the end of the world to lose the flash on the Nico. It's a big bit of your engage gone potentially, but you've also still got yourself a Skarner and a Galio. So there's other people who can take on that mantle for the next 5 minutes until that one is back available. And still, the difference is going to come through. Tian makes his way over towards those grubs, but Wei has now roamed his way up towards the top side of the map. He isn't necessarily going to be here to fight for any of these grubs. The first two fall very quickly, and the third will soon follow. So there's no response straight onto the Drake down in the bottom side of the map, despite the fact there hasn't really been any push down there bot lane. BLG's been able to establish their own push and could potentially have gone for that one right now. Instead, Wade going to be perfectly happy to just keep farming up. And to be fair, he does have a decent little CS lead at the moment over Tian.
Yeah, kind of slowly building up. I didn't even really notice that that was happening, but now Tian kind of down in terms of the CS department, as that is where the gold league currently kind of is in place for BLG. Everywhere else kind of relatively even, if not slightly Waybo favored. Is now Wei going to try to continue to add to his lead with the gank on to Breathe. Trying to land that 3 talent strike because Lightning comes out, but there's no knock-up to be had, and so Breathe able to get away without burning his flash.
And in fact, Breathe survives right there without having to lose out onto anything is huge. This Rumble was pretty much always going to be picked the second that Waybo had left that one up and didn't decide to first pick it. They decided to first pick themselves this Nico. We were very surprised by that. So what can Bin do on one of the highest priority champions in the entirety of the world right now, and especially in the LPL? This thing has something like an 83% pick ban. It's just constantly in every single game, and for good reason. It's so strong. In the laning phase, yes, but more once we get into these team fights. The ability to just drop an equalizer down into the backline completely splits up team fights for your opponents and makes it so, especially their mobile carries who are trying to get their damage down, just are running away from it and can't sit and hit.
We've seen that be so powerful throughout the decades of pro play, obviously, but especially here in the LPL, on a player like Bin, who, again, one of the more storied top laners at this point, even though he came up on a bit of a younger team, or as a younger player, 5 years ago at this point. So he's kind of getting his way around. He's been around the block, is the best way to put it, especially on this champion, where he's a name for himself. Dragon's going to get started up here by BLG. Wei and the rest of his team should be able to collect this one with relative ease, as nobody else really wants to, and that's a good sign. Right now, if you are BLG, sorry, if you are, just get something on the board.
Exactly. BLG, their composition is far more standard overall than what Waybo have picked up for themselves, so they're going to be happy to just allow this early game to happen, pick up a couple of objectives here and there, don't fall behind in terms of too much gold, too much CS, and then you can play once you hit those item breakpoints. Specifically, you need a couple of items onto the Rumble. The Leandry is going to be such a big spike for that once you put those equalizers down. Same sort of thing for Elk. He's got himself this poke Varus build, which needs a couple of those lethality items through to really start hitting, and at that point, the poke that you've got between the potential of an equalizer and then whatever you've got between Talia and Varus is going to be very strong and make it pretty tricky for Waybo to actually step up to these team fights.
They're just going to need, like, the perfect setup every single time for things to potentially go their way, right? Like, you need all the ultimates kind of stacked on top of each other. Nico onto Galio with Skarner knocking up a couple, or picking up a couple as well. And then Light has to do a lot of work in his own right. You see, it might take him a while to get there. He actually went for the static shift first because there's not a lot of damage. There's also not a ton of wave clear on this Waybo gaming roster. So Light's going to be a big reason, or a big part of that wave clear once the mid lane really starts to become a bigger priority for both the bot lanes, as you're seeing it right now on the minimap.
And also, very short-range composition overall for Waybo, which means taking tower is going to be pretty tricky for them. You said wave clear for defending them, but pushing on top, you're going to have to win team fights or get some clever map macro going on to find open objectives to try to push towards. For the minute, multiple members of both teams hovering around towards this grub pit. 13 seconds until those are going to spawn. You at least know right here that as Waybo that something is up, and On is stood very much on a ward.
He has no idea. Okay.
Now he knows. There we go. He's like, huh, why has nobody walked straight into my hook?
I truly hope that it was on cooldown. He didn't just remember. Otherwise, we could waste a lot of time, brother.
Yep, potentially, but the grubs do now spawn. BLG going to be able to head straight over towards those ones. Can there be any potential steal? Waybo would love to be able to grab even one of them right now.
Or will it just be an even trade? They're sending up Era as a scout right now to start things out. Well, 2 of the grubs have been secured, but it looks like BLG actually okay with giving up all of them. Or here comes Hero's entrance in from Zhao, who had knocks up 2. Way with a crescent guard already, though it knocks a bunch of people away. He flashes down with the side. Impale goes on a 2. Come out with the pop blossom. That's first blood going over to Waybo Gaming. They get themselves a second with Finn dropping. But now, Elixir with a free fire. Knight's coming in with the teleport as well. The big carries for BLG trying to do some work to come back here in this team fight. Breathe very low. He flashes away here from the continued Q. And the piercing arrow is dodged as well. On the other side of things, it's going to be On in trouble as Tian chases him down. The rock doesn't connect, but the Prey Seeker will. 3-1 in favor of Waybo.
Oh, that full fight from Waybo was a complete mess, but they just decide, hey, we can go in. They managed to grab themselves that final grub. Not quite. Now they're going to be able to grab themselves that final grub and then just go flying in. It all starts with that public execution for Breathe. I really hope that we get to see a replay of that fight because it's the wombo combo we were hoping for at 13 minutes into the game. So before any of the real item breakpoints come through, before you actually deal that much damage, and that's the real issue that you run into as Waybo. There's multiple moments in that fight where they kind of run out of damage and have to turn around, run away, wait for some cooldowns to reapply. Here we go. So, initial, really well played to be able to just grab up an opponent right there with that public execution. It's very easy to miss that straight up, straight into the Galio ulti and straight into the Pop Blossom right here out of Erha. The first 2 kills are easy enough, but it's at this point where you've kind of blown everything and you are running a little bit out of damage. Elk is dealing some decent damage. Knight nearly takes Breathe out as well, but because you managed to find that initial bit of engage, take out the top and jungle of your opponents, well, there isn't really too much more to do. That was a very nice snipe to cap off the fight.
So, it's 1 extra grub going over to Waybo, plus that team fight that we just watched, obviously. 2 of those 3 kills. Going over to Light on this Kaisa, that's big because of what we have already said. Waybo's composition desperately needs Light to get ahead.
Yep.
They won't have any chance of winning this one. As for BLG, Elk gets a couple of kills, or Elk gets a kill. It's not bad, but you wish it was a little bit more than that because they got so close to actually turning that one around.
Yeah, absolutely. They were so nearly there. And this is a team composition that also doesn't particularly spike at that point. Way was in a strong spot, but just got 1 tapped to begin the fight off. On actually jumped straight over the wall to get Tian.
They just immediately knew it was
Erha. To get Erha,
and that means that Way will take him down. So the support here for Waybo Gaming out of the picture here. Light going a little bit too forward as well. Jumps straight into the audacious charge of Way. 3-man impale from Tian combined with the public execution. And that's just going to wipe BLG off the face of the map. Way stuck in a 1v4 to try to pick up 1 kill in response, but will not be able to find it. A double kill in for Light, and Waybo with 2 massive skirmishes in a row.
Hey, you're going to be more than happy with just picking up that kill onto Erha. And despite the fact that, he dies, everything after that goes Waybo's way. We talked about it, right? This is a composition that really needed to get ahead early, needed the damage to be able to come through, otherwise it just does not work out. In this situation, On flashing over the wall as well means that there's no way to get back out of this one. There's no way to get away from the impale that comes on through. And this is gorgeous right here from Tian. Exactly what we have been asking for from these Skarners. Flash, impale, 3 members dragged in. Finn and Way, they recognize that there's really no way they should be stepping up here. Unfortunately, Way does also get caught on the backside of this fight. That means that the Drake is 100% going to go over to Waybo. And BLG's jungle struggles continue.
Yeah, just a little bit over aggressive there. It looked like originally a nice pick, but they saw Tian on a ward. They knew that reinforcements would have been on the way. Speaking of reinforcements, now Bin could be in some trouble here in the mid lane. Gets hit up by the Tango Barb, just gets one shot before he can do anything here. Already 8-2 in terms of kill score towards Waybo Gaming. It looks like BLG will get one back as Tian does fall, shut down, going the way of Elk. But right now, Waybo in massive control of this game. They're up 3,000 gold. They have 5 kills on Light and are pushing on both side lanes at the same time.
Exactly, and because of that, it feels like nobody from BLG knows exactly where to go. With the enemy jungler down, you'd think maybe they're going to be able to head up towards the top side of the map and grab that Rift Herald, but just not going to be the case at the moment. This is a composition from BLG that spikes pretty hard at this 2-item point, but that's the point at which Waybo Gaming are absolutely online. And right now, with them in this sort of advantage, 3,000 gold in the lead, BLG, they're just behind the curve.
And what can they do to potentially get themselves out of this one? I feel like for BLG, their composition very skirmish heavy, especially with this lethality Varus, who does have 2 of the 3 kills that BLG has, but still overall behind in this game. They're going to need to keep fighting around neutral objectives, but I just don't know if they win at this point, with the gold lead being so much in favor of Waybo.
Absolutely, they need to find ways to get a couple of these shutdown, very big shutdown right now, sat on top of a Light. If you can pick that one up for yourselves, it is going to be a big swing in terms of the gold. Being down 3,000 at just 17 minutes into the game, not going to be ideal. The Herald started up right here by BLG, but in these straight up 5v5 team fights, it's not been treating them so well at the moment. They do at least have Darkness to play around. Maybe as Waybo, you just concede this one. You're not particularly worried about giving over this Herald.
They are. Teleport comes in. It's going to be Zhao who's joining the fight. Immediately they try to turn their attention towards Tian as he's the one in most danger of a steal. Arrow's Pop Blossom only finds one with the public execution from Breathe. It finds the priority target, and Elk's already out of the picture. Now it's Way getting knocked into the wall by the Extal's impact. The second kill finds the way of Light. And now it's the rest of BLG on the run. The Herald not even going in favor of BLG at the end of the day. It's Waybo picking up that and 2 more kills. Knight trying to save something here by using the Weaver's Wall to get on over here. But the priority still remains much on Waybo's side.
Very much so, and with this Rift Herald available, the 4 grubs to this mid lane tower takes a ton of damage. Not quite going to go down on this initial push. Knight's wave clear is decent enough for that, but it's still very little going back over to BLG. Waybo are in complete and utter control of this game, and that was actually a couple of different botched engages out of Waybo. You're flashing forwards as Airhard just to be able to land the Pop Blossom onto one member. Zhao, who doesn't manage to get into the backline until he has somebody there for the ulti. Tian attempts the Impale here, but watch what happens, right? He goes for the Impale now, only would have landed onto one member anyway, but immediately gets stunned back, isn't able to pull that through. It's Breathe who actually engages this fight and gives the in for the rest of his team. Brilliant attempt right there with the public execution, landing that one now multiple times without the champion he's aiming for already stunned up. Very impressive, something we actually don't see that much from other ambassadors across this league.
You know, maybe this is just like a small sample size thing here, Blockster, but I feel like you're already seeing some of the differences between being in Group Nirvana and Group Ascend. Like some of those ultimates from Nio, from some of the different players here, Sasa, not connecting, that are now hitting for Breathe and Tian pretty easily.
And unfortunately, in this sort of game where BLG have got themselves on, who's hopefully that tanky frontline, and gets the flash out of Elk right there. Breathe on point with these, and Way hopefully strong enough to be able to go in and be a bit of that front line too. If that's not the case, if Way isn't healing enough once he's in and amongst members, don't take that. What? Huh?
Flashes forward, they're looking for Erha. Depth charge on to Breathe. The Chain of Corruption has come out. Era is very low. Way dashing forward again, but there's no reinforcement for the rest of BLG. Bin is just way too late. He gets stunned into the wall with the Extal's impact, and now he's isolated. It's a double kill in for Breathe. Taunt from Zhao, who lands on a 2. BLG are just going in one by one and getting annihilated by Waybo. Already a 4 for 1 as only Era has fallen. The mid lane tier 1 will drop, and Waybo dominating this first game.
They're going to be able to pull back and grab themselves this Drake as well. Hextech Drake, such a strong one to be able to grab as an individual or as a soul. Waybo complete and utter control of this game. every single fight, especially ones that BLG are attempting to engage, just do not work out. Yes, this is a bit of a risky composition if you begin to fall behind from Waybo, but from ahead, where your tanks are still dealing a ton of damage, well, you're going to be more than happy with this one so far. Waybo, brilliant early game. We're only 21 minutes into this game, but they are still ahead by 6,000 gold, a couple grubs, and they've got the Drake lead too. Let's see what happens with this one. I was calling for not to go in, because it felt like such an odd situation to go all in right here, especially onto who you're attacking here. Yeah, this is Erha. This is the support. Yes, the Nico's a big part of your engage, does some decent damage with Hot Blossom, but you don't really want to be all-inning onto him. And this is really well played from Waybo. They split up the fight, managed to get a couple of members out by themselves. Erha didn't even need to die, and that one decided to go and get involved for one last hurrah. And the fact that Knight then has to flash at the end of this one, that's another big cooldown off the board.
Have you seen that meme of like the 100 people against the gorilla and like who would win? And people are saying like people are going to go in one by one. That's what it feels like BLG are doing. They're sending one by one, people after person, to try to go in and fight this indomitable force, and they're losing obviously because they're not going together as a team. On going way too far forward, then Way just decided to then bin next target, and then everybody just kind of dies. And so even though Waybo are ahead, part of me is like saying that Waybo's doing good, but the other part of me is wondering why BLG are looking for these sorts of engages, and now Way's gonna get caught out again. He gets taunted up by Xiaohu and taken down. That is sure to be the Otacon, if not more, if Waybo don't continue to overextend. Light gets hit up by the depth charge, flashes straight into the hook of On. Pyrotechnics comes out, but the re-engage and the damage is just too big on Waybo's side. Breeze picking up a solo kill onto Elk, and now Tian dashing forward and finding another knock-up here on up in. Everybody on BLG's continuing to drop. Knight the lone survivor here, but he's stuck underneath his inhibitor tower as Waybo are still 5 strong.
Yeah, they've got a wave pushing in this top lane as well, so this top lane tier 2 tower very likely to fall right here. They don't even have the ability to peel back to go get the Baron because it isn't up for another 2 minutes. Instead, just going to be the Atachan, the prize right here for Waybo on top of the kills they were able to grab. And why BLG is a great question, Graves. It's the question a lot of people have been asking themselves in the LPL this split. BLG just making poor decision after poor decision in this game. They're so far behind at this point, I don't even know if there's any good decisions left available to them. Multiple engages just going wrong. And it's another situation, right, where I'm looking at the Gallo here from Xiaohu, and I'm just so happy with it. It feels like the thing that's really tied this whole composition together, because anytime somebody gets caught out, either Light or Erha, or sometimes even Breathe, well, immediately you get that hero's entrance come on down from Xiaohu, and the person survives, a couple people are knocked up too, and you can just play the fight through from there. It's a really well-executed look on this very aggressive composition from Waybo.
You know, credit to Waybo. They got exactly what they wanted. They have their front line ahead. Specifically, they have Light 9, 0, and 8 now on this Kai'Sa, 3 full items. He's going to be able to do so much for the remainder of this game. As BLG, I mean, you just got to wonder what is going on with them right now. They dropped the series to FPX yesterday. Now we're down 14 kills, 8,000 gold here in game number 1 to Waybo, a team that they were able to beat rather handily in the playoffs just a couple of months ago. So now the question is, like, not only just for this remainder of this series, but what could happen for this team in the second round robin as a whole? Yeah. I know there were some potential questions about roster moves for this squad.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that has to come through. This team just does not look good at all right now.
No, they need a shake-up somewhere, whether it's just through strategy or through moving personnel around. Something has to change. BLG, they've got higher aspirations than being middle of the pack here in the LPL. Knight, don't step up here, has to insta-flash away. That's a big cooldown to now be away. Way also taking massive damage. Here goes Tian.
Yeah, they have been voracious Otacon here, so they can go very aggressive without much risk at all. Tian, very low HP, but already Light picks up that first kill onto On. Already one revive here, but here comes the killer instinct forward from Light. Picks himself up a double kill, and potentially looking for more. The blast cone out will send everybody on Waybo back out to safety, and they will be able to head back to base after picking up 2 kills for free.
Okay, Erha also going to be able to survive. It's a bit of an aggressive play there. BLG stepping up into their jungle, but it's no longer theirs to walk through uncontested. Waybo just complete control in this game right now. And the other thing I would really like to call out for making this interesting composition work is the build path that we're seeing right here out of Breathe. Usually, you see the Eclipse on the Ambessa, which gives you some extra survivability, but not quite as much damage. No, this is full aggression right here. Shojin, Youmuu's, and then the Edge of Night has just been completed for that extra little bit of survivability, but also a ton of damage too. And I think this is what you really needed. You needed threat from another angle, because it otherwise was very much just going to be the Kai'Sa. Light has played this one out excellent, but so has Breathe. He's been on point with these ultis. Every time he's either landing it or he's getting a flash out of his opponents.
I don't know if you see the Cyclosaur as part of this build as well, but it's like...
Are we gonna get there?
Maybe next item. Maybe that's fourth here. But, I mean, it's 20-4. Part of me is like, maybe he just decided to build lethality because he realized the game was over. I don't know.
He was going towards this pretty early on, although that would be funny too, to be like, yeah, I don't need extra survivability. I mean, you're in a composition, right, where you've got yourself a Skarner and a Galio. You don't have to be the survivability option. You don't need to be the tank here. You can go and be a main damage threat. 4-0-10, an incredibly impressive performance at this point. Baron has now finally joined us on the Rift. BLG once again stepping up, but they need to be careful. They really don't own this jungle at the moment. And Waybo, they can either start this one up and finish it, or they can peel off and go look for a fight. They've been loving the team fight so far.
Hey, you're up 9,000 gold. Might as well just try to force a fight, force BLG to come towards you, because it's going to go relatively well. You don't just completely screw things up. Baron's at half HP. Tien, got to make sure he lands that final smite, or at least push way away from the pit to make sure there's no chance at a steal. The fight's going to begin here immediately before the Baron gets really taken low. Immediately, Bin is taken down. Way pops the Crescent Guard. Light's very low HP, but the Pop Blossom from Era doing a lot of work. Knight finally gets one back. This could be BLG's opportunity here. The Impale lands onto just one, and Waybo still going to take control here of this team fight. Elk gonna just be continuously caught out, taken down here by Light. Only Knight surviving. He'll pick up a 1K shutdown, but that's all he will get as an ace gets picked up for Waybo Gaming once again.
The death timers are getting pretty long at this point, but I don't think the push is going to come through. The main damage threats have gone down right here for Waybo. It was a slightly better fight for BLG overall, but at this point they're so far behind, the wallet diff beginning to come through. They're going to lose a ton more towers for this one. At least they stop the Baron for now. 30 seconds though until Knight's back up and available. You can just respawn here as Waybo, run straight on over to this Baron and do it all again.
Taking a look at this one here, it seemed like the goal for Waybo was to start the fight before there was any risk of steal. But you see here, Light forced to kind of ult in a really awkward position.
Yeah.
And burn down really quickly.
He really does, and without Light actually to sit and deal the damage, there is decent damage right here, but nowhere near as much as you need. Knight, again, with that crucial seismic shove the second that the Impale came through from Tian, otherwise that would have been a straight-up kill. And Light thinks he's about to insta-die, so pops the golden a little bit too early, allows Knight to be able to pick that one up. He called it there. 1,000 gold shutdown. That is a lot back over. We jump out of the replay straight into some more brawling happening. This has been an incredibly action-packed game.
Action-packed, but only going one way, really, right now, is Waybo Gaming. The ones fully in control. The gold lead nearly 10,000 here at the 30-minute mark of this game. 4 full items for Light. He's gone for an AP-oriented build with the Zanyas and the Nashus dudes now in his inventory. Looking for a Hex Flash onto Erha. Not going to find it. And here comes Tian with the Ixtal's Impact. Does not find a target, as right now it is just Waybo trying to generate control around this top side, around the Baron pit, because they know that if they pick this one up with relative ease, should be a quick march into the base to try to end this game 1.
So far, so good for Waybo, although, they need to be careful, can't afford a steal coming through from Way. This is the kind of composition for BLG that can come back for a deficit. They are not completely down and out in this one. It's just going to be very, very risky for now. Waybo, they're just going to get themselves control around the pit, potentially go for a couple of resets, buy a couple more items right here. A few more components, at least, for Erha. Now, back out onto the rest of the map they go. Dragon, 1 minute away, and that will be Soul if you could pick it up right here for Waybo. Hextech as well would be a great Soul for this heavy fighting composition. The extra souls, the extra damage would be really nice.
They're a good position to get there if they don't want to just start a fight around the Baron beforehand. Looks like Waybo still are hesitant. And now for BLG, the goal is to try to find a pick onto somebody. Whether it's Breathe or Zhao, if you can get a big shutdown onto one of your main carries, maybe that is the smallest step towards a potential comeback or a potential stalling out of this game. But it looks like Waybo, instead of trying to risk an objective as big and strong as the Baron, are going to just try to continue to claim this soul as they shift their attention down to the bottom side of the map instead.
Very tense at the moment. Once again, constantly sending these little clones forwards, spotting out where the members of BLG are. We'll see if there's going to be any big engages coming through right now. The dragon has now spawned. This is practically going to be do or die here for BLG.
Yeah, they're going to have to find the dream fight that they have yet to open up with. On really gets caught out here by a bit of a death rush. No vision in this area of the map right now for BLG. They're going to have to go in blind. Initially finding the hook on a Zhaohu, but On could be in some trouble afterwards. Breathe on the flank. Looking maybe for the public execution, but BLG are stacked up as 5 and making sure that nobody can go and get singled out. Era going to go forward to Pop Blossom. The Dragon is secured by Tien. That's a Hextech Soul going over to Waybo. They already have taken down Way, and now could be looking for more. On still very low on HP. The Excel's impact, finding Knight. There's the hero's entrance to try to respond here. Knight will go down. Light finds the kill. Bin the next to follow. Already 3 kills picked up. Make it 4. And Elk may soon to be the final nail in the coffin here for Billy Gaming. He gets hit up by the Tangle Barbs. Light will claim the kill and go golden for a little bit extra swag. 30-6 is the scoreline right now for Waybo Gaming as they'll push right down mid and try to take control of game number 1.
This is going to be a clean ace right here for Waybo. They've just been better in the team fights. They've been better overall than BLG. And with 20 seconds until anybody with real wave clear is back up and available, this will be game number 1. Waybo, they want to move beyond being even right now. They want to take control of that 5th spot right now in Group Ascent. They want to send BLG down.
Well, but Haddock and the KDAs, one more kill over to Tien. And there it is, 31-6, your kill score, as Waybo just have a complete domination, obliteration of Billy Gaming to start off our best of 3.
Are BLG broken?
Looks like it. I'm not going to lie.
I'm not going to say that they're not going to win the next game. They have loved a 2-1. So have Waybo, to be fair. They have also loved sending games to a game number 3. But something in BLG just isn't working. This is the sort of composition that you're playing up against where you cannot afford to give the Kai'Sa a bunch of kills early because it is the main damage source. And Light was basically untouched. He died once up in the top side of the map. Other than that, was able to just play this one through. Yeah, he was going for a slightly more AP build, so you're able to build the Zhonyas. But the Zhonyas didn't come through until way later on. BLG just, despite the fact they had a pretty good composition with a ton of those highest priority picks, just did nothing with it.
I'm very surprised. I mean, I knew they just came off a loss to FPX. I felt like that would have meant that BLG were going to regroup and come together as like a much stronger unit than they were when they were stumbling through the end of this first round robin. I thought they'd want to end things out on a high note and they'd come out looking like the team that we were expecting to be the LPL champions coming into 2025. But that definitely is not the case. And all of a sudden, we could be looking at BLG ending this first round robin in Group Ascend with a losing record. That was not something any of us would have predicted entering split number 2.
No, BLG enter into this second split with some questions, right? We were all expecting them to sort of pick up where they left off during their last year, during 2024, where they win the LPL title twice. They go to World Finals, just don't quite about manage to win it all. Easily look like the best or second best team in the entire world. Same roster, nothing changes. Wonderful, let's go again. And then they get smacked around by Thunder Talk? By a Thunder Talk with a squad that, you know, was interesting, but not necessarily full of players we would have really been expecting. Then they don't even make it into the grand finals. They have to watch top go to an international. And now in split number 2, it looks like they're faltering even worse. There are many problems with this team. The main one everybody's looking at is the jungle, but I don't just think it's a big jungle issue. It's the whole map is faltering.
You know, maybe you could say it starts with the jungle, but it's not like Bin did much in this game. It's not like Knight did anything memorable at all. I mean, even Elk and On, which were kind of the shining lights of the squad, even in some of their losing moments, didn't really do much at all. But when you have a normal looking gold graph here in the LPL, you know that things kind of went out of control quickly for your opposition. And so this is a gold graph maybe that we would have expected to see from like Waybo going up against an FPX or WE going into this group ascension, not against BLG.
No.
And that's exactly what has happened here. As we take a look at some of these highlights, it's again just kind of a disjointed effort overall from our 2024 champions.
Exactly. The way that BLG play is very disjointed. You're absolutely right to use that word. But also, they're not respecting the composition that they're playing into currently. You can't afford to get too close to this composition, because the second that you do, there's a Galio and there's a Skarner. They are just going to pull you in. On goes flying in here to try to get a pick onto Erha, and it just does not work out for the squad as one would expect, blowing everything onto a support. I think something that's also incredibly emblematic of things going wrong is that now Bin has gotten this Rumble, this top-tier top laner that is banned pretty much in every single game to every single top laner. He's now gotten that 2 series in a row and lost both times on this champion. That is a massive problem when you can't win even on those best-in-class picks.
I'm very interested to see what BLG look like going into game 2. Are they just going to roll over and kind of say it's a go next round robin angle, just like make sure we are ready for the second half? Or are we going to try to fight back a little bit here, BLG? Because that is not an acceptable performance here to wrap up your first round robin, to wrap up our day here on LPL English. Just really uncharacteristic play, although at this point it's becoming characteristic because, of course, they didn't look very good yesterday against FPX either.
No. It's now a second series in a row where, oh boy. Now, yesterday, in that matchup versus FPX, game 1, they got kind of smacked around. Game number 2, they came up to such a monumental lead within the first 3 minutes that there was literally nothing FPX could do. It was nearly quicker for them to have just FF'd at 15 and gone again into game number 3. So BLG, if the only way they're able to beat these teams around them in the standings is by finding that immediate big play, maybe they just have to index into that harder. This was a composition that needed a couple of items to really scale up, and we didn't really see too much aggression out of Way. Maybe they just need to fully play for the early game and see, hey, if we can get a massive lead, maybe we make it work. Maybe they need something like the Lucian Nami.
You're asking them to flip the game level 1.
Yeah.
to try to get them some way back in this game.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's a sad state of affairs when we're asking for that, isn't it?
Yeah, for BLG, who's supposed to be one of the best teams in the world, man. Like, them and T1, I guess right now, both kind of struggling in their own domestic regions, which is not what was to be expected from our reigning world finalists from last year. But that's how it goes here in the LPL when you have so many top competitive teams going at it against each other. And again, this Waybo team also looked incredibly inconsistent at the start of the year, but now we're starting to piece together some wins. Of course, taking down IG. If they take down BLG as well, they'll end things on a pretty high note, as the MVP goes to Tien on the Skarner. You remember he had that really nice ultimate to start off that string of unfortunate events for BLG, and he had himself a great game overall on the Skarner.
Absolutely, he did. It was an overall team effort out of Waybo, but the Skarner was at the forefront every single time, and it really needed to be. The follow-up is immense from all of these other champions, but the Skarner is very much going to be that champion where you have to go in, get the Impale off, and like you said, it was that initial Impale during one of those very early fights that completely flipped the game into Waybo's favor, and they never looked back.
Yeah, they definitely did. And will they look back at all to try to see if BLG are going to catch them for game number 2, make it a competitive series, or will it be Waybo riding their way to a clean sweep over the 2024 Summer Champions before the end of the first round robin? We have the draft for game number 2 to see if BLG can respond once we return from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have game number 2 between Waybo Gaming and Billy in just a couple of minutes. Waybo off to a commanding start to this series, up 1-0 over BLG. Grapes and Blocks are here to guide you through it. Before we go into this game, we have one quick question for you. Have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You just boot up the program and work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from a map, answer questions, and unlock more features. And we're going to explore this MOBA Trainer option a little bit more before we head into game number 2. Now, there's a couple of puzzles that we could still continue, but another option here on MOBA Trainer is the mechanical training, and our producer Kai has bravely volunteered to try out the skill shot tester here for us on MOBA Trainer. So the goal here is to avoid, I think, different skill shots that are coming at you and maybe fire out some more yourself. You did have a choice. You volunteered, Kai. You don't have to lie to us now. Don't have to lie to the viewers at this point.
Let's do it.
Let's take a look. Let's look at the skill shot
shots.
tracker. I've seen the dodge one, but I have not seen this one yet. So I'm curious.
All right. How's the mechanics right here? Uh-oh.
So there's a lot of different spells. So you got to both throw out your Ezreal Qs as well as dodge away from other skill shots that are being thrown at you. You lose hearts for every time you get hit by something, and you are trying to basically generate points by staying alive as long as possible here, Bloxer.
I find this little Ezreal so cute. Such a cute little guy. And actually, you know what, Kai? My man.
Wait, he's
doing really well so far, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You burn the ghost, you get a little bit of extra move speed too.
Damn.
Get away from the Nautilus. Okay, we used our flash. Maybe not 100% necessary, but it's fine.
All good, all good. Nice dodges, nice dodge. Oh, that was point blank. That was rude. That was rude.
We still have 3 lives left.
This is impressive.
Okay, we're
2
still
lives
alive.
Uh-oh.
Lose half a heart there. It's all good.
It's fine. They're using aimbot. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
One more life. Oh! Nice try. All right. Well, Kai ends with, what is it? 336 clicks per minute.
Let's go.
And that's a new high score of any producer so far. Yeah, so we have a specific producer account that we are running all of our tests on. And right now, Kai's leaderboard for us specifically. Obviously, still some time to go to get to the top of the leaderboard. It looks like somebody was alive for an hour straight on this game, which is
my lord,
a little ridiculous. You know, I want to see what that guy or that person is able to do in the real League of Legends game. But nicely done. We have a little bit more time. Do we want to try another one of the tests? You want to look see what the dodge trainer looks like, Bloxer?
Yeah, sure. If we've got time before we've got the next draft in, let's do a puzzle. Let's have fun with this one. Oh, it's actually...
So this one
never mind.
Is similar, but it's just... Instead of having to throw out some skill shots of your own, it's mostly just dodging.
Just dodge them. Oh, I'll tell you right now, I would suck at this. I get hit by every single thing. You think every single ability was a Nautilus with the lollipopping effect? Because, I don't know.
I'm the same way. I will dodge into skill shots a lot of the time.
Oh, yes. I mean, I see a pretty shape and color on my screen, and I walk straight at it every single time. Blitzcrank hooks, I make it look like my opponent's scripting sometimes, so could definitely use this one as well. Good dodge.
Alright, so, long story short, you play these games a little bit. If you don't want to boot up a full game of League, it's a little bit easier to do just this. Get a little bit of practice down, practice your mechanics, as well as, of course, upgrading your game knowledge using the puzzles that are available to you via MOBA Trainer. So if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. Proceeds will go to benefit both the MOBA Trainer designers as well as us here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Once again, code LPL20 for 20% off and unlimited puzzles here. As we've got our draft for game number 2, BLG on the blue side this time around, and they got to make some big changes here, Bloxer, because things looked rough for them that first go-around.
Oh, it absolutely did. The composition out of Waybo was risky. It was very aggressive, but they make it work early on. A lot of tanky champions, a very teamfight-orientated comp from Waybo. Obviously, This is Fearless, so you're not going to be able to play the exact same set that you had last time around, but there are still plenty of very aggressive team compositions up and available. See what the bans are going to be right here. Poppy taken off of the board, Scion, Rise. A little bit interesting to see the Poppy taken off so early on. Yone also goes off of the board. You kind of have to take either him or the Sejuani away, otherwise that combo incredibly strong, but that does leave the Gwen open, and Bin just going to slam that one.
That's normally a good sign for Bin to get his hands on the Gwen. However, I would have said it was a good sign to get his hands on the Rumble in game number 1. It didn't work out too well, but it's a good foundation to build the rest of this draft upon here for Billy Gaming. We'll see what Waybo have to respond here with. I think Breathe has a couple of different things you could try to answer to this Gwen. You could either go for maybe more of a frontline pick and play more towards the late game. Things like the Kennen also exists, which I feel like it's one of my personal favorites into this Gwen matchup, but not everybody plays it. I'm sure Breathe could whip it out though if he felt like it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Gnar also gives you good team fight accuracy, and then you can also just sort of neutralize out that lane. At the same time, we've seen Breathe look really good just on these slightly more aggressive, brawling type top laners. For the minute, looks like we're not going to get to see this top lane so far. Instead, just going on towards the Aurora here for Xiaohu. Now, this champion has been in a bit of an interesting spot. It looks pretty strong alongside these dive compositions. Again, that's what we're expecting this to be with the Pantheon for Tian in the jungle. But at the same time, the Aurora has been falling flat a little bit. If it doesn't get a couple kills early, we'll have to track that one through. The response from BLG, they're going to grab a nice poke-orientated bot lane right here. The Ezreal Karma going to be the lock-in, and that means you have to be very careful as Waybo not to end up in a bot lane situation where you simply cannot play the lane and are just bullied out.
Yeah, I love the poke, especially love Gwen with enchanters. It makes her even more powerful than she already is. You add that mantra shield to this Gwen, starts to run at you even faster than before, and so that is a good sign if you're Bin, also a good sign if you are the bot lane of BLG. And now you can ban away some of those potential bot lane picks as well to make sure that you aren't continuously all in upon by, you know, different things like a Lucian Nami or something along those lines. So the response here for Waybo is going to be a Jace, likely going towards the top lane here for Breathe against the Gwen, heading to that second phase of bans. Again, very different priorities now for both of these teams. A bot lane needed for Waybo, most likely. A mid-jungle needed here for BLG.
And right now, with the poke-orientated composition here from BLG, I like the response to be able to grab yourself the Jace, stop it from being a situation where you're just constantly getting outranged once we get into these team fights, get yourself a little bit more aggressive as well. And the Jace works well in these sorts of comps because you can sit at range, poke people out beforehand, and then you can jump in alongside the Aurora and this Pantheon if you think there's the opportunity available to you. The response is going to be a ban out of some more of these very aggressive junglers over here from Waybo, getting rid of the Sejuani and the Nocturne, and we're not going to see either the MF or the Sivir right here, so we're kind of running out of good ADCs. The Ashe still available if you want to go for long-range picks, potentially. Things like the Draven too if you want another lane bully, although it would have a rough time into the Ezreal Karma.
That's the question. Are you going to just sack your laning phase to make sure your composition is better, or go for something that can maybe make the 2v2 a little bit more simple? It's going to be Light on the Jhin. This is one of his better champions throughout the season, I would say. And now we're leaving our last pick over to Erha. Now, another thing to note is that Pantheon could potentially flex this core position, and we could see Tian on a different jungler to round things out, depending on what the mid-jungle here for BLG looks like.
Indeed, BLG, they're still going to need themselves that front line from somewhere. You're not going to get it from your top lane. Oh, your support. Oh, the Jarvan. We haven't been seeing Jarvan too much recently. I really like it in this situation. The Jhin specifically, you can grab him into that baby cage very easily. Also, you're constantly going to be under threat from those charms. I think it rounds this composition out well, but you still are overall quite squishy as BLG. Waybo, what is the final pick? Erha has been looking pretty good on a lot of different styles of champions. Been good on these enchanters, been good on the engage supports. The Rel is the top available pick. I would have loved to have seen the Blitzcrank, but it would have been way too risky, I think, in this situation. And the Rel here does just round out this bot lane. You're probably not going to be able to win out in the 2v2, but Erha can potentially just go join up with Tian and get onto the rest of the map.
Yeah, I'm looking at Erha and Tian together on this jungle support duo, impacting certain side lanes, impacting the mid lane, using that Grand Starfall to try to find some sort of play, some sort of kills here for Waybo Gaming. as I feel like BLG overall might have the better team fighting composition, all things considered. You have the Jarvan, and the Ezreal Karma can scale into things, and then of course, Bin's Gwen, which can be a certain threat once we get later on into this one. So I think for Waybo, it's about getting out to a bit of an earlier lead using the resources that you have, and making sure that potentially BLG don't get off to that foot. Because again, BLG, backs against the walls now here in this series. They do not want to finish off this first round robin with a losing record. They want to make sure they turn the tides here, and it starts with a win in game number 2.
I very much prefer the draft here out of Waybo. I think that it's just got a lot more places you can try to play around. You're not so much locked into only having that one tank from the Jarvan. If that falls behind, where can you really play? The other thing that worries me slightly is, yes, Bin on Gwen historically has been very good, but we've now seen Bin on the Rumble, again, one of those top tier priority pickups, not really be able to find a lot of success. If he's not able to find any real way to get involved in this game on the Gwen, that throws up some more questions. And into the Jace, it's not like you can completely bully out this champion.
Definitely not. It's going to be very volatile lanes, all things considered, I would say. Specifically the bot lane here with the Ezreal Karma. You're going to force some volatility, force some HP bars to be chunked out, maybe put Waybo in a desperate situation to try to go for some all-ins that they might not have originally gone for here. As here we go on to the Rift. Again, BLG need a response, need to even up this series. In our last best of 3 in the first round robin, 50%.
Let's see it. Are we going to get a game number 3? Everything goes to the maximum today, or Waybo just going to be able to grab this one, send themselves to 5 and 4, start knocking on the door of those top 4 spots. Remember, top 4 move on straight to the playoffs. Everybody else has to go play a best of 5 in the play-ins. You would really like that little bit of rest after a grueling 18 best of 3 regular season. Neither team going to want to give this one up.
And even though you can say, hey, there's 18 games, like, this is just game number 9. We'll be able to make it up afterwards. Like, the fact that things are so close right now in Group Ascend, like, every game is going to matter. Not just every map, every series, every game. Game score becomes a tiebreaker, of course, as we get later on into things. And with teams like IG, JDG, BLG, Waybo, even AL if they end up slipping a little bit, or FPX if they end up going up a little bit. A lot of teams in that conversation right now, and BLG want to be a part of that one, obviously. They're going very aggressive for an early invade onto the enemy blue buff.
Now, I wonder if we're going to get to see a similar thing as we saw in game number 3 of our previous series, where you're just bullying out your opponents around the map. Actually, Way gets level 2 and is going to head straight towards the bot lane. Waybo, they need to run.
It's the classic Jarvan. Level 2, you get your flag and drag, you force a flash away from light. That's a good sign, a good start here for Billy. Tian picks up the Wolves, not going for an invade of his own. He should win out, actually, on a duel against the Jarvan.
Absolutely, you have to figure out where you're going to meet up with the Jarvan as well. It wasn't the aggressive pathing over towards his red buff, so you're just going to be able to steal away these chickens. I wonder if Tian going to head straight towards the chickens, then move back down into that brush once again, and see if he can't find a little bit of a pick here onto Way. There's always going to be a potential option. Neither are going to have that level 3 available to them, though, and instead, no, Tian just going to take those chickens, be happy with that one, back away over to his Gromp. Could potentially also look for a gank down towards the bottom side of the map, right? There's a very pushed up bottom lane from BLG with absolutely no vision to be able to back it up right now.
Yeah, not going to be super easy to do right now, though. It's like just hitting level 2, and there's a massive wave underneath this tier 1 turret. So Tian at least going to take some time to take away this Gromp. Is now essentially Way. Maybe looking for another play. Maybe looking for a dive here on this bottom side of the map.
He loves them. It's his favorite play to make during the early stages of the game is a dive onto bot lane. They've been using it to great effect, although Bin has been on the receiving end of a lot of the counter plays on the backside of the map. We'll have to see if this is what's going to happen, because right now there are no camps for you in this area. You're going to have to dive to make this worth your time.
Especially, because Tian's already on the other side of the map. He's getting the faster clear, so now Way has to respond with a gank here onto light. The Jhin has no flash, but the Deadly Flourish comes out. On will drop, and so will maybe one more, but the tower aggro was juggled beautifully. It is a 1-for-1 with Elk going down, but it's going to be still a win for BLG because the wave is getting crashed in.
Yeah, it's not ideal here, but the fact that Light also does manage to pick up that kill means he can come back from base with both the longsword and some boots. So you know what? Not the end of the world for Waybo. BLG once again moving towards that signature bot lane dive. What they lose for it, though, is going to be some wolves, some extra fast clearing going on right here out of Tian. And on the Pantheon, you really don't want to be falling behind, so this is a decent start so far for the Waybo jungler.
After especially what ended up going bad for him. However, he's going to be forced to flash away as both On and Bin have arrived to this play to try to punish Tian for stealing away a couple of those camps. But it looks like he will be able to get out after utilizing that summoner spell. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane now, Elk in a lot of trouble as he tried to get greedy, crash one more wave in. So now he's going to lose out on some resources as well. So despite BLG being the ones to force the initiative to go for these aggressive plays, Waybo actually still getting the better end of things, all things considered, when you look at the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, the second that you see the Karma up towards the top side flashing at your jungler, you know you can get aggressive as the Waybo bot lane. The fact they're going to be able to pick up a turret plate for themselves as well is very much good for them in this early game right here. The Jhin going to be in an interesting spot during this game. Should be sat far enough back that your only real threat is being full engage flash ulted by the Jarvan. And even then, it's going to take quite a lot of aggression out of Way to get this Jhin within range. And he's going to have a lot of other targets to really be thinking about first. Breathe and Xiaohu most specifically. And it means Light being in a good spot, being far enough ahead that he can be dealing a lot of damage with those force shots is exactly what you need for Waybo moving forwards. Right now, we continue to see heavy skirmishing and aggression out of both of these junglers. Waybo, they're a little bit slower to this play and have to turn tail and run.
The mantra cues from On, very aggressive as it forces the rest of Waybo away. I think the Dragon can necessarily be started up right now. There's not a ton of DPS to try to burst that one down really in any means. So instead, maybe the focus to the Grubs as bot lane here for BLG gets some push in the mid lane. Xiaohu's on his way back to base, which means that there should be a big timer here for BLG to start the game.
Indeed, picking up these grubs will be very important as well. We talk about champions who use the grubs most effectively. Well, I think on that list, some of the top champions are in this game right here. Specifically, this Gwen can just start shredding through towers if you ever leave her alone in a lane. You can see the straight up movement towards it from BLG. They're going to recognize that, at least pick up the first three, and there's no response on the other side of the map out of Tian. He's not going to be able to head straight down and pick himself up that mounting Drake for Waybo. So they're just a little bit slow to this play. Bit of a missed timing right here. BLG going to be happy to have grabbed that one uncontested. Xiaohu, don't. Oh no.
Jump over the wall, he still gets rooted up, goes between worlds, but not going to be able to blink away. Wei jumps over the flag and drag, but he's unable to follow up. So Xiaohu's able to jump on out of there with the weirding and head back to base scot-free.
I mean, the way that he's able to just about jump out is good. Good use of the champion. Now the rest of Waybo arrive to potentially look for a play right here. Nothing too much going to be happening on this one. An interesting little bit of lane movement here. Bin going to be in the mid lane right now, facing off against Light. Got the top versus mid lane battle in the bot lane at the moment as well. Xiaohu, without the ulti, you've got a lot less kill threat potentially onto Elkanon if they want to try for something here.
Xiaohu's kind of just laning with Erha down here, so we're really doing some mix and matching. Like
yeah,
when you play with like the custom characters in a video game, just trying on all the different outfits. That's what it feels like this is going on right now.
Absolutely, and I'm not sure how good the outfits are looking for the minute. It really depends on where you're going to be able to turn this lane movement into. You do obviously still have that Drake down in the bottom side of the map. The longer and longer you take trying to pick this one up, the more distinct the timers are going to be between the next set of grubs and the next Drake spawning. And Tian currently trying to desperately farm up to hit that level 6. That's where the Pantheon can really start to get aggressive across the map. Should be picking it up from this camp right here, you'd have to imagine.
There we go. Level 6 now here for Elk and On. Things have slowed down just a little bit here in this game. BLG holding on to what is right now a 400 gold lead or so. A lot of that towards the top side of the map, as Wei, despite not being ahead in farm, has done enough to keep himself in a pretty good position in terms of that bot lane dive. Shot barrage moved out here for Elk, trying to clear some of this wave out. If you are Waybo, I feel like you're still pretty happy with how things are going, especially because once you get later on in the game, the side laning threat for the Jace gets stronger and stronger. Light's gonna, start doing even more damage. You're okay with where we're at, even though technically you're at a deficit.
just a very slight one at the moment. Nothing too worrying, especially not when you're into the sort of composition who's got to find some pretty tricky to hit straight up engages. Xiaohu needs to run here. Do they know? Yeah, they know. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Xiaohu has been exposed. Weirding in. Nice flash from on.
Nice.
He's going to force the flash away from Xiaohu as well. Just a little bit of shenanigans up there on the top side. Going to be trying to match here with Bin. You know, potential 1v2 with Erha and Breathe. Erha's waiting to land that flash. Oh, nicely done for a dodge away from Bin, but Light has arrived to the fight as well. Definitely not going to be a fair one here for Bin. He's able to do a lot of damage back.
Hello?
No more procs to the needlework though, and Erha's going to be the one to pick it up.
A few missed skill shots just there, as now Tian actually flashing forwards in this situation. He's in a 3v1 right now. He doesn't care. And in and amongst all of that craziness, it is just going to be that one kill picked up down on the bottom side. The bot lane Drake's still going to be available right here, but I really don't feel like you can afford as Waybo to head down towards it here, because the next set of grubs going to be spawning in just 20 seconds time. You really don't want to miss out onto this second set, giving away all 6. We saw it in the previous game, just how strong it can be. And just start shredding through these towers, especially with things like the Gwen. The Ezra would also really like it. Ori, to be honest, can use it well too. BLG just overall got a good composition to make use of all these grubs, and so you can see Waybo, they've got multiple members around in the top side. This is what happened. It was a little bit of an overchase here, potentially from the members of BLG. It doesn't turn into any kills for either side, though.
Yeah, almost did. As Elk had to burn his plans to get away from that stun from Tian. He ulted back in to try to get something back here for Waybo, who now are back in the gold lead, albeit very, very slightly. Grubs are going to be started up by BLG. Waybo not there just yet to respond, although here comes their bottom lane. 5 grubs immediately picked up here for BLG, so
yeah,
at the very least they're going to get that significant advantage, but it looks like Tian's going to be able to close this one out for his team and make sure that not all of them go over here to the blue side.
Yeah, things going to slow down just a little bit at this point. Low breathing on, actually stepping up.
Oh, Erha on a flank as well, landing that Magnus Storm immediately here onto Bin, and Bin just gets taken down. That's the Feats of Warfare picked up for Waybo Gaming. The first shot of the curtain call will take that away, and Elk has to flash on out of there, or shift on out of there. A 2-for-0 fight going Waybo's way after giving up 2 of the 3 grubs.
I really thought things were going to slow down just there, but now we see these explosive plays that Waybo can pull through. They're able to respond very quickly to BLG attempting to step up on a Night Elk. All of them wanted to take up a little bit more space for themselves and just get caught out. It's going to be a couple kills over to Waybo. They're going to be able to extend their gold lead now to about 2,000, 1,000, 2,000. And yes, they lose out on the initial grubs, but it's Erha just manages to get in behind just enough. Good Magnet Storm into that Deadly Flourish means that there's absolutely no way you can get away from this one initially as Bin. This is another game for Bin where he's on an incredibly powerful champion, the sort of champion you cannot afford to give over to the majority of top laners, and yet 0-0 right now, just not effective.
It's one of the best top laners in the world. This was our featured matchup of the day coming in, Bin versus Breathe, but right now it's really Bin. Breathe taking control of this one, and a Grand Starfall comes in from Tian, looking to try to take down Elk and On, who once again are overextended for BLG. No flash, no shift, that's Tian getting another kill, and Waybo Gaming once again off to a blazing starting game 2.
That's a really nice bit of layering of the CC. You get that point and click stun out of Tian, straight into the Deadly Flourish, straight into the Rel Shattering Strike, and at that point there's so very little that you can actually do. Still, BLG, they're just not able to play these early games. They're not able to play these fights. Unless they get massive leads at the very beginning of games, it feels like they can't pull themselves back. What I was saying yesterday, as we potentially see a gank right here onto Bin. Actually, he's gone quite far in. Uh-oh.
You're going to have to try to make it a one-way trip. Almost finds enough damage onto Breathe, but Breeze's able to generate enough distance, and now it's a 2v1. Eric doesn't have a ton of damage, though, as he awaits for Wade to try and come and join this play. True Sharp Rush came out from Elk, not going to hit onto anybody as we in the top side of the map. Get a bit of a duel between Knight and Xiaohu, which is going the BLG mid laner's way so far. Still waiting for that next rotation of spells to come through. Finally, the Spirit Rush in. Xiaohu will use that Between Worlds to get on out of there once again.
Oh boy. So much action across the map, and nobody actually ends up dying. And now, finally, we are actually going to see a little bit of push down on towards this Mountain Drake. It's the first Drake of the game, and it's 14 minutes into the game. Usually we see these picked up way earlier on. BLG, the saving grace for themselves right now is that they're able to grab this Drake. They're able to grab 5 of the grubs, so the neutral objectives have been pretty strong for BLG. Still, though, you wouldn't exactly expect it to be ideal overall. They got a couple more turret plates too. This is what's keeping them within touching distance of Waybo. They're just so much less proactive across the map.
Do you feel like, Bloxer, that the team comp here for BLG is sustainable to scale into the late game at a bit of a deficit and potentially play these 5v5s? Because I think we both agree the team fighting for Waybo is going to be very strong with the Aurora, Jin, Jace, but I feel like, you know, on the other side, if Bid can get off and running, if Elk can start to get a little bit more fed, maybe there is some hope here for BLG.
The thing that worries me, right, is you are very reliant on the Jarvan being tanky enough because he's hitting people with the Sunder Sky and healing up, right? Everybody else is not going to be tanky at all. You're going to get some Karma shields through, so that's something to potentially look at, and Gwen's immune is obviously a very strong ability, but if your Jarvan isn't tanky enough, who steps up? Who's able to actually step up and face check a brush? Who's able to try to face check around an objective? The answer really is nobody, whereas Waybo, they've got themselves a couple of tankier members, they've got a ton of damage to be able to deal with something like the Jarvan as well. It's a good pick.
Completely thought he was safe, although he was right on a ward once again, using the empowered Mantra W to try to get some healing, but it's not enough. His light shuts him down with a forced shot. Now a teleport comes in from BLG, but it might just be a little bit too late. Knight gonna join the fight. We already watched 2 of his players fall by the wayside. Bin already utilizing Needlework, so no more ultimate here for the Gwen. Deadly Flourish dodged away from the Ahri. Now the curtain call has been issued. Elk gets hit up by the second and the third. The 4th shot will be dodged away from Elk, beautifully getting away from any damage here from the Jin, but he's not going to get away from the Pantheon as the Kama Shear will shut him down, and Knight has used his final proc of the Spirit Rush to try to escape as well.
And Knight just about going to be the survivor from all of that bloodbath. Bin even has to cancel his recall right here. A little bit of extra insult to injury, and Waybo, they're just fighting so much better. 8-1 in terms of the kills. They're going to be up by 3,000 gold as well, and it all starts with On thinking that he's safe and just getting a one-tap to right there by Light. So much damage on that 4th shot, and it's again BLG. They don't recognize on the map where they are safe, where they are not, losing track of where the vision is. This is a total team collapse from BLG that we were not expecting. Yeah, we knew that they were on a little bit of slides, but they are getting embarrassed by Waybo so far.
I mean, not even the FPX games, I feel like, look this rough here. As
yeah.
Get On just not pressing the sweeper button, or just being really out of position, one or the other.
And it just carries on, right? There's nothing too fancy that happens here. A couple of nice hit skill shots, you know. Very good aggression. Hang on, breathe.
Looking for some sort of opportunity to go for a fight. Airhow does crash down away. Charm does land up to Xiaohu. Between Worlds, though, will get him out again. As Xiaohu continuously, seemingly, gets cut off. But will not be able to go down. He still has not died yet in this game. And it will come at the cost of this tier 1 tower down to the bottom lane. But Waybo Gaming not losing a life just yet. Still going to be very good for them. Only 1 death issued. It's On to Light.
Not again On.
And now On's going to get catched out here by Airho, who's looking for a flank. Rift Herald, by the way, also taken on this top side by Waybo Gaming. And Tian can join the fight with a Grand Starfall if he wants. So BLG going to continue to push here onto this tier 2. They at least get that, take advantage of the fact that they do have 5 of the 6 scrubs. But is that enough for them to try to save this game?
It's a really good start. Being able to pick up both of those towers pretty much for free. There was no real push going on across the rest of the map. Nothing too much else picked up. Tian does manage to grab himself that Rift Herald, but beyond that hasn't been too much. Now we're going to watch Bin and Tian kind of duke it out. Tian's very strong at the moment, but just going to use the Grand Starfall to get away. Heads back on over towards the mid lane. It's not ideal to have to use that in this situation, but to be honest, we've got a little while until the next objectives are up, and Tian's been more happy to just step up to these fights. Doesn't even need to Grand Starfall into the back line.
Still 8-1 right now. I don't know, Block. I don't know if this is because it's like late at night, early morning, or whatever. I'm bored watching a game between BLG and Waybo. It feels like it's almost
very slow.
Not much is happening, and it feels like we already know the result of what's going to happen. We need to see some big turnarounds here from BLG. They're going to target Breathe again, who used his flash last time the Cataclysm was available for Way. And here they go. They're going to try it again. Flag and drag does connect. Nice play here by BLG. They finally get an answer here, back on to breathe, and will continue their domination here of the turrets at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, they've now picked themselves up another turret and a kill. They've brought this gold lead back down to only being about 1,000. And this is bad from Waybo, actually. They are not getting involved in this game anywhere near enough. They've kind of allowed the game to start happening to them for a little while. Yes, you lost 5 of the grubs, so the tower taking potential is very potent for BLG, but it's still surprising to see the way that they have conceded so much space, so much pressure across the map when they were winning out on these skirmishes so effectively early on. Now, you can see first items completed on everybody, second item now completed on both Tian and Light, so these two are going to be incredibly strong, and they can potentially go and try to play around this Drake. It's only going to be the second Drake of the game, despite the fact we're 20 minutes in.
Yeah, not really been the focus really for either of these teams. Waybo, the ones that started off, remember BLG were going to pick up first Dragon of the game, and so they're okay with just giving this one over. So Waybo controlled this one, even up that count. And now potentially looking for another fight. In the mid lane, we saw some little posturing there from Era, but hey, this is a good thing here for Waybo to do. Make sure that you don't just like give away these dragons for free.
Yeah, indeed. Constantly trying to find these little plays to find extra bits, put themselves forwards are Waybo, but yeah, they have just sort of sat back for a little while, which is especially odd when you're ahead, and then also when you've got a composition with a Pantheon. This champion is so good at finding picks anytime somebody steps up. But BLG, they have been doing a pretty good job so far of actually moving towards these sideline objectives with multiple members, making sure that there aren't just 1 or 2 stragglers available to get Pantheon ulted on top of. It's a good strategy so far. It's meant they've been able to close up the gold lead a little bit, but after that play around the dragon, things have expanded back out once again. 3k the gold lead right now for Waybo.
That's what has to be the plan for BLG. If you're going to send somebody out forward in a side lane, you need to have some cover for him, whether it's Way hovering around the area or maybe On going to push down here. They're looking for Xiaohu, who once again gets rooted up here by the W of On, tries to get into the other side of the ultimate, but actually will not be able to. So finally, Xiaohu is the one who gets caught out here, and BLG once again back on the board with another pick. They're going to head over to this Otacon, and there's nobody on Waybo's side to contest it.
Now we're going to get the Rift Herald pops that's been in inventory for a while for Tian. Bin also potentially could get jumped right here. Obviously, still has the Gwen is immune, though.
Magnus Storm with so far. Bin trying to outplay a 1v3, but in goes Tian with the Grand Starfall. So it will be a shutdown going on to the Gwen, or just a regular kill, I should say, as Breathe will break open this top lane tier 2 turret. Again, coming at the cost of this Ruinous Otacon. But Waybo's still feeling pretty happy about where things are. The gold lead continues to be in their favor, and they could be very happy if they get a kill here onto Elkadon. The fourth shot is shifted away from as Elk barely is able to dodge away from that one. But another kill in the hands of Waybo Gaming, and they're going to continue to push into the base.
Yeah, they absolutely can. They've got a big wave right here in the top side. They've got a wave pouring in through the mid lane as well. And because the Atakan took so long to take for BLG, they're just not going to be able to get back for this one. Off the back of Atakan picked up for BLG, they're going to lose out on a couple thousand gold. The gold lead expands right here to about 5,000. TP behind coming through. Interesting.
Knight's going to try to cut him off. Already some backs have been channeled. The target right now is going to be Light. He has both summoner spells, waiting to use that charm. It doesn't hit anyway. And now Way will finally use that Cataclysm, but Light still flashes on out. The flag and drag comes through. Finally, a shutdown will find the way of Way, but it'll be traded right back as Tion will get one in response. So both AD carry and mid lane are down on opposite sides. Now the junglers are dueling it out. Bin here to try to respond. It'll be a 2-for-1 in favor of BLG, as now Waybo might be the one playing sloppy. But as I say that, Elk gets stunned up here by Era, and Zhao should have enough damage to try to take him down. It'll be the Rel to finish off the kill.
TP also coming in right here. Bin gonna rejoin in this mid lane play, but I think things should have fizzled out by now. An explosive couple of minutes. Hopefully that was the cure to your boredom right there, Grapes. As when we come out the back of this one, actually, hang on, they're not gonna stop, are they? There's still chase going on right here. Hopefully he can just use his blast cone to get away. He's going to be able to jump over, crash down over this wall, and luckily there's enough mobility right here on the Rel for him to be able to survive. You take a breather because we've got a lot to catch back up on. In the end, it's still going to be a 4,000 gold lead right here for Waybo. They're still very much in control of this game. But that was some good fighting back for BLG. A couple of nice picks for themselves. Knight hit some good charms alongside Way, and at the same time completely whiffed one onto a point-blank range Light who had his dancing shoes strapped on. And we spend so long fighting, chasing, moving around the map that actually the next Drake's back up in 40 seconds time.
Now the question is, will BLG feel strong enough to try to fight for that? They could just give it up, because remember, Waybo is still very far away from the soul. But maybe they want to fight it. I don't know. Bin has 2 completed items now, the Nashor's Tooth and the Riftmaker in inventory. You can say the same about all the other carries here for BLG. They want to risk it. Oh. And Starfall comes out. It's going to be Bin caught out here by both Xiaohu and Tian, and Erha on the way as well. They're sending the whole Bard in onto Bin. Will the Gwen be able to buy enough time? Pops the Shroud, will be immune for a little bit longer. Finally has reached the rest of his team. The needlework comes out, but it's far too late. The kill goes into Tian's arms, and now it's the rest of BLG that are going to try to find this fight in their favor, and they find the first kill into Tian with a nicely used Cataclysm from Way. But the response from Breathe is big. The Shock Blast takes down the Jarvan, and it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Waybo Gaming.
And they lose out onto their jungler Waybo, so that might dissuade the Dragon from going on. Looks like BLG want to keep playing, though.
Oh, on. He walks right into the waiting arms of Erha, and now Knight's in trouble as well. They cancel the backs, but they're just going to die for it. 2 more for Waybo, and it might be 3. A nice engage from Erha. Elk forced to use the Blast Cone away. He dodges away from the Deadly Flourish and tries to use the Q to get some cooldowns right back. So Elk will be able to survive, but the Dragon is surely in the hands of Waybo Gaming now.
Yeah, I mean, this one's so incredibly back and forth, but Waybo, they are coming out on top on the majority of these plays. Tian gonna respawn right now. The Dragon should be the next thing in their sights. They do head on over towards this objective. BLG, though, getting chased around the map. Baron is up and available. That's going to be the next big objective that we're going to see a fight around. And so far in these fights, they've been messes, sure, but Waybo have been coming out on top.
There just doesn't seem like there's enough damage just yet. BLG still feel like they're too far behind. Knight on this, tanky, bruisery Ari build with the Rod of Ages. Elk not fully getting to his 3rd item just yet. Bin dying too early before he can do anything. Seems like there's just not enough juice out of this BLG comp, whereas for Waybo, they got a lot of things firing for them right now. Tian's in a really good spot. He's 2,000 gold ahead of the Jarvan. Breathe has 3 completed items now with the Yomu's now fully completed. Light's approaching the Infinity Edge. Things are looking very good if you're a Waybo Gaming fan. You can find another pick here onto Elk. Still has both of his summoners available, but here comes the Grand Starfall as well. They're going to try to take down this Ezreal. Gets hit by the Deadly Flourish, but a nice buffer with the Blast Cone to keep himself alive. The Curtain Call comes out, and it will just force BLG away. But now Waybo could potentially turn their target to this Baron that is on the table and on the map, knowing that a couple of these resets have to come through.
Bin is down in the bottom lane threatening, though, and as we were saying earlier, you have to respect the Gwen with these 5 grubs in the back pocket. We'll just begin to melt through these towers, and losing out onto a bot lane inhibitor when there's a Baron up and available is not going to be the ideal. So it's just going to be the pullback response right here out of Waybo. They really need to get these key ultimates back up and available. The Grand Starfall and the Curtain Call are so key to their ability to win this game. It makes sense to pull back, be calm, don't play too far forwards. We can take a quick look in at the items. You've got 3 items completed onto a couple of these key carries right here. The only person who still needs that 3rd item to come through is going to be Xiaohu. Everybody else hitting like an absolute truck. And you can see BLG, the second they see even a single Waybo member on their screen, have to start respecting, scattering, and just pushing backward.
Or maybe trying to fully collapse. That could result in disaster happening here. We're looking maybe here for Tian, but he's able to steal away those Raptors with pretty much no consequence. For the 28-minute mark of this game. No Dragon up really for a while, and so maybe things will reset a little bit. I think BLG want to make sure they get 3 items on some of their big carries before they go for any more fights.
Absolutely. BLG, they just kind of need to slow the pace of this game down. They did a good job by not taking that initial Drake for ages, but now Bin stepping up. We've seen this one before.
Here comes Tian, dashes away, but is not going to dodge away from the stun. Gets away from the Shock Blast, though. Bin doing a lot of damage back with the needlework. Trying to answer back here in a 1v2. Meanwhile, the rest of BLG pushing down mid, knowing that they do not have 2 of their members as they are both on the bottom side. With the 5 grubs, BLG are able to get 1 tower back, and Waybo don't get anything in for it.
the thing. Gwen is immune, such a strong ability. And then at this point, with the Rift Taker and the Nash's Tooth up and available, you just have so much damage available to you with the Needlework. Have to be one-shotting this Gwen, otherwise in these extended fights, the healing, the damage will start to really come through. Waybo, they step up, they're attempting to get themselves a little bit of vision around this Baron, but so far there's actually quite a lot of deep warding that has come through for BLG at the moment. Whilst all of that play was happening bot side, they've gotten themselves a little bit of vision established, so let's see what they can do with it right here. We've got a minute 50 until the next Drake is going to spawn. Right now the Baron is what everybody is thinking about and dancing around.
So BLG, again, they just are coming off of a loss to FPX, which was not expected. Again, this is a team that has won LPL. They've been at the top of the world at points in their history. And now just like straight smack in the middle of group ascension, potential to drop towards that bottom half. Waybo winning this would jump them immediately into 4th place in the standings, and BLG want to get there right now. It's going to take a little bit more work. They've been finding some opportunities. Will this be finally the turn that they need? Hera's looking for the flank. Not going to be able to find or pop that engage. They want to wait things out just a little bit longer here. A lot of tools at BLG's disposal.
Yeah.
They don't want to utilize any of them yet.
They have to be very careful, Tian. Going to be looking for that initial bit of engage. Elk just has to insta-flash away from him right here.
And that uses the Spirit Guard as well, so now Wei can re-engage here with the Cataclysm. Zhao is the flash away. Tian at half HP. Here comes Bin, looking to do some damage with the Needlework. It's a 1-for-1 though, as Tian will fall, but the Gwen will too. The curtain call's been opened up. Era's still looking for one more engage. Wei gets hit by the 4th shot, but it's not enough to take him down just yet. Just a 1-for-1 across the map, but everybody on Waybo still just a little bit healthier here. On, looking to try and buy some space here with the Mantra Q, trying to slow down Waybo on their continued push, and they will force BLG to head back to base.
And the fact that you lose the jungler here in Tian means you really can't keep stepping up into this situation. It was a well-played fight from Bin, actually. He really needed to make that one a 1-for-1, otherwise was just going to get taken out and probably losing out onto the game. Waybo could have moved up towards the Baron for themselves. Instead, now it's going to be plays right here around the Drake. Tian going to be up in 5 seconds time and does have himself that Grand Starfall, so he can come and rejoin the rest of his team very quickly.
It's going to be the Dragon despite Tian not being there. So Soul Point, Chemtech Soul Point here for Waybo. Even though the Chemtech Soul is not the flashiest one, still would be a massive advantage for Waybo if they're able to pick up this next Dragon. So BLG officially on a timer. Get those last items in. Finish off some of these purchases here, because the next 5 minutes you're going to have to fight for the game and for potentially the series to wrap up your first round robin. And again, BLG, not a do-or-die series, but certainly would help to get a win against one of their big rivals here as we get another look at this fight.
And this is so funny that Elk has to just insta-flash the second that he sees Tian on his screen. But the response from BLG, hey, we can try to go in right here onto this Pantheon. Pretty tanky, big shields coming through as well. It takes Bin jumping a little bit too far in, potentially. And then this is a great curtain call angle. Ooh, I thought when we insta-jumped right here out of the replay, it was going to be a big team fight. Instead, this game feels a little bit like it's still on a nice edge. 10 kills down, still down by 4,000 gold and a couple of Drakes. And yet BLG, they're keeping themselves in this game mainly because they just have so much range to their composition. They don't fully outrange. Neither of these two compositions are massively outranging each other. But it does mean that the main carries of BLG in Knight and Elk can sit so far back, do a lot of poke, and also don't have to worry so much about being immediately jumped. Although we will have to follow through, right? Will Elk get caught in any of these big team fights? Once he goes down, there's a ton of the damage just completely evaporated from BLG's side.
Yeah, Elk's had a pretty quiet game, but he's suddenly becoming one of the most important parts of this BLG composition. Again, he's been one of the more consistent players on this team, despite some of their struggles throughout the later half of this first round robin. Now approaching that 4th item, Bloodthirster, still very strong here. BLG considering starting up the Baron, but I think they know better than to do that. As now Waybo hovering around this mid lane. Arrow's going to get collapsed upon. He might have gone a little bit too far forward. Wei does have the Cataclysm, but they don't know if they want to fully burn it on just the support. There goes Bin. He dashes forward for a little bit more. They found Light. He still has his flash. Doesn't want to use it just yet. Finally will issue it once Tether comes out from on. So a couple of summoner spells burned, trade for a couple of ultimates. That is a good trade if you are BLG.
You're going to be happy enough with that one. At the same time, though, not now having the needlework in the Cataclysm for a little while could potentially open up Waybo to go and try to find another fight. Could look towards this Baron, but once again, you can see the vision around this Baron pit is all blue, all BLG favoured at the moment. It's making Waybo so nervy in stepping up, specifically into the brush just above mid lane. Every single time they step near it to try to clear out some vision, they get jumped by multiple BLG members who are stood there. Now, once again, Tian, breathe. They're potentially looking to go try to find another catch onto Bin, but the last time they tried this, it did not work. And right now, if they step out of vision, you can start up the Baron almost immediately as BLG. Oh, they stepped away. They've left
so
it.
Risky, though, because you could lose your whole base if you go a little bit too far. Speaking of, though, you could lose your top laner right now. Bin nearly taken down Breathe with the needlework, plus the tower damage, but now he has to go golden as the rest of Waybo have responded on the bottom side. Bin somehow still alive, pops another QSS to try to keep himself up and healthy, and now here comes Way. Cataclysm under light. The light has no flash. Billy Gaming, do you believe the turnaround here in game number 2? Xiaohu will drop. It is a 4-0 for BLG.
Oh, BLG, they're going to be able to pull this one back around. 50 seconds on the majority of the carries right here. Tian, the only remaining member, and with those 5 grubs and a Gwen, looks like this one is going to be picked up. Yeah, I feel like they can push forwards for the end, right? 40 seconds on Xiaohu, 35 on Light, and you just melt through these towers. We're going to be going to a game 3.
How did the game just end like that? An overextension from Waybo on the bottom lane, and it was Bin and then the rest of the team to finish off this game. Tian has fallen. Nobody's alive. The Nexus is exposed, and we might just be headed to a game number 3. Era's the only member alive to watch his Nexus fall. BLG are gonna even things up at 1.
Oh my lord. This is what we were talking about, though, right? As much as BLG have had massive issues, they still have that little spark sometimes, and teams, when they just can't begin to find those ends, they know how to get themselves back into this game occasionally. Waybo, they stalled out is the problem. They were ahead, they were in a good spot, but they just couldn't keep finding those fights, those picks. Tian specifically just wasn't finding those Grand Starfalls into the backline, and at that point, BLG, they just kept finding more and more gold, getting towards those item breakpoints, and turn things around.
I still have no idea how that happened. I'm not gonna lie. It didn't seem plausible by any stretch of the imagination, but Waybo just forcing way too hard to try to take that bot tier 2, and it was Breathe who ended up getting caught out. Bin forced him down to very low HP, and then remember, all those summoner spells that were burned by throwing those ultimates out in mid lane ended up coming to play there. You dive in onto Light, who didn't have his flash. Waze did a really nice job with that Cataclysm, and then it just allowed for things to continue to snowball out of control for Waybo, who thought that they were maybe just going to go for a fun fight because they were up a bunch of gold, and why not just go for an engage? And it results in them losing 4 members for nothing, and the game ending just like that. And BLG, somehow, some way, clawing back into this one to force a decider for our second series of the day.
And this is such an important matchup. We keep reiterating it, but the stakes really are so high considering this is the end of the first round robin. You are currently sat just outside of those straight into playoff spots. Top 4 go straight into the playoffs, but it's not like the top 4 is a solidified unit at this point. At the moment, Top Esports, anyone's legend, they seem like they're doing pretty well for themselves. But JDG, IG, BLG, Waybo, FPX, and WE are all sat at this sort of crushing impasse, who are desperately trying to compete for what looks like 2 remaining spots in the top 4.
And those top 4 spots, even if you feel confident that you could take down a team from Group Nirvana or beat another one of these lower seeded teams in Group Ascend, just avoiding having to even worry about that at all, right? Worrying about a 1 best of 5 potentially ending your season before the playoffs even begin. That is so big. And so top 4, an absolute priority for all these teams in the Ascension groups. And BLG looked like they were going to be in a position where they were just going to give that away. We're sure when we get a look at the gold graph, looked like Waybo about to handle this one just as quickly as they did in game number 1, but that did not end up being the case, as BLG have come back with a vengeance. Seems like some miraculous team fighting was what it took at the very end of that game. And here we go, taking a look at some of this. That's ridiculous. Look how dominated this was by Waybo the entire time. And then it was one fight right at the end there that just swing things completely out of control.
I mean, you are up 5,000 gold. When you look at the damage done, so much damage done by the members of Waybo, but they just stalled out. Zhao, who felt like he was kind of getting chased around the map for the majority of those fights. Light was never able to really sit and hit, so it's very much on Tian to be able to start these fights up, really get aggressive. Erhard, I think, had a pretty good game overall too. And these are going to be a lot of highlights where you watch BLG lose, but it's the point at which this Gwen finally gets far enough ahead that Bin's able to get a couple of carry performances down in the bottom lane. And we were talking about the Baron. Nobody took the Baron that game. That Baron never ended up happening because all of a sudden, you blink and you miss it. The game's just over.
I wasn't expecting to end as abruptly as it did, obviously, here, as we continue to start to see better and better fights from BLG. So once the early game shenanigans kind of all ended and finally BLG were able to kind of play the game that they wanted to play, that's when they started to finally look a little bit more alive. In terms of who to credit the most, I feel like Wei did a big part of it. You know, Bin keeping himself alive on the side lanes to allow for the rest of his team to collapse. That ended up being a really big part of things, as well as you get to see Knight just whiffing the charm again onto Light. Her observers are evil just a little bit in terms of calling people out. That one did hit, though, as we get to take a look at another one of these. Again, this one didn't result in Bin surviving, but it resulted in at least something coming back a little bit for BLG.
Yeah, at this point, BLG are beginning to seem like they can fight back into this game, and I think this Jarvan pick was the thing that was absolutely needed here for BLG. They needed something a little bit tankier that could also just be that initial bit of engage, and I've got to be honest, those Cataclysms were pretty good. I'm not going to say it was the most impressive performance out of Wei. He was pretty quiet during the early stages of the game, not what you would necessarily want to be on this Jarvan, but he turns it around later on, and for a man with massive questions, not just about his play, but also about his future in this team, it's good to see him have a little bit of a comeback performance, but he's going to need to step it up once again if BLG want any hope of beating Waybo in game number 3.
And here's that last fight. So even after Breathe gets sent away, Waybo decides to continue the engage, and On does a really good job of keeping Bin alive. Again, the power of these enchanters alongside the Gwen doing numbers here. And then Knight just comes in and cleans house after Wei initiates the engage on the Cataclysm.
Just crazy. Just crazy as a game. An MVP now, right? Because you kind of got pushed around as BLG for the majority of that game.
I have no idea. This is one of the situations I want to give it to someone on the other team.
Yeah.
Someone on Waybo, maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's probably Elk. He did the most damage. Maybe it's Wei, even though he didn't have the greatest. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's Knight.
Maybe it goes to Bin for the couple of plays where he absorbs pressure bot lane, turns it around.
Yeah, but Bin was 0-4. I mean,
he was
giving
bad
it to him after going 0-4,
but they were all kind of bad early on, right? Like, it wasn't necessarily the sort of easy, clean game.
Okay, it was Wei. That Cataclysm at the end, that did win them that game. So congrats to Wei.
4-3-7 is a
It's a very
funny
pedestrian
way to end this
KDA,
up.
I will say. He ended the game 1,000 goals behind Tien, who's opposing jungler. But you know what? A win is a win, and they will take that because they are in desperate need of them. As BLG looking to break that trend of losing. Of course, they did just fall to Fun Plus Phoenix yesterday. They want to make sure that does not happen here today to wrap up their first round robin. But they're going to have to win one more game against Waybo for our final matchup of the day here on LPL English. When we come back, we will have that decider between our two contenders here in Group Ascend, Waybo versus BLG, right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to English coverage of the LPL, where we are in the thick of our final game in our final series of the day. Waybo Gaming against BLG to wrap up our first round robin in 2025 Split 2 Group Ascend. And BLG somehow won that last game. I don't know how.
Yeah.
Waybo were ahead for so much of it. One fight was all it took. BLG aced basically all of Waybo Gaming in their own side of the map, and then ran it straight down mid and to force a game 3.
Yeah. 5 grubs plus Gwen equals towers are no more, and there was the pickup right there. Waybo, they kind of just stalled out. As much as they were in a massive advantage, they got to about 5,000 gold and then just felt like they couldn't play the map anymore. The early Drakes ended up going down so late. The first one was picked up about 15 minutes into the game that there wasn't really any Drake stacking to start to try forcing any of the fights around. The Baron, nobody ended up taking the Baron. Nobody even really started it up beyond one initial sniff from Waybo. And that was the problem, right? Once they allowed the game to stall out, the item breakpoints finally came through from BLG. They were able to claw their way back into an okay position, and one fight was all it took. Here we are then. Game number 3. The second game number 3 of the day.
And even though Waybo lost that game and BLG were the ones that were victorious, it felt like Waybo should have won that game. It's almost like we're in game number 3 of a best of 5 and it's 2-0 in Waybo's favor. At least that's what it feels like in my head.
Yeah.
I still think that given the way that we've seen these two teams play, I favor Waybo going into this series specifically. I think that overall they've looked a little bit cleaner. I think Era's actually played a decently good series all around. But somehow BLG keeping themselves in this one. You got to give credit to Way on his Jarvan, to On for some of those engages as well. But now we're down to this. BLG get a second breath, get a second chance at life here in this series. Again, this is a matchup that has been really important in terms of historic precedent here in the LPL over the last couple of years. You think back to the World Semifinals of 2023, the World's Quarterfinals of 2024, even the Split 1 playoffs just a couple of months ago. These two teams consistently going at it. It's gone back and forth. Sometimes Waybo wins, sometimes BLG win. Lately, it's been more BLG favored. But we'll see what happens this time around. And right now, it doesn't look like BLG necessarily are favored. They're going to have to find some real new ways to play the game if they want to have a chance to win out on this series and close out their first round robin on a high note.
And hey, if you've enjoyed this series so far, then don't worry. BLG versus Waybo happens again on Friday. Because of the way that the double round robin works here, teams play up against each other once again. So it's going to be FPX, Waybo, FPX as the next couple of matches right here for BLG. And right now, this first Waybo series has been crazy, and the fact that you come out of it here and have 2 days to be able to figure out what you do differently, whoever loses, or what you need to improve upon, whoever wins. Very odd as the schedule, but it's pretty fun to see. That's going to be a hype rematch on Friday, but we've got to finish off with the original here still.
Been a long day here on the LPL. You might remember game number 1 of our first series between EDG and LGD had about a 20 to 25 minute tech pause, and now we're in game number 6. So we're getting close to midnight here for our players on the Rift.
Yeah.
Between BLG and Waybo, you wonder how much that factors in. I saw Breathe doing a big yawn. I've been doing a couple of those as well. I cannot lie, as it is very early / now late in the day here in North America. As we are kicking things off here with Waybo Gaming on the blue side, as they have, of course, had side select going into this final game. Things that are still potentially on the table. Not entirely sure what exactly it is to be prioritized right now. A lot of those big top laners are currently banned away. The Nefiri has not been selected by either side just yet, but will get banned away by BLG.
Okay, so in terms of those really high priority first pickup champions, actually, they're all gone at this point. So you're a little bit freer right here as Waybo to kind of just take whatever you think is going to be good in the meta at the moment. In terms of things that you can take completely blind right here, what do you even want to go towards? Lilia, I guess, is one of the stronger junglers that we do have available. It's something Tian has also looked very good on, although recently I've been preferring him on these more aggressive engage focus of junglers. That's what he played in the first 2 games. This time around, going to be changing things up. Lilia is locked in.
And we'll see what that is paired alongside. Normally that signifies potentially some AD solo laners here, the more AD focused composition. But a lot of those big pieces are now off the board. Yone's banned away here in this game. There's no more opportunity for something like a Jace. So get maybe a little bit more creative here for a player like Xiaohu. The Renekton going to be the response here for Bin. They might just want to lock down a very strong, powerful top side to make sure that they are able to dominate through that top side. As we are in Game 3 of True Fearless. That means that picks can start to get a little bit different, be a little bit wacky here. As we might get, I think the Nocturne would make more sense here if it's been more meta than something like the Zyra. But if you want to match clear power, you want to match clear speed, could be the name of the game. Instead, we're looking for that hard engage, and now my eyes immediately turn to the Orianna as being a pick that Knight could select here on 3 unless Waybo decided to steal it away.
I would take this one away right now, especially because not only would you have the ball delivery system of the Nocturne, that's always a fun combo, but the Renekton is also a perfectly good one as well, and it just gives you such a powerful set of champions across your top side. You don't have to worry about the Renekton in the laning phase most of the time. You don't have to worry about an Orianna either. Waybo, they're going to recognize that. They're going to pick themselves up the Orianna here. For Xiaohu, he's been perfectly good on this one too, and I wonder what the response is going to be out of BLG. Now, you can either grab yourself a response top laner, something into the Renekton, something like the Gnar is available if you want to play that matchup, a real classic.
I mean, that's been something that Breathe has been able to look really well on kind of throughout his entire career in the LPL. Looks like maybe instead the bot lane will be the focus as Light will get his misfortune. A lot of AoE teamfight ultimates right now. The synergy between the Lily Asleep and the Bullet Time is very, very strong. And so Waybo right now are really in a good position for a 5v5.
Yeah, but things like the Rel that you usually try to pair up alongside that Misfortune are now gone. A lot of the very aggressive supports are off the board. Oh my! Okay, this is what Depths of Fearless does. We are going to get the Castle locked in. Usually you think about the Orianna as being a very safe matchup. Well, this is something that can actually make it pretty uncomfortable once you get to that level 6. And even beyond that, that's a level of late game scaling and insurance that you can rely upon.
And not even just, you know, being able to punish level 6, you'll also be able to safely kind of scale against something like this Orianna.
Yeah.
If you are this Kassadin, and once you get to level 16, oh man, Knight's gonna have himself a field day against these pretty much squishy champions that have been set up right now for Waybo Gaming. As we head to the second phase of bans, the Rakan taken away. I would have loved to see on that champion, but unfortunately for Waybo, they're not going to be letting him have that one here. Had good synergy with the Nocturne, and they have to continue to figure out what their bot lane is going to look like now.
Yeah, what can they do to really stop the power here of a Misfortune? I think the Alistar would make plenty of sense. You could also just Zyra Rakan potentially too. That would give you something a little bit safer.
Zyra's banned, the Rakan's banned away, so you can't go for that combo. Instead, it'll be the Jinx. We're fully indexing into late game here for both of these teams. Blocks it. They don't want us to sleep. They want us to stay awake as long as possible. They want us to be here in this game for 40 to 50 minutes, it seems. Yeah,
BLG, they are locked in for the long haul, which is interesting, right? Because usually you pick yourself up the Nocturne and think of that as a much more early game focused champion. You can play around the top side right now, see what the response is going to be there. We were talking about the Gnar. That one was taken off of the board, so it is going to be the Cassante, something that's been falling down in priority recently. From an absolute peak of pick ban, constantly such a strong champion, it's still in a perfectly good spot and can be good into things like this Jinx, because you could just chase it around, make it very uncomfortable to play. I would like the Braum here just to take it away from BLG. You really don't want to have to deal with playing into a Braum when bullet time is available. No, instead, it's just going to be the Alistar pickup, so a bit of extra tanky front line. Braum makes so much sense here. Poppy, to be fair, also can help against the Cassante and the Alistar, but there's not that many dashes to really be stopping.
If you're picking the Poppy, it's mostly to try to disrupt fights using that Keeper's Verdict. As you say, not a ton of dashes. It's basically an ult bot if you do select it here. It also makes your Jinx maybe a little bit more, you know, potentially in danger in that 2v2, and then once we get later on into these fights. So, going to be the lock-in here for On, as BLG want to try to disrupt what Waybo are doing. Waybo have a full front-to-back composition. They want to just throw out their ultimates, go for the front-to-back team fight, whereas BLG also want to play to the late game, but they want to try to find picks of their own. Use the Nocturne to single out a single target. Let Elk get a reset. Let Knight take over one of these late game fights. And that's going to all revolve, I think, around this Poppy. If she can use that Keeper's Verdict to knock a couple of key carries away, make it a temporary numbers advantage for BLG, that's where they're going to be able to shine.
Most definitely something they're going to be looking to play around right here. And remember, anytime you've got that Jinx composition, all you need is that first kill, get her excited, and then you can run through the rest of the Rift. I think in this situation, you're going to have to play a little bit more around the early game if you are Waybo. Yes, you've got yourself some decent scaling on side. You would have kind of preferred to have been able to sit pretty, allow your time for Lilia to be able to fully scale up, but at this point, when you're staring down the barrel of a Jinx and a Kassadin, you cannot afford to let this game go super long.
Yeah, gonna be on a timer. However, maybe Waybo are okay with playing these team fights if they can do it right, even if Knight hits level 16, because they have the composition to do it. Again, it's gonna be our last game in the first round robin of Group Ascend of LPL 2025 split number 2. Every single team has played every other team in a best of 3, except for this one, which is about to conclude. 2 teams right in the middle of the standings with a ton of history against each other. Billy Gaming and Waybo Gaming in one last matchup before we all do it again, as we prepare to get onto the Rift for our final game of the day.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Such an important matchup, as you're highlighting right here, Graves. So much going to be on this one. And let's see how this game starts out, because Lilia usually wants to sit back and just farm for the first 15 or so minutes, but it's forced out of the jungle. Waybo, once you hit that level 6, what can you do with the paranoia?
See the crowd getting into it too. It's late over there.
Oh, really?
In China right now.
It's managed to become early for you.
I know. I mean, now it's almost the afternoon again, so we're fully looping it back around.
Oh boy, this series has gone incredibly long. We also had a tech pause during series number 1 that also went 3 games. It's been an absolute banger of a day here on the LPL. Long day. And Xiaohu might make it a little bit shorter, or just about doesn't quite get tagged right there. Otherwise, there could have potentially been a little bit of a chase down. Now, the early laning phase in this mid lane should be pretty neutral, pretty even. That's sort of what Orianna is best at, but that's why you pick this matchup, as you were highlighting, right? The Kassadin just wants to get through the early laning phase. You don't have to be worrying about it early on.
As you can see, BLG fully indexing for those late game team fights right now. Knight opting, instead of going for the fleet footwork, to try to keep himself a little bit healthier in lane for the Conqueror, for what can do with it later on in these games. Well, it's Bin who has gone for the Conqueror instead of something like that, press the attack, which gives him a little bit more strength in the individual 1v1. So it seems like BLG very well aware that we'll be playing these fights, we'll be playing them late into this game. And they're already indexing themselves to be as powerful as they can to get to that point. And for Waybo, they have to make sure that they try to punish BLG. So maybe going for these more greedy spells, these greedy runes. Otherwise, you know, things could get dangerous, as Knight's already level 2. That's 14 levels away.
Don't worry, guys. We're only 35 minutes away from this champion getting online. Buckle in, strap up. This is likely to be a long one, unless, of course, BLG have anything to say about it. The bot lane is able to survive. Hang on. Oh boy, that's a lot of damage actually going down onto Knight. Manages to get the level up, so that should dissuade any extra play, but still Xiaohu keeps stepping up. The magic damage shield really not even doing enough for him at this point. He's going to be forced back to base already.
Right now for Knight, it's just picking up as much farm, as many minions of experience as you can. Of course, you're going to want to be going for that Rod of Ages. That'll get you an extra level, also continue to help you scale up. But for now, things aren't going to be super easy in the mid lane. See Knight picking up a refillable potion just to make sure you can try to survive. See our junglers pathing on opposite sides of the map. Nobody wants to interact here this game here, Blockster, at least to start things off. We might be here for a while before we see any blood being shed. And as I say that, Breathe and Bin going at it just a little bit. But Lilia is here first. Breathe opting to use that Q3 to try to clear out the wave. As Bin wants to try to push this in himself. Pings towards the mid lane here for Tian. As he finishes off his clear. Now maybe looks for something on to Knight. We'll see, does connect, the dissonance does as well. Knight might burn that flash, otherwise he could be in trouble. But gets just burned down to 200 HP, doesn't have teleport to get back either.
Oh, hang on. Wei went for a little bit of a deep play right here. Tian, there's no reason to suspect that he's in there. Now potentially going to play around these chickens, but of course you're going to have a much faster move over from Xiaohu if this play actually ends up starting. You can see though On has been called on over.
Overall trying to get here first. It's going to be Tian to steal away that raptor, and he has to flash over the wall into his red buff pit to make sure that he survives.
A little bit of aggression, but still nobody going to go down right now. This game far more about waiting at least until the level 6. That's the point at which the Lilting Lullaby and that Paranoia are going to be up and available. Very powerful abilities. Specifically, I'm going to be watching Way, right? Way has been under a lot of criticism recently. There's rumors swirling that maybe he even gets replaced. People thinking he's the problem with BLG at the moment, and right here in this game he's being given the bridge champion that attempts to get BLG from an early game that most of their champs are not very good at into the mid to late game where these item power spikes can really begin to come through. Those level power spikes can come through for Knight as well, and this is a lot of pressure to be putting on a player who hasn't necessarily been performing so far. The Nocturnes also not necessarily look like one of his best picks, but at this point in the best of 3, Hard Fearless kind of running out of champions, so what can he do on this champion? Specifically, once we see that level 6 ticked, can Way make good use of that first Paranoia? It's a long cooldown on it during that level 1, and so whiffing on it, not at least getting a flash, if not a kill, is a real devastating blow to your team.
It'll be important to see where he decides to use it, where those resources are going to be allocated, because there's a lot of mouths to feed, low-key, on this BLG composition. You have Knight who wants to get a lot of experience, a lot of minions. You have Elk on this Jinx who, if he's not at full 2-3 items, all of a sudden the composition becomes a lot worse for BLG as well. So, you know, the team fighting will be good, but it takes some time to get there. As right now we're already seeing some maneuvering here with the BLG composition to try to make sure all of their players get as many resources as they possibly can. They send Knight to the bottom lane. They allow for Way to start up these grubs because Bin has priority in the K'Sante-Renekton matchup. And now BLG's bot lane headed back towards their respective home lane. Let's try to check out what Erha and Light could be doing.
See if there could potentially be any sort of play down in this bottom side. BLG have absolutely loved a bot lane dive. Right now though, it's Waybo stepping up quite far. He's going to spot out the fact that On was just waiting out in the wings at the moment. See if the Drake's going to be started up right here by Tian. It is indeed. And with the push going on in the bottom lane, with the neutral lane state mid, it should be relatively easy to pick this one up. Way still level 5. We haven't had those level 6s ticked through for the junglers quite yet, so we're still waiting on those very powerful tools to be able to come through.
Should be this first dragon picked up basically for no problem. Again, it was traded by those first 3 grubs over on BLG's side. I feel like overall, if you are BLG, you might prefer the dragons just a little bit, but getting those 3 grubs means that Waybo is in no danger of like seriously blowing open your base as soon as you lose one singular fight. We do see Knight finally unlocking the Rift Walk as he starts to stack up that tier. Going to be a slow stacking game though, and already he is pretty far behind in terms of CS compared to what Xiaohu's been able to do on this Orianna. Kind of by himself right now at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Things have been a little bit rough so far, but this is kind of what you expect. A little poke coming through. Tian having his red buff stolen away. There's the engage.
Already going for the engage. Nice pulverize pushed out by Erha to make sure that that fear doesn't connect. Still some damage to be done. Xiaohu on the way. Slilting Lullaby only on to the Kassadin. And the Super Mega Deathrock lands onto Light. Here comes Xiaohu looking for potentially a shockwave. It finds 2, and he goes right into Knight's flash. And first blood is picked up by Waybo Gaming. They get a second one with Knight dropping as well. And On's on the run on the wrong side of the map. There's no chance of him escaping this one as the aggression from BLG proves disastrous off of the invade. Xiaohu will finish off this kill and make it 3-0 Waybo.
This one's going to be picked up relatively easily right there by Xiaohu. They managed to get themselves the Feats of Warfare in one swift play. The Drake was also picked up just before it ended up happening. It was just over-aggression right there out of BLG. They thought that they could go straight in onto Tian because they had the Paranoia up and available. And this is what we were tracking, right? How does that first Paranoia work out? I said you need to get at least a flash out of your opponent. Well, flashes were blown, but giving 3 kills over, no good. And it's just this time, you don't actually get really any damage here onto Tian. It's Erha who takes the majority, and yeah, you are an Alistar without an ulti at this point, so it's not the end of the world, but Xiaohu just kind of moves over at this point, and it's here, right here, flash forward, repositions, boom. Be able to pull through with that shockwave, and at that point forwards, it's just a slow, sad death here for On. 3 kills over to Waybo on a composition that they had to get rolling in the early game.
And here they go, up 3-0. How far can they take this advantage? As now Xiaohu very far ahead of Knight at this point, almost a full level. Of course, getting towards the 25 mark in terms of CS that he's an advantage of as well. About 1,000 gold in total that Waybo have in control over BLG. The one area of the map right now where BLG has control is where they did not make a play, and that's up the top side of the map, where Bin has about a 10 CS advantage over Breathe, but Breathe is itemizing efficiently right now against this Renekton lane. A full Thornmail to start things off to make sure he's in no danger of going down.
Hey, it's also going to be very helpful against this Nocturne early on, and potentially against Elk in the later stages of the game as well, if we end up with a Bloodthirster or something similar going down onto this Jinx. I think it's a very good buy, and yeah, very much stops a lot of the power that the Renekton would be looking towards early on. We are seeing the majority of the first items coming through right here for Waybo, because they've got themselves about 1,000 gold lead at the moment. It's just going to be the bullet time used by Light to be able to pick up a couple of minions, do a little bit of damage to On and Elk, and that could potentially dissuade any BLG dive. They love a dive bot lane, they do it all the time. Right now, I'd be very surprised to see this happen. Instead, I think we're just going to have to recall out of this position and head back towards the top side. They did get the first 3 grubs, so it's not the end of the world to lose the next 3 over to Waybo. Getting 5, 6, that would have been really helpful.
Would have definitely been.
As
Now
he's
can we look
staying?
for another play on this bottom side? As Light is here, doesn't have that flash, and Way will show himself to make sure that he's going to be able to try to feed as many of these plays over to Elk as he possibly can. Getting these resources into the big carries is going to be important. And it looks like just another plate or two handed on over to the Jinx. The response, though, 3 grubs back over towards Tian. And now Xiaohu is here to try to make a play down bot.
He was spotted, walked straight over a ward, now knows that when he comes face to face with a control ward. So it's just going to be a little bit of pressure, a bit of pushback, and importantly Tian was able to catch the wave mid lane, so Knight wasn't able to push that one over. The XP wasn't wasted. Now Tian wanders over to Knight, going to have to just get himself away right there. Big damage onto On at the moment, and Elk, both of them falling pretty low.
So it looks like the rest of BLG going to back away. Thankfully, none of them losing their lives. Just proceeded, lands on it too. Oh, the lilting lullaby is going to come out. Oh, what a huge Keeper's Burden from On. It might save Elk's life.
The burn?
Continues to burn down, and Faded Ashes plus the Leandries will have her 4th kill to go over towards Tian, but it could have been a lot worse.
It could most definitely have. Very much was a needed Keeper's Verdict to be able to bop people away right there. Still, landing that Swell Seed onto a couple members, getting that Lilting Lullaby off, is going to open up this Drake right here for Waybo. Once again, they've got themselves a good early game. In game number 1, they were able to convert that into a win. Game 2, things stalled out, and they threw the game away. In this game, when you've got a Kassadin and a Jinx on the other side, you cannot afford to let things stall out Waybo. They're going to have to keep the tempo high.
That's the objective feats and the feats of warfare over towards Waybo. Their early game going as per planned. And you can see just a beautiful swirl seed from Tian.
Yeah. Also the flash as well right there out of Elk. And that's going to be incredibly impactful later on. This is a very squishy, very immobile Jinx right here, with a couple of different champions that can attempt to get into the backline. No full backline dive, not like BLG have with the Nocturne. Still, you don't want to be flashless as a Jinx in this situation.
In the mid jungle right now for Waybo, really turning up. It's Tian and Xiaohu, these players with such high levels of experience, maybe the most experience out of anybody on this Waybo team. The world champion and MSI champion mixed in. And for Waybo, they're going to have to do some of the heavy lifting here before BLG's composition fully comes online, or if it ever does at this point. Yeah. Right now, looking like it's going to be a little bit of a mountain to climb here for BLG. Knight has not gone after the start that he wanted. Down a little bit in CS. He just picks up his Rod of Ages. It's going to be a while until it becomes a real threat.
Oh yeah, you are very much waiting. I like the look of Xiaohu picking up the Saras first as well. Sort of composition where you really need a little bit of extra survivability right here if Way ever decides to go all in straight onto this Orianna. Maybe there's a chance you're going to be able to survive that one long enough to at least return the kill, if not live through the assault. And now 14 or so minutes into this game. Erha might be caught here. He's pretty deep and kind of have been abandoned by the rest of his friends.
He does have the unbreakable will to try to keep himself alive, but On is on the flank, should be able to use the heroic charge backwards. Oh, what a flash from Era to get himself on out of there. And now Way's going forward with the paranoia. That was just ill-advised as Way gets nothing off of that play. As Era saves himself really well using that summoner spell.
Yeah, just one flash, although you don't want to lose out onto the flash right here. As the Alistair, that's a big engage tool missing, still wasting away another paranoia. That's now 2 paranoias in a row where Way hasn't really been able to get too much from it. He's got the Hex Plate, so he's going to have the ulti up relatively often. That's why you go towards this little bit of extra survivability as well for him once he gets into the backline. Still not going to be ideal overall. Tian going to go for a little bit of an invade right here. Finds the red buff, but he needs to be careful. On is behind him. Anti-P.
Here by Way. He's 2 levels down, but that doesn't matter just yet. Shockwave is spell shielded away from it. The Lilling Lullaby will come out in response. 4 members of Waybo are here, but here comes Bin. He pops the Dominus and is going to try to look for a play, but Waybo's out way too quickly there. And even though they don't burn any kills, they get a lot of resources in response.
Oh boy, I mean, the fact that also Xiaohu is able to pick himself up the final auto attack onto that red buff to grab it. That's now an Orianna with double buffs. Going to be very happy about that one. And I can't believe that you get away with that as Tian. He looked like he should have been dead to rights there.
Somehow, he's just so far ahead of Way at this point. A 40 CS gap nearly has opened up. He's 1,500 gold ahead of the Nocturne. So Tian on this Lilia, able to do a lot in terms of generating resources for herself, picking up farm wherever she can. This is not necessarily the Tian that we have grown to love and enjoy, right? A lot of the time, you think of Tian as somebody on the Lee Sin, making plays for his team, kind of disposing his income in favor of trying to help out the rest of his squad. But now, having the resources in his hands, he'll have to do a lot in terms of being a big carry for his team in this decisive game of the series.
Absolutely. You see multiple members right here of Waybo hovering around this top side of the map. They're going to start up the Rift Herald. Is there going to be any response right now? Way is down on the bottom side, but does have the Paranoia up and available if he wants to rejoin his team pretty quickly. Right now, though, it looks like there won't be any real response, and the push isn't even really happening down towards the bottom side of the map. It'll be a nice, easy pickup right here of the Herald for Waybo, and they can use this one to crack open the mid lane, really open up the rest of the map, because although the bot lane tower was taken down, the rest of these towers looking pretty healthy at the moment for BLG.
So how are we feeling about BLG's chances right now, Blockster? Remember, they struggled so mightily in game number 2 as well, through the first 25 to 30 minutes. But BLG, they still have the scaling comp, they still have the Jinx. However, right now Elk's only at like 1 item and change. Knight still has a long time until he gets that rod stacked as well.
Absolutely. You're going to have to be waiting a long time for this composition to really come online right here for BLG. The Untail Arrows picked up for Elk means that he's on his way to this heavy crit build. But really is still going to be quite a ways away from picking that one up. 3, if not 4 items are really needed. The level 16 for Knight and the items to be doing the damage. And so far, Way has not been able to use this Paranoia effectively to help BLG transition from this weak early game into a much stronger mid to late.
Problem is, though, Waybo's late game, not bad at all. You got an Orianna, you got a Lilia, you got a Misfortune, even a Cassante. Can do some Cassante things here for Bree. Doesn't necessarily need the income like a Renekton does, so
the whole composition works well. Yeah, exactly. The whole composition here for Waybo works well in the later stages of the game, whereas for BLG, you've got a couple champions that are amazing late on, and then champions like the Nocturne and in part like the Renekton who kind of fall off.
So it's just parts of BLG's comp that scale really well. As we're 5 minutes away from that upgraded Roa, Knight at level 11. We're just counting down the levels until when that 16 becomes unlocked. Even at 11, it's a decent power spike right now. The Dragon's going to be taken here by Waybo. That is soul point, mountain soul point at that for them. And so that will be another thing that maybe BLG are going to have to fight for if they want to try to keep themselves in this game.
Exactly. We saw in the previous game how the Drakes being taken super slowly stalled the game out long enough for BLG to be able to get themselves back into this one. Waybo have clearly learned from that mistake and are taking these Drakes as quickly as possible. We're going to get them with a potential option to find Soul in just 5 minutes time. Very early on in the game for that to be happening. We're going to have Atakan spawning in 1 minute. Still a little way away from the Baron being available. Now, Baron is just going to melt to both of these teams once they start it up, so you're going to have to be very careful when that one's available as to where you're sending your junglers. Yes, you've got some good movement ability from Way to get himself over to objectives quickly, but you still don't want to put yourself into a bad situation here.
Right now, BLG still looking for their first kill. This could be it here as an ultimate comes down from Way, forcing a flash from the Orianna. Xiaohu gonna use the shockwave in response though, and almost trying to take down Way. The Mikhail's gonna save Way's life, but that was oh so close. Response is a bot lane tower tier 1 taken, but now it is Elk in a lot of trouble here. This World Sea's dodged away from, but this Jinx sure to not live for very much longer unless he gets some support. Bin comes in with the teleport, and Elk will live, as we still have not found a kill for BLG.
No, that's now 0 for 3 when it comes to paranoias. This is exactly what we wanted to not have happen. The level 11 has now been ticked for Knight and Way. And this is what happened mid lane. Decent damage coming through, straight up in the 1v1 between Light and Elk. I think Elk's been overall the slightly more impressive of the ADCs that we've had today.
We get a brief pause on our feed. We're hoping that we're able to get that resolved as soon as possible. I think we're back. All good.
Hello.
Thankfully, we didn't miss too much, I believe, as the Otacon now is available, as you said, on the bottom side of the map. That dragon spawning in 3 minutes. Man, we're just a community broadcast, guys. Some things out of our control a little bit here. What is not in our control as well, or what's not in BLG's control, is the fact that they're down about 2,000 gold, and they still have this mid jungle of Tian and Xiaohu that are doing very well for themselves, and now Light's starting to come online as well.
Exactly, you've put themselves in a very good spot, have Waybo throughout the early stages of this game. 2 minutes and a half until the next dragon is going to be available, but Atakan also down in the bottom side at the moment. They can try to heavily play around this Atakan if you really want to, but I think actually this is one of the situations for Waybo where I'm happy for them to stall things out a little bit more. They want to be playing about this Drake most specifically, and having both in the same area of bot lane makes a one fight down there incredibly juicy.
To be very careful, specifically if you're BLG. As now Elk getting targeted here in the mid lane once again with that bullet time. And that's going to probably allow for that tower in the mid lane to go down. That brings up the map a little bit as Knight was caught on the ward. Didn't realize he was spotted there by Tien and the rest of Waybo Gaming, as they'll be able to path straight back up to this top side and add even more to their gold lead with this top tier 1 going down.
And these mid lane and top lane tier 1 towers going down before the Baron comes up is incredibly important. It allows you so much extra space to be able to push forwards, put your wards in, make sure you don't get caught out on a flank. For the minute, there's really no potential aggression going on down in the bottom side. Nobody's really indexing around this Atakan whatsoever, but a minute now until the next Drake is going to spawn. Soul, if you pick it up for Waybo, and Mountain Soul as well, making it that much harder to be able to get through these main carries right here. Xiaohu and Light having a little bit of extra shield is going to be incredibly helpful in this game, and to be honest, it will make Breathe and Erha almost unkillable once they're in and amongst these big team fights, ultis running everything up.
Problem is, Blockster, I just don't know if BLG are there yet. I don't know if they're in a spot where they can fight for this soul without just getting obliterated by the wallets of Waybo. There's not even 2 items on Elk at this point.
No.
And Knight has just about to hit his stacking on the Rod of Ages. It's going to be really tough to play this out. Elk finally picks up a Lord Doms. The question is that going to be enough? And will the late game scaling have arrived at 23 minutes when Waybo are going to be playing for a potential game-changing Mountain Soul?
Yeah, this is the thing, right? You've fallen behind, and your enemy's composition spikes much harder right here at 2 items. This is the point at which we're going to have a ton of power for the Orianna, and most specifically right here, a ton of power onto this Misfortune. I've not been a big fan of the Misfortune for a while, but in this game, Light has been playing incredibly well so far. A little bit of a flank coming through from Bin. This is one way to turn it around.
Being very patient. He's very far away. Knight on the other side of the map is going to pick up this tower and then likely teleport to try and join a fight. As Waybo are starting up this dragon again. It'll be Mountain Soul if they can pick it up. Keeper's Verdict is being issued by On. They're going to try and maybe cancel somebody here, but it ends up not going fully through. Dragon's at half HP. Again, Waybo desperately want this Mountain Soul early. Dominus already be popped by Bin. Things have to go quickly now. The Paranoia has already been used by Way. And so right now that means that Waybo can maybe stall this one out a little bit more. Keep it verted comes down.
Oh
and
no!
knocks the jungler away, and that means that BLG might be able to take this one away. It's Knight that steals the dragon, but everybody on his team has fallen by the wayside. It's already 2 kills in favor of Waybo Gaming, and Tien gonna try to chase Knight down, use the Rift Walk to try to escape, but he is caught between a ton of members of Waybo, and Elk and Bin have no reason to try to keep him alive. Knight finally will be able to escape, but it comes at the cost of 2 lives for Waybo Gaming, and they're gonna get the Otacon as well.
Potentially get the Atachan as well. Bin is in the area, could potentially try to step forwards and dissuade this play from coming through. There's no real teleports around either. No, is just going to have to back off. So you pick up the Drake, and that's the main thing right here. You extend this game for at least another 5 minutes whilst we wait for the next Drake to spawn. The fact that it was picked up right there by Knight. Way wasn't even able to snipe that one away. What a carry performance right there. That keeper's verdict was critical to be able to slow this game down. You can watch it right here. Bops away the Lilia. And you can see the moment that that happens, everybody from BLG just goes leaping in. It's so close to still being picked up, especially because Light's just bullet time straight across it. The fact that Knight is then also able to use all of these Rift Walks to get himself away is huge.
The gold lead still slowly growing here for Waybo, approaching 3,500, 4,000, but on the other side for BLG, they're starting to get more and more of those items. 2.5 now on Elk and on Bin, but they still have not found a kill, which is the craziest part of this all. We're holding out so much hope for BLG to win a fight, and they still have not gotten a single kill in this one, and they're not going to get it for much longer as well, as Waybo have the Otacon buff for another 90 seconds.
Yeah.
That means that they can go right to this Baron, set up major control of it, and even if they lose out on a fight, as long as they get a couple back, it's still going to be worth it for them because they have these revives in hand.
Absolutely, it's very much going to be on Waybo to push the advantage that they have early on and make sure that they don't allow BLG away to get back into this game. This is about as good as they could have really hoped for. 4,000 gold in the advantage at the moment, but it really does suck for them that they weren't able to pick themselves up this fourth Drake. Put them in a really good spot. Things slowing down a little bit, and it worries me, right, that things are slowing down a little bit, because this is what we saw in the previous game, right? Waybo get themselves a big advantage, and then just sort of stall out the game. They need to keep their foot down. They cannot afford to let BLG claw their way back.
That is true. That's what we said in game number 2. We thought this game, a game like that would have been wrapped at this point. However, things are a little bit different now, most notably because BLG will really come back in game number 2, and also look at the champions. One more level on Elk until he hits 16. But he's not going to have it here for a potential fight around this Baron, which has been started up here by Waybo and already at half HP. Way going to have to paranoia into the pit, but Erha is looking here on a flank, looking to try to disrupt all of BLG from going in. Waybo have pulled away from the Baron and are now looking for the fight. Nice flash away from Elk to get away from the shockwave. And now BLG will be able to keep themselves alive for now. Slice and dice out for Bin. Lilting Lullaby not issued just yet as Stianis continues to be on the chase. He flashes into the bot lane. Going to be cleansed away from here by Elk and on. And nobody has died just yet for BLG. They have done a tremendous job in keeping themselves all up.
Still though, you get to pull away, potentially go play around this Baron once again, and a couple of the key abilities were used. Specifically, Elk's Flash is now going to be down for the next 4 minutes. This is a huge thing to be missing out on for BLG. Still, they survived to fight another day. Waybo having this game stalled out, this worries me. It's definitely got shades of game number 2.
Just keep farming those waves, Knight. He's like 2 or 3 waves away from that rank 3 ulti, from that rank 3 Rift Walk, where things become very dangerous for anybody playing against a Cassidy, no matter how many kills or lack thereof that he does have. And until then, still looking pretty scary. Gold lead back to 4,500 here now for Waybo.
Yeah, indeed. Just not extending the gold lead is the problem, right? Yes, you get yourself out to this good advantage, but haven't really been able to turn it into anything too much more. Oh, he desperately needs to get one more wave right here. But remember, 30 seconds now until the next Drake is going to be spawning.
He's going to pick it up in the teleport. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
He's going to grab the wave and then TP right to this dragon because he needs to be there for it. He's going to wait for Greed to crash one in. And now Knight. He's got to pick this up. Can he get level 16?
He should do.
There he is.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
BLG are now online. Level 16 here for Knight. He's teleporting. He's going to recall and then teleport over to this dragon. It will be Mountain Soul for Waybo if they can pick it up. BLG needs to prevent that from happening. Components of the Zhonya's, but not fully completed right now, is Knight as he heads into the pit to try to make it a 5v5 around the dragon pit. Oh, things are so tense.
This is just
the series on the line right now. The vision just not on Waybo's side. Are they just going to give this away? Paranoia comes out. Wade's gonna have to get in there somehow, some way. Who's gonna get it? It's the by Waybo Gaming. The Keeper Verdict came out just a little bit too late, but the bullet time is not gonna do enough. The kill is on to Light, and now BLG gonna try to win this one despite the soul going over. Elk's excited. Elk's online. Elk trying to win this one. Bin flashing over. Finds the stun of the Xiaohu. Elk gets another reset here as finally BLG are on the board, but they're looking a little
the TP.
A teleport's coming in, and TN is taking over this team fight. Is just too damn big on the deer. Trying to chase down Knight as the last remaining survivor on BLG. But Waybo Gaming, we're held strong, and they pick up 4 kills in the soul.
That's one fast Bambi right there. Tian just zooming his way through that team fight. An absolute mess of a fight. To be honest, one of the best looking fights BLG are going to find themselves all game long. Elk was free hitting, got excited, but it just was not enough right there. And now you're going to be able to pull around onto the Baron here as Waybo. Knight is still up and available. 15 seconds until Way is back up. But without a Paranoia, he won't be able to get into this pit. And it is just going to be Baron picked up right here for Waybo. They pulled this game through. It looked a little bit iffy for a couple of seconds, especially once the level 16 was hit there. Knight not quite able to do what he needed to. The fact that the Drake is picked up right here by the Orianna, who then gets bopped straight out of the pit. And what a complete mess this is. Watch Elk in this team fight, right? He's free hitting, he's free hitting, he's free hitting. He's still getting free hits down, but just isn't quite able to do enough damage. And it's at this point where Bin goes and jumps over the wall, where things get way too split out. Now Tian is allowed to get involved in this game and does so much damage right here on this Lilia.
Yeah, Tian, the MVP of that team fight right there. Even though he didn't land that smite, you can see he did the most damage on his team. And Elk Tian really damn close on the other side, Blockster, but it was not enough. As Waybo were also able to pick up the Baron after winning that team fight. They have the Mountain Soul. Will it be enough to stop this late game composition of BLG with a 7,000 gold deficit? It should be, in every stretch of the imagination. But we never know. We saw what happened in that last game, and it still ended up with BLG on top. Knight finally with that finished Zhonya's Hourglass. We're getting the 3 full items on all the main carries here for BLG. Waybo Gaming, they need to find the breaking open of one part of this base on one side of the map. It's going to be the top lane tier 2, focused up first.
Look at the build right here out of Way. Hexplate into GA. He does no damage. I mean negative damage at this point. He's probably going to be healing Light or Xiaohu when he hits them. He is just a light switch at this point in the game.
We're going for a mega flank right now. As a
He's not even going to find it, though.
They're going to be so far away. This fight's going to take so long to try to break out. They ult away the Alistar, and here comes the Paranoia, but nobody's going down. Light just keeps himself alive the entire goddamn time. 4 for nothing. Elk will drop. It's a clean ace in a 4v5 situation for Waybo Gaming, as they will end their first round robin with an absolute exclamation point. A 15-2 dominant game 3 victory over Billy to end their first round robin at 5-4.
It takes them 3 games, but Waybo gonna come out on top right here. It ends at midnight over in China. What a long day, what a long series we've had. But congratulations right here to Waybo. First round robin completed, like you said, exclamation point on it, picking up this victory up against BLG, a BLG who are struggling, who are floundering with a jungler who just can't make it work right now. Waybo, they make no sense. They beat bad teams, they beat good teams, they lose to bad teams, they lose to good teams, but right here, they take out a BLG we also can't get a read on. Look at them, they're so happy, they're smiling. What a good way to end things off for themselves, but remember, you still have 9 more best of 3s to play going forwards.
Waybo was in 8th place just a couple of weeks ago in the season. Now they have full possession of 4th. I believe they're right in the mix right there with either JDG or IG at 5 and 4. Things are starting to turn upwards for Waybo. It hasn't been fully consistent. Obviously, they've dropped series here or there that they might not have wanted to. But at the end of the day, you're much happier with how Waybo look right now after this victory over BLG than you looked just a couple of weeks ago. Era coming in, being such a big boon for this squad. Even though he wasn't necessarily involved in that final team fight, he was involved in so many of the other processes that got us them to that point in the series. And if you're BLG, where do you turn from here, man? 4 and 5, dropping back-to-back series in back-to-back days. You could almost call that a 3-0 in favor of Waybo with how that second game ended up unfolding. Things have not looked good for this team at all.
No, I'd like to quickly go through all of BLG's matches in the first round robin to just highlight how whack it has been. They 2-0 Thundertalk, fine. They 2-0 IG, then they lose 2-1 to AL, lose 2-0 to JDG, beat WE, lose to TES, beat NIP, and then they've now lost to FPX and Waybo in a row. That is a wild way to have played. The fact they beat IG, crazy, but then beyond that, they haven't actually beat any of our top teams, and they are in a pack of a lot of different teams who look hungrier than them and who look better than them at the moment. Yes, JDG and IG are technically above them in the standings right now, and I think do look overall like better teams, but even them are not particularly safe at the moment, not when you've got teams right now on monumental rises like Waybo, FPX, and WE.
And things are only going to get better, specifically for those teams from the bottom half of things, FPX and WE. They didn't have a ton of expectations coming in, but they seem to continue to be scaling at a relatively consistent pace. And for FPX specifically, beating BLG is a perfect way for them to cap off their first half of the season. But now BLG falls to a losing record, actually in a straight-up tie with FPX in terms of match record in the standings, which is unbelievable to even consider, to even fathom, considering where we were in terms of our expectations going into the start of split number 2.
Crazy, crazy plays. Top, they look like they've got themselves into a good spot in the league at the moment. 8-1, AL 7-2, and then everybody else. It's just such a crush in the middle of the standings at the moment. For Waybo, massive congratulations to them for this victory and for the way that they've been able to turn around their split so far. They were looking incredibly bad, and they very much are looking like another one of those teams who are on big rises at the moment. FPX have just won themselves a ton of games. WE have just won 3 in a row after being in a terrible spot, 0-6 for a little while. So this is some big changes that we've been seeing from a lot of these different teams, and if you are one of these teams, JDG, IG, or BLG, you got to be looking at those squads and thinking, hey, we need to clean things up right now, or we're at a massive risk of not being able to face up against one of those bad teams from the group Nirvana, or even getting yourself into the top 4. This gold graph, they just got destroyed. They got destroyed the entire way through. Elk did basically no damage. Knight did even less. Doing 6,000 damage in a game is just criminal, but that's the thing right here with the casting. If you don't get into the late game, what happens?
That team comp was the Justin Herbert of team comps. A lot of ifs involved. If things went this way, if things went that way.
Yeah, the what if comp.
It didn't end up getting there, though. And even when some of those power spikes were hit, it was all too late. As we get a look at some of these highlights. Again, when you are playing this late game composition, you're a level 6 caster. I feel like there's no reason to go for a play like this, especially when it becomes a numbers advantage for Waybo so quickly.
Exactly. This is the point where you're going really aggressive. You've just hit level 6, so I get wanting to use the paranoia from Way, but they just miss position. They're fighting so far between towers in the opposition jungle and just get pulled around throughout this one. There were nice plays, right? There were a couple of nice moments. I think On had a much better series in a lot of ways overall. But even then with this Poppy, it wasn't exactly the peak of Poppy games. We were talking about it, right? You're very much just a keeper's verdict rather than trying to use that steadfast presence to stop all of the dashes from happening. And this one, as soon as that Mountain Soul goes over, it's just that extra level of tankiness you really could not afford to let over. BLG, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. This is, I think, the time to make a jungle change if you're going to make one, because it's the end of the first round robin. You've got 9 more best of 3s left to play. As full half of the split, anything can happen. If you win the rest of your games, you're almost guaranteed to probably make it into the top of the standings. But something is broken right now. This team that went to a World Finals just last year, won 2 LPL titles last year, it's broken. Something is wrong and you need to fix it. Now is the time for change.
And we saw it work for BLG last time they made a roster change with their jungler. You know,
Yeah.
Shen coming in during Worlds and having it
Yeah.
ended up working pretty well for them. They made it all the way to the finals. As we get a look at this last team fight here, the Mountain Soul plus just the gold diff, too much. You look at the levels as well. Tien was 4 levels ahead of Wei at the end of that game.
Yes.
As he's hyped up. No, Waybo's hyped up about how that game ended, but just a lot of questions with what BLG's future does look like. Again, a team with such high promise, such high expectations, such previous resume coming into this season, and they just have not looked like they have lived up to that potential just yet.
Absolutely not. And I mean, not to draw on a much worse team to talk about BLG, but LNG, just having made their big swap in the jungle, all of a sudden things have completely changed over in Group Nirvana. You know, jungle changes, it can help. It sucks to say, right? Wei had such an impressive performance throughout the entire year last year, but right now it seems like he's just not quite able to find things. Still, who do we give the MVP to right here on Waybo? I think it goes to Tien, personally.
It goes to Tien, for sure. Yeah, the way that he was able to farm up so nicely, like, and also how kind of silent it was for the first bit of the game. You know, the fact that you looked
so
up,
quiet.
and I was like, oh wow, Tien's 30 CS up.
Yeah.
Goes to Xiaohu instead.
Okay.
Not necessarily would have been my choice, but you know what? He secured that final dragon. That might have gotten them a little bit of help as well.
Some good shockwaves as well. You know, it was an overall very solid performance. I think this is the thing with Waybo, right? When they win, they tend to do it as an overall team. They are pretty good as a solid 5-man unit right now. Kind of the exact opposite of what we're talking about with BLG. So congratulations to him for being able to pick up that MVP. Congratulations to Waybo for being able to pick up that victory and take themselves over 500 to end out this first round robin.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu I feel like has been a bit of a question mark on Waybo's early struggles, but this series definitely was able to step up, even against a player like Knight. Let's take a look at our updated standings following the end of the day and following the conclusion of our first round robin in Group Ascend. Obviously, still some more series to play over in Nirvana. Only LNG has completely finished up their play in that group. They're locked in at 3-2, and now the question becomes for them, will they be in or will they be out and have to wait until split number 3?
Completely and utterly out of their hands at this point, but they should have done enough for themselves. They have done enough for themselves to make sure they are not going to be eliminated, so we will get to see them in Split 3. For Group Ascend, absolutely crazy at the moment. TES, AL, they're looking on top. TES, honestly, they've been looking incredibly strong recently. I've been really impressed with the way that entire roster has been playing. Most specifically, I think Kanavi has been on an absolute heater. Jackie Love too, looking great. You've got the crush of teams in the middle right now, and then NIP and Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk have been looking bad, and NIP have been on a monumental slide recently. Still, that does leave 8 teams competing for the top kind of spots, and there's so much that can still be played for.
Still a lot left of league to play here in the LPL. We saw how quickly things like flipped around even in the back half of that first round robin. Now we get a whole nother one of that to do as we're only halfway through that portion of the regular season before we get into the play-in stage and then, of course, the knockout stage to send some teams over to MSI. But that's going to do it for our show here on LPL English. Bloxer, pleasure. Good job trooping it out. We did it, finally. Took a while to get through all those pauses. A big shout out to Kai on production as well for holding us completely through. And before we go, a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forrest. Without their pledged financial contributions to help level up the broadcast and give back to the casting crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Of course, we started things off with LGD falling to Edward Gaming 2-1. Then we moved over to Group Ascend, where the final score here, Waybo Gaming 2, Billy Gaming 1, as we wrap up our first round robin here in the upper group of the LPL. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back here tomorrow for more action as the games continue here on LPL English.